Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? तो hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. कैसे हो आप लोग? Guys, आज है ग्रुप रेड का डे 3. बहुत इंटेंस होने वाला है. बहुत अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीजें एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं आज. लाइक कम बैक फ्रॉम चाइना. समझ रहे हो? ऊपर वाले टीम्स नीचे आने वाला, वैसा वाला अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीजें मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, जो मुझे लगता है होंगे. तो लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. आज जो भी होगा बहुत मजा आएगा. For which I hope you guys are ready. Match 1 अभी start होने वाला है ना?
Just weather the storm in this
Yep,
lobby.
match 1 is about to begin.
Top 3, and realistically, with the way they're playing, I
बढ़ते
think they're going to stay
सीधा.
top 3 for a long period of time because that
Let's go.
consistency is to be feared.
What worries me about them, if you look at our top
Notification
teams,
on point. अरे notification नहीं है क्या?
the
Glad to hear. Glad to hear.
of placement points.
Last day
outside
today.
of
No,
winners.
today is not the last day. Today is last but one day.
have 7,
Today
they
is
have
day
12.
3.
Yes.
They're
कल
stuck
last
on
day होने वाला है.
eliminations, which obviously it's not bad, whatever, right? If you can frag out here,
Today
you
also,
can
top
easily
wearing
get
the
these
same
teams
flag.
when it comes to this close quarter combat.
Hope that
So
brings some
whatever kind
luck.
of combat you're throwing off, but
They
what I
need
worry
it.
about for them is the consistency of placement.
First of all,
points.
hello,
It
good
might
evening
come
to
back and
everyone.
hurt them, if I'm perfectly honest.
It could happen. I think we could agree
दिन
on that.
कैसे था
It
तुम
could
लोग का?
definitely be an issue.
How is your
but
day
as
going?
of right now, I say that this playstyle is working great, and I think they can remain in top 3 thanks to
Why Falcons choke in Miramar? It's part of the game यार. होता है, क्या करे? NRX फेल दिया गंदा ही.
We constantly see them that kind of have that all or nothing.
In my thoughts,
Like,
Doc
see them
is the
pop
most
off with
aggressive
crazy
player.
elimination,
DS Venom.
And get a good solid
Appreciate
game
your
for
opinion, bro.
nothing, right? And I think if they can just kind of up that consistency a little bit more, I mean, we'll definitely see them, I think, up in that top 2.
I'm not sure about their all or nothing.
Nerds
point
didn't
there
get a
because they
chance.
got their worst game so far have been
Maybe
a 9th
he'll get a
place with
chance
1 elimination and a 15th place with 0
in the next
elims.
round.
Outside of that is like 3 elims, 10 elims, 6 elims, 4 elims, 10, 4,
देखो
9.
Sanok
So,
में
like, they are still
consistency
racking
बहुत
points on
तगड़ा है
their
8
bad
का.
games, and we
So I'm
mentioned it many
expecting them to
times,
do
your
good in
bad
this
games
match.
are very important to see if you
In
can
this
stay
first match.
relevant in a group.
NRX
As of right
NGX
now,
तो
that
बूम
is
बाम
the
वाले
case
टीम
for
से
IA.
पता ही है.
So, right now,
अगर इन दोनों में कोई
if they
choke
can get more
करेंगे तो
placement
नीचे
points,
वाले
that would be
teams
a
ready
big
बैठी है
positive,
आने के
but
लिए
the
ऊपर.
elims alone currently
I would
aren't
love to
enough
see how
for
TNY is
Cuba
going to
to
play
try and
today,
get
how
more
TJB is
eliminations.
going to play today.
I mean, I feel
Getso
like
Roy भी
they
comeback
can
कर
walk
लिया,
on
कल
those
Vengeance ने भी
points,
chicken
which
निकाल लिया.
surprises
you know,
me to say, a CCT, a
This group is
championship
very
caliber team, and we're gonna
unpredictable.
dive
It's
into
very
this.
difficult in my
First
opinion.
map
येलो
of
ग्रुप
the
में कम से
day.
कम मैं प्रिडिक्ट कर
Gonna
पा रहा
find
था
out
क्या हो रहा है
what
क्या
teams will
नहीं.
potentially be out of
But
the
इस
running,
ग्रुप में
what
बहुत
teams will still be
समझ
gunning
रहे
for
हो.
that top 3 position. Let's go
Every
back to
team
our
has a
cast
strong
here for the first
potential,
time.
तो
John
anything can
Allen,
happen.
take it away.
एंड तक सस्पेंस रहेगा.
Every team here
देखना.
with something to prove today here in
Alter
Group
Ego
Red.
no
We'll
for
see
third
who
party.
is going to
I
step
mean,
up to the mark.
Alter
Who's
Ego
gonna be left
known
by the wayside,
for
playing
third
path
day
cuts
comeback.
through the middle.
Let's see,
Nothing
bro.
really special here on
Mr.
Sandbox to
Jerry,
kick
let's
things
see.
off. Let's see if we get hot drops or if teams are going to be able to finally extricate themselves from one another.
Yeah, I think honestly, for a lot of our games, it has been teams being.
आज मैंने stream को 1440p में कर दिया. तो I hope आज वो complaint भी fix हो जाएगा. I just hope मेरा stream सही से run करे आज. कुछ दिक्कत ना हो. The match 1 has begun.
Here in day 3.
Zone कहाँ जाएगा इस बार?
But yeah, very, very exciting stuff that we're getting to watch here because we do have a lot of teams who are streaking out towards that top side.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
It was awkward, John.
Hello Spike bro, Beast brother.
Bro,
Hello brother, hello. Thank you for the
Normally
40
all the way
bro.
over in Painan, but they've gone down to Camp Charlie. DJB have to adapt to this plan.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what they get up to.
भाई मेरे को
don't think this
सर्दी हो
is too
feel
out
कर
of the
रहा हूँ.
ordinary for Virtus Pro to try.
भाई तुम लोग के पास weather कैसा है?
A split like this,
आफ्टरनून में
you're
बाहर
right,
गया
they're
वॉकिंग के
usually
लिए.
playing
भाई
Painan,
कितना
but they've
हीट
not been finding a lot of
हैदराबाद में
success.
इतना
And to be
हीट
fair,
है
Bro,
क्या बोलूं मैं.
They got to
It
make
feels
some
like
special
summer.
moves. They got to make some special plays going
feels
forward
like
because
summer,
they
bro.
are
Oi.
far behind the rest of PMSL.
कल वाला सर्कल बनने वाला है क्या फिर वापस?
But we know Virtus Pro is that.
कल वाला
team that
सर्कल
is
बनने वाला है
great
लगता है मुझे.
on those last 2 days, well, that's where they turn up the heat.
कल भी similar सर्कल है ना?
But we have some really consistent teams at the
इसमें
top.
TJ भी निकाला
So
था.
it's going to be tough for Virtus Pro to
Alter Ego
catch up to them. But
choke
if you
किया
get a
था.
good start here over on Sandhawk, that might be the game that
In
you need.
history,
We can see
Falcons
the
come
current
back last 2
14th
days.
place with 53
देखो last 2
points.
days
Probably one of
इतने
the
सारे teams का
final
comeback तुम
teams
लोग
that I
बोल
would
रहे.
say that has that
But
chance today
समझ रहे हो,
to get
इतना
themselves
easy नहीं
into
है
a
इस lobby
secure
में.
position for survival stage. Maybe
Mix
not in the
heat
top
plus
3,
humidity.
but if you look at
हैदराबाद में तो
IC
बहुत
Fury
summer ही
at
चल रहा है bro
23
हैदराबाद में.
points to 28.
It feels like
Today's
summer
got to
only
be
to
really
me.
good for both these teams just to even have a shot at staying in the conversation.
इतना कोल्ड इन लद्दाख लद्दाख तो भाई लद्दाख तो कनाडा जैसा ही है इंडिया में What turned in Ladakh में
do atop the mountain last time around, so controlling over the surrounding terrain.
मॉर्निंग एंड नाइट में विंटर आफ्टरनून समर एग्जैक्टली ब्रो एग्जैक्टली रात में it's cool afternoon तो it's summer
conflict that we saw. I think it was Team Queso
does it
taking a fight. I can't remember.
it has to do with UV right
in that instance, but
हमारा यार UV का थोड़ा दिक्कत है
for Team
have you guys ever checked the UV index
spot? A lot of
how many of you guys know about UV index
last time? Let's see if the same happens here.
Yeah, for Tongjiabao, they actually got themselves that.
How many of you guys know about UV index?
And for Ultra,
तुम्हारा एरिया में चेक करो जिनको भी नहीं पता UV index अगर ज्यादा होता है ना it is not good for your skin.
Sand slipping through the fingers in those final like 5 minutes for Alter Ego, where they couldn't
UV index
control
ज़्यादा
several teams at once. They didn't really have that idea of what side to pick on. So Tongjiabao, I think they're going to go for something similar again on a instantaneous rotate up towards that northwest side. This is such an early rotate as well. I think a lot of teams might not be expecting this. So Navi's got to be prepared when this rotate comes through. They're currently heading over towards that southwest side of the island from Ruins. So a quick
love from BR. Thank you, bro.
They did fall out
Fearless.
from that top 3, but it has been a fierce battle between them and ASI8. 83 points to 85 for ASI8 currently to Na'Vi. I think both
you can check online
are pretty equally skilled
ultraviolet radius हमारे इधर AQI चेक करके विंटर में AQI तो भाई वो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स है ना एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स इंडिया में हर जगह खराब ही है थोड़ी जगह बहुत ज्यादा खराब है लाइक दिल्ली बट समझ रहे हो यू कांट एक्सपेक्ट एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स इन इंडिया टू बी नाइस बिकॉज़ इधर इतने ज्यादा एयर पोल्यूशन है इट्स टोटली फाइन
which means that their move up. I mean,
but UV index भाई UV index भी समझ रहे हो आजकल बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है
very low on those meds and they're going to
and very few people know about it
crossing for now. I wonder if they're going to have to
हम तो गेमर है हम तो घर बैठे रहते हैं हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है
and that may indeed slow them down because they haven't got
12 matches are enough for top 8
का तरीका अभी बड़ा
anyone can qualify by the way आज Falcons come back coming excuse भाई I hope your words come true
I think they're going to try and see if they can scout over towards that north side
देखते बस तुम्हारा बात पे चलूंगा मैं आज कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं आज Falcons के बारे में
Tongjiabao somewhat getting caught out by similar rotations to what they made yesterday. People have read into this, just a case of
start is
a
everything.
lot of open spots
start अच्छा हो
on the map where I
start
think this is one
by the way,
of
thank you for the super chat, bro.
we've seen
449
over the
super chat,
last
thank
year
you.
where you have teams playing.
Sir, today's
over
cutoff.
towards
मेरे
Docks,
को लगता है
Laklawi,
आज
as
का
well as
cutoff
Camp
जाएगा
Bravo.
somewhere around 1
Cow as well is taking
top 3 का बता रहा हूँ मैं top 3 का
Charlie and Sami. So the eastern side is quite populated,
दो दिन का average
which
लेते हैं
means
ना
there's more space for
दो दिन
teams
का
to
average क्या
play
है
over towards that northwest
42.5
edge.
चल रहा है
I think in
तो
a lot of
42.5
lobbies
add कर लो
recently, more and more teams have decided that, you know
42
what,
add कर
playing
दो
around boot camp and
120
kind of surrounding that area does actually
147.5
give you a lot more
मतलब 148
control
समझो
to siphon off players from other
sorry
teams,
क्या
basically.
बात कर रहा हूँ मैं 128 yeah 128
from
समझो
that north side of
Cut
boot
off.
camp pushing in and
top 3 का
spirits
top 3 का cut off
difficult,
128 समझो आज
a lot of times even sometimes at the cost of DXAVs
compared to group yellow
this time around
इसमें cut off कम जाएगा लग रहा है
and the
because
Falcons definitely are having an easy
ज़्यादा
time
teams
getting
अच्छा
across
खेल
this
रहे
water
competition
than
ज़्यादा
Spirit did and that's good news for Falcons Force fans
guys
all around
2000
the
लोग
world,
देख रहे हैं ऑलमोस्ट
as it
300
seems
लाइक
like
भाई
they
अच्छा
will
नहीं लग रहा है
once
कर दो लाइक कर दो
find a footing
सबके सब लाइक कर दो
in the northwest
1000 लाइक कर दो
side.
फटफट
Vengeance, they're a little bit behind back of the
Spike, do you
queue
remember
here,
PMGC
behind
2023
both
ST
Nick
chicken
Galaxy
dinner
and
near shelter
TJB,
where top and Z
on
where duo
the wait to get across
I
this
think I
bridge
do
is Na'Vi.
but
They're
एकदम
still
vividly
holding
मेरे
quite
को
far south.
याद नहीं आ रहा है
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah, I
Na'Vi
think I
playing
do.
on this southwest side is not a bad idea either. I think it gives you options to
Reject
rotate
को
over towards the northwest side of the map,
दिखाने में
which
मजा
is
आता है
smart.
रिजेक्ट को देखने में मजा
It's
आता
one of
है
those things where for
भाई
Na'Vi,
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना जो भी
in
रिजेक्ट
terms
को
of
याद दिलाएगा मुझे
positioning,
चैट में
this will give
emote
you
मिल जाएगा
a
बता रहा
fair
हूँ
amount of opportunities in the near future, whilst
I am hurt,
also
bro. I am
giving you
hurt
that
that
ability
reject is
to
not in
scout
this
out
tournament.
to the south side, which is very
Reject
important to
होता
keep notes on when
तो
teams
मचा
start
था
to
इतना तो
flow through,
गारंटी दे
because
सकता
there
हूँ
is several priority
Spike bro
compounds
कैमरा
down
थोड़ा
towards
सा
the
लेफ्ट
south
करो
side
हाफ इंच
of
बड़ा
this island, and
करो
Na'Vi wants to make sure that
sexy
they have
लगोगे
the pick of the litter when it comes to
थोड़ा
it.
लेफ्ट करो ओके
Yeah,
ये
more and
मैंने
more
अभी
our
एडजस्ट किया
squads
था
now
इसको
moving
मैंने
out. Tiamba,
because,
we wanted to see more from this team, but
मेरा
9th place right
ये
now,
resolution मैंने
68
change
points
किया
from
था
what was a good
from
start on day
1080p
one, is a little bit disappointing.
हो
So
जाए
both of our PAL teams, and Tiamba as well as Tongjiabao, not quite hitting the mark that a lot of us here over at PMGC thought that they would.
अब लग रहा हो सेक्सी चलो
There's still half of the games left to go though, Blank, and what has been done in the last 2 days.
आज NRX NGX में कोई ना कोई choke करना ही पड़ेगा bro. That's how it goes, right?
Closed down yesterday with
कास्टर साउंड थोड़ा कम करो सुमित भाई. कोई बोलता है ज्यादा करो, कोई बोलता है कम करो. क्या करूं भाई मैं?
The team from Japan, a little bit of a surprise entry considering you had teams like
same circle bro, yesterday same circle
against them,
जिसमें i8 ने choke किया था. i8 को TJB ने मारा था.
Survival stages, they're going for a crossing now. Na'Vi actually on the move a little bit, so maybe a small timing opening here for Vengeance to get through, but they're still going to have to contend with the cannons and Na'Vi.
First blade.
In the middle they go, they're cutting in front of the queue and into a crossfire
NGX versus
potentially as Punch is actually isolated.
First frag मिला Falcons को, by the way, just saying.
Diverting.
Just saying, I'm not saying anything else.
Position could be theirs. I mean, the compound up the top of the hill is still open. The position that Enigma Galaxy
by Osol का match कब है? Osol का match group green में. SSS finish from NGX
is somewhat surprising with Avengers. I think even they're like, okay, but I guess we'll have this. That's absolutely fine with us. It's a strong position on the map. Hasn't quite confirmed down towards that south side just yet, but they'll be happy to play.
हर जगह fight चालू हो गया.
Tiamba suffering to Furia in the meantime, as well as Team Queso taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. So a lot of these crossings now coming into effect. As we know, this is a northwest shift on the circle, so tons of teams are attempting to get their way on in. Enigma Galaxy start things off strong versus Tongji Bao. They rocked up behind them on the southern side. Not quite crossed the bridge yet, but Enigma Galaxy is looking to clear out teams. Virtus Pro is in the area, and Team Queso is not that far behind.
Big surround on the south side for Enigma Galaxy. TJB's stop short of the river crossing may come back to bite them here. They've already lost one of their players. IHC, they were looking to be more aggressive. Blank.
Red t-shirt पहन ले, Falcon chicken मारेगा.
Now, that's not really what I would call aggressive. So we'll see if they are looking to crash into a fight.
नहीं हूँ मैं. अगर मैं होता तो शायद पहन भी लेता.
A little bit helpful leather onto the first map of the day. Navigate their way around towards the
Tianmo always give kill points to Furia.
Currently holding that.
Actually, Furia gives kill points to everyone else, bro.
On a Northwest Island ship before.
Furia is very समझ रहे हो, charity करने आए वो. Action knock.
Points from yesterday's Sanhok.
Yeah, I think for Falak as well, he's an extremely strong player. They opt to put him over towards the eastern bridge instead of having him on that high ground. Tongji Bao still holding their own right now versus Getso Roy. Melodious will find a rundown onto Action.
Action
and that fight still rages on between Tiamba as well as Furia. So for both teams, it's looking fairly dire.
Which device tournament is being played?
Really escaped from Paris Resort just yet. Shan goes down.
Infinix GT Pro 20.
That is an unfortunate turn of events for Tiamba, and it seems like Furia just been such a difficult weight for them to lift. To can't even get it off the ground at this point. Getso Roy maintaining the compound in the shadow of that mountain. On the east side here, protected on both flanks now. It's going to be very difficult to get rid of them, but the circle may
UV index 6, that's not good.
Get flushed away in the end. So I think it's just QZ left for Tiamba out on that eastern side. IHC yet to make their push through. ASI8 still stopping everybody moving on that northeast side. And actually, a lot of these teams haven't even tried it. They're all on the south coast.
Falcons are getting wrecked by Team Queso. Nice one, top. Nice one, nice
one. Vengeance, it really did feel like the crossing in the world here. Team Queso coming against Falcons. They were able to get a run down earlier over towards Action, but Falcons not going quietly into this one.
Easy ref.
It's over on that southeast side, and a hard shift.
Almost same circle, but Tora upar gaya.
Once again, really does.
Still, जो भी hill पे रहेंगे, उनके पास advantage रहेगा.
They don't take that compound over towards the eastern side, but this actually helps them a lot, and I still appreciate the fact that
Falcons 3-man है, 3 finishes मिला उनको.
And they've controlled so much that ground. That's going to mean a nice, easy wrap.
Team Queso is pushing.
Rotate here for them.
Nice one, I see. Last man standing at Team Queso के लिए.
Damn, it's just all popping off.
And his name is Papi Potro
on the Sanhok.
Helmet पूरा गया Potro का.
43 players and 14 teams, so a lot of teams still in this one, but a massive amount of casualties.
Papi Potro sends the vehicle out wide, has to hop out, leave it isolated, and aid onto the corner.
अबे kill चोरी कर दिया बे. Falcons का frozen आके.
Evaded by Papi Potro.
अरे knock खाएगा East.
East wants to put another one in, but he's lined up easy. Across the road he goes with the DBS onto the door frame. Looks
I see last man standing here.
बचा लिया भाई, बचा लिया. Gets the heal off, the med kit comes through, and the health bar keeps them alive. Falcons force with 3, but they're on the outside. Virtus Pro, IWNRX both looking to try and bear down upon this one, but Virtus Pro have bigger
TJB किससे लड़ रहा है?
With 676
Virtus.
looking to try and push up towards Icy. A nade around the corner. The cook is there, but it's on the wrong side of the tree trunk. And 676 looking to cut straight on through it. The back
Nice
of the
one,
rock,
676.
Tixi
Beauty.
and Icy. One not
Tixi got me there, yeah, 676.
Missed the second, and 676 with
And
the
last man
action
standing at TJB का.
handles Virtus Pro.
Oh man, that is rough to say.
Danger मारा bro इधर
the least.
676.
676
Danger
with
मारा.
the pump shotgun.
Virtus is
1-2
not.
punch.
They're not doing up to the mark.
Flick back on the handle.
Gets
I
right
mean,
back.
it is actually
I 3 finishes 4
gruesome
man
that they
strong.
lose that
Solid
fight.
posy में भी है.
Well played to 676, but again, the
Once
slight
again,
amount of panic coming
I8
from Virtus
is
Pro
gonna
there. They
they're
know
gonna
they
do
need
good
to
in
get
this
rid
match
of him in
also.
that moment.
भाई Sanok
but
strong है
he
भाई
did not need to come through
देख
that
लिया,
quickly.
मतलब
There's a
strong
disconnect
नहीं बोल
between the
सकते.
players. Just need to
Zone
wait
में
for
दे रहा
Tixi
है.
to get that side swipe and then take
Favor कर रहा है
the
zone में.
2v1.
And they're
Essentially, is
doing good.
just 2 single fights there for 676, but still pretty impressive to do it. Would just
Increase the
pump action.
camera size little, cover up the left.
Outside in the blue stage
the
3.
letter above the
Tickles, but
sponsor
not by a
logo.
lot. Tries to get back
Okay.
behind the tree, but Enigma Galaxy's got his number.
I mean,
अच्छा, ये बोल रहे हो
it's
क्या?
kind of just so indicative of
ऐसा
what
क्या?
has been happening right now. Virtus Pro
Perfect.
can't do it. Enigma Galaxy, rock
Hopefully
up,
this is
so
perfect.
easy. I mean, obviously they do have.
और
the
बड़ा
number
करूंगा तो
advantage
weird
there,
लगेगा.
being a little bit cruel, but still, Enigma Galaxy definitely much more impressive. And now they have a little bit of freedom on that south side to take on Falcon's force with the numbers advantage, playing as 3. They're both going to have to try and move through.
भाई 676
and the
का उधर
sticking points of the lobby are
50
starting
HP था
to
bro.
retreat. We had that line
50
across
HP
the
पे उसने
middle
दो
of this
बंदों को
northwest
बहुत
island of
with
Na'vi on the
ease
west,
मारा उसने एकदम.
Alter Ego on the high
प्यार से
ground,
मारा
and
उसने.
ASI8 on the northeast side. But now
भाई कल भी same rotation था Vengeance का.
Galaxy maybe going to be moving in their way.
फिर जाएगा सामने वाला compound पे.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That is a nice circle for Na'Vi. I think they'll be very pleased with this one. They're going to take a 2-2 split. Fairly dangerous in stage 4, but I respect it.
I think
If they can
Alter
hold
Ego
on to this
will
for a
not
little
choke
bit
today.
longer. Essentially,
कल
they
study
do
किए होंगे ना
have
कि क्या
a
गलती
bit
की
of
हमने.
safety here because I think
So
most teams
I'm
that are
thinking
rotating on this western
ये match
side
में Alter Ego
likely
comeback
will
करेगा.
stop short on one of these compounds that sit
Let's
over
see.
towards the southwest edge, so they can be a bit greedy with these northern compounds. So I don't mind it from Na'Vi, but yeah, for Na'Vi, this is certainly a game where they can shoot themselves further up the tables. Though ISIA already have found themselves a full 4 eliminations over towards that eastern side, and IHC is just not even making out of the blue.
Send up the east edge here past IWNRX, a hop out, Icy down a second as well, and they immediately evaporate as IWNRX turn their ire their way.
ये क्या मर गए बे Falcons?
Difficult to make that approach. Top of the tables, they'll maintain it. East side though, a difficult approach. They have to push past.
ये क्या मर गए वो?
Yeah, it's sad for Falcons there. I mean, they rock up to Frozen, who is a solo, but the response time from the rest of IWNRX was
79
fairly
points है
speedy.
Falcons के पास.
All just flipped around and took the shots that need to happen, but a good initial knock coming through from Frozen as well. Avengers now make their move up, and this is the reason why you didn't see Na'Vi go for that
एक बंदा गिर
rotate
के knock हुआ क्या? एक
towards
बंदा?
that
एक बंदा?
compound. It did restrict
I think
their
ऐसे गिर के
choices
knock
where
हुआ
they
था
can
ना?
go.
एक बार
For
back करके तुम
Vengeance,
लोग
it
देखो.
pretty much has just been a straight line up
Vehicle से गिर के
into
knock
the
हुआ एक बंदा.
circle. Nick
वही
Galaxy
finish भी हो गया
takes
ऐसे.
more space though, and I like that from them because I think they rocked up over towards the compounds on the southwest.
1, 2, 3
realised
बोलने
that,
का मौका
you know what? There is a ton of space
नहीं
being
दिए
given here.
Falcons
For
को.
what reason? It's likely because a team has given this up so they can move over towards that north side. Now Lemon gives up on that northwest compound and will just try and scout down towards the south. But again, for Na'Vi, this
देखो
is an important game.
NRX
and a big
NGX
chance for
दोनों बचे. I8 भी बचा है.
Fortunately though, ASI8 have already got 4 elims blank on the
Na'Vi is
north
also
side.
surviving
Puts them
4
a
man
total
strong.
of 6 points behind their competitors right now for that 3rd place spot. They want to get rid of them as soon as they can. The good news for them though is that ASI8 are kind of trapped in Hatin, right? On that northeast side, getting out of Hatin is going to be pretty tricky. They're towards the edge.
There are
Na'Vi a
more
lot
better teams than
central.
Falcons.
The 2
Agree.
really powerful spots
Agree.
are Na'Vi's.
But Falcons
and
are more
I would
experienced.
say Alva from
So
Alter
समझ रहे
Ego
हो?
holds the other one.
Experience.
The
और
difficulty of
क्या
that
burst
high
मारा
ground
बे?
is so
Hands for you.
just
Beautiful
isolated.
burst.
Was that a knock at that range?
There are-
Goodness me,
you
just a
can
quick
say there
one
are
tap. I mean,
there are
that came
better
from another
there are
angle.
teams who are
But
doing
Alter Ego
better than
still
Falcons.
holding off all
You cannot say there are
angles
better
here.
teams.
IHC.
Na'Vi
moving
पे
in
गया
from the
zone.
south, is Yol going to crash onto Tunch, find an opening towards Alter Ego? I mean, it's kind of how they started to fall down earlier, right? On the last game that we saw on the Northwest Island, taking
चलो
an
Alter
early
Ego का
knock,
नहीं है.
getting flushed away,
Zone.
losing players, bleeding out.
Yeah, it's that lack of expanding of influence, really.
मार दिया
I
Zul
think
को.
that Alter Ego
IHC
haven't done
बाहर.
badly from this high ground. I think they would have
Panch
liked a lot
finishes,
more than just
4
5
man strong.
eliminations. But if you are playing on that Northwest Mountain, you somewhat have to commit to
भाई
that
क्या मारा है
position.
क्या
Hope
I
the
know
sun
right
comes
बहुत
down
प्यारा
your
मारा
way.
उसने
I would in
बहुत
fact
ही
go as
प्यारा
far as
मारा
to say
उसने
that
वो भी
ASA
हेड
actually
हेड
have a
कनेक्ट किया
really
उसने
strong spot, and getting out of Hatin is not as difficult as you might think because they can rotate over towards the northern side.
नावी
and play
डिनर
the
भाई
coast,
हमेशा है
and
ना
there is a ridge
जिनके
that
ऊपर
cuts
जोन
off a
बनता
lot
है
of
उनका
sight
चिकन
lines.
मोस्टली
They
नहीं
can
होता
play
है
off the back of that quite easily, and there's a lot of hard cover in that area
लेट्स सी
too.
मतलब मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टाइम बता रहा हूँ मैं
See if they can navigate it. Na'Vi will
वो
try
क्या
and
डैमेज
stop
दिया
them
भाई
with more motivation than just the points on this game. It's taking ASIA out of the mix because 6 teams remain. The
2-2
placement's
user,
starting
पागल है
to
क्या?
ramp up now. And it's more and more likely that you see these elimination counts go up and up. IWNRX got taken down in the meantime. Not too sure where that happened on the roll-up.
Yeah, it was on the south side. It was a brutal
ये
crossfire
कौन सा
between
गन है बे
ASA
ये
as well as
AKM के
Alter
साथ
Ego, so I don't think they were really making their way out of that one anytime soon. Here's Vengeance, though, taking shots over towards Nick the Galaxy. Vengeance
गिर
actually
गया,
made a
NGX in
very
trouble.
slick rotate to get ahead of Nick the Galaxy. It was a bit of a gamble
Nice spray,
over on that
nice
northwest
spray,
compound, but
Falak
they had enough time to get the scouting done. Falak attempts to leave, or at least get a peek out from these walls in Hatin. Yeah, that's hella dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Excuse me? They're still alive? Okay, that's more like it. But a second follow-up as
Alter
well.
Ego
I
क्या
mean,
कर दिए
you're
भाई
kind of
खुले में क्यों
sacrificing
रोके उधर
too
फालतू का
to allow this
लग
second
गए Alter Ego
crash,
की
right? You're drawing ammo from the mags. And they crash in and they get to some cover. So 2 players for Alter Ego make the crossing. I feel like that's just the only option that they kind of had other than just
गलत फंस
fully
गए वे दो
committing to
बंदे
the high ground, which
Alter Ego का
I think arguably
पूरा
may
zone
have
नावी
been
का
better for them and try to
I8
pick up
has
some points
good-
on the other teams making moves in the
good
meantime.
position as well
Yeah, I mean, they would have been out in the blue at that point as well. I think Alter Ego, this was really their only choice to get further into the match. It's a good explode in the vehicle coming through from ASI-8. But yeah, now time is limited. But they could pick up an easy extra double here, sending them to 9 eliminations on the game and the highest in the lobby, which would be really fantastic for them. So despite Na'Vi having arguably the best position inside the lobby, they're still on 0 elims. They haven't found much value out of this game. And ASA is still just pumping those numbers. Good sideswipe there coming through from ISI-8. Ooh, that's a close nade, but Rosemary is just not able to
9 finishes
capitalize off the back of it. And
9 finishes I8 पूरा mood में आज
and like I said, 9
Nice.
elims now found for ASI-8, and yeah,
94 हो गया
Na'Vi
उनका
needs this chicken dinner now to stay close, just close to ASI-8.
By the way NRX बाहर NGX भी सिर्फ
it's
2 man है
also Enigma Galaxy who have to worry a little bit.
If
with
I8 gets the
elimination
dinner,
count coming on through from
they'll be very close to
ASI-8
#1
with the power that they have from this position. A likely
Hello,
third
Mela.
place finish for them. The shots over towards the high ground. I mean, we spoke about
Mela
this
zone से
guy
मरना चाहता है
yesterday, right? The Terminator on FaZe
क्यों
Clan
Mela,
has been so
क्यों?
brutal, but the blue zone, you can't out heal it anymore.
नहीं मार दिया मेला को
For
पंचर ने
Na'Vi,
nice
breaking the seal. 2 points now on the match.
Though the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure that Mela has.
I think
picked
I8 का
himself up
होने
2
वाला है ये
elims
match
there. Just off the back of the 2 knocks he was able to get over towards Vengeance, which is wild, by the way. This is that crossing that I was talking about earlier over on that northern side. It's a slight dip. It does give you cover. And
क्या बात है, nice
a
one.
huge amount of rocks in the way. Oh, they're stealing the
11 finishes for I8.
and adding more to the tally, up to
12.
11. What a start of the day here for ASIA. And Na'Vi just
क्या
doesn't
मैच
know.
जा रहा है भाई 8 का
I mean,
Falak
they're
Norek
aware
ने
there's a team
नेट से
there.
नॉक कर
Big
दिया
nade from
नावी
Falak
का
and
प्लेयर
an
को
opener up to the wall of the
But I don't
compound.
think-
This flex out
I don't
has done
think
so well
push
for
करेंगे
ASIA. Lily for Vengeance.
Lily
very
last
unlikely
man
to be able to
standing
get
here.
away from this one. Just crawling
Vengeance.
away with the blue zone at
it's
the
a
back.
4v4 1v1
Gonna be watched eagle-eyed by Noki. Actually,
भाई
steps
Falak
forward
अकेला
to
घुस गया
the
बे
next layer of the ridgeline. Falak, what is this guy
अकेला
doing?
घुस गया Falak
Can't do this, Falak. That is not allowed. Na'Vi have got him in the compound. They spotted it as well. Puncher sees him
Falak
on the
is
cross.
very,
He's
very
hopping out.
confident
He's
player.
going in on his own.
I like
No
it.
backup from the rest of the team. He doesn't think he needs it. And the reses have come through, but now he's in a lot of danger. Ralph is having
Look
a
at that
little bit
awareness,
to
उसको
say
पता
about
लग
this
रहा है
one.
बोल के
Nick
देखो।
Galaxy trying to
Vengeance
defend
को
their
पूरा मार
second
दिया,
place spot.
14
Noki
finishes for
takes
I8.
down the last player from Vengeance.
Let's go,
And there
bे।
goes Ralph. So we're
देख,
down to
यही
2
नहीं
teams remaining.
जाता था मैं।
Falak finally falls.
हो
I
गया
feel like
वही।
that was a long time
अरे
coming.
यार,
Far
end
too
में आके
bold for my
हगना,
liking.
shit।
Another lineup for Puncher. And here's where they can start to fight back. 3 elims on the tally. And they're looking for a second knock as well. 2 players down on ASI-8. And it's only the 2 on the outside left.
nice one
Yeah, I mean, for ASIA,
Chalo,
that was
2v3.
an
Let's
unbelievable
go.
play from Falak, and the fact he's able to pick up Rel from Nick Galaxy is just hilarious
इसको
to
knock
me,
कर दे, पंचर
as
को
he
knock कर दे.
cosplays as one
Chill,
of
chill, chill.
Navi's teammates. IQ
अरे
moving
नहीं यार.
forward,
Well
just
played,
maybe trying
Navi,
to
well
look
played,
for
well
this
played.
final knock here and flush.
हो गया
And
रे,
now
हो गया.
just
1v3,
use the
1v4,
amp
1v4
left
situation.
remaining. Could be a decent nade towards the back lines, but highly doubted, and that is Navi.
Well
Gets
played,
himself
Navi,
a
well played,
win on
Navi.
the game,
Nice try,
which
I8.
they could be happy with. but
Imagine
they
if
have
I8 had
not
got the
caught
chicken in
up
this match.
with ASIA
Could have
on
been
a
huge.
blinder of match.
Could
A
have
huge
been
amount of
huge.
eliminations, which is not easy to do a lot of times from Hatin, because you
Wow.
are slightly cut off towards
But
that
Falak जो
northeast
confidence
side.
से अकेला गया
But
ना.
yeah, it was a great rollout, like I was saying. I mean, you have to take advantage of that northern side as quick
वो
as
थोड़ा
possible.
gamble था. मेरे को
And
लगा वो
things
थोड़ा
could have gone
gamble था.
absolutely differently for Falak inside that situation.
I feel like that was way too bold from Falak.
See, even I8 players are not
They
happy.
still managed to get a huge game on it. You can see a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
of frustration there. They feel like
कभी
they
कभी
should have won
match
that. They
इतना
had the
अच्छा जा रहा है तो
outside of
समझ
the
रहे हो?
compound. They
Over
had that ridge line
confidence
that you were
आ
talking
जाता है
about
अंदर.
earlier, and they could not quite convert. They get a little bit too greedy, a little bit.
Just
eyes
imagine
bigger than
अगर-
stomachs on the end of that
अगर
game.
proper
Navi were
4v4
able to
fight
do it.
लेते
Remember,
Navi
it's
से.
not a two-horse race for
और
third
जीत
place.
जाते तो
Nick
क्या
Galaxy
match
as
होता
well,
भाई ये.
still in
20
danger.
kill chicken
Both
होता उनका.
Navi and ASIA push them out. There is still that opportunity.
20 kill
go
chicken होता उनका.
for that third place.
But still
for both
यार,
of them. We'll have to wait and see.
बहुत
what the
प्यारा
overall
खेले.
tables say.
I8 बहुत
Back to the
प्यारा.
desk.
And I'm surprised why I8 so frustrated considering the match they just had. I mean, obviously a win probably should have been going their way. However,
पूरा रिच था उनके
He
पास,
just
सब
dived
कुछ था
straight
भाई.
into the compound up against Navi.
Momentum
1v4
था,
saying
kills
like, I got
थे.
this, guys. Don't worry. And
They had
actually,
every reason
sadly,
to
might
get
have
the
been
dinner.
downfall of I8 in this match.
I mean, I can't blame him though, dude. I mean, the guy's feeling himself, and they should because they are officially the most successful.
Navi be
team
like, "Thank you."
on Sandhawk in this tournament so far. That's
Navi
right.
का भी
They
comeback हो गया.
tried During Group Yellow, they won back-to-back chicken dinners, right?
1, 2,
on
3,
the first Sandhawk and the
6,
second
16
week.
points
But
मिला
with
Navi
this
को इस
performance
match से.
here, I mean, I8 is just on another level, Max, and I think a lot of it is due to
Now
one player in
NGX,
particular,
now
right?
NGX is in
we have to
trouble.
look at Noki. I mean, sure, Navi get the win, but I think the biggest
With
highlight
this
is how
confidence,
I8 played
I8
this game.
पक्का
Not just
final
with
slot
Noki,
deserve
he was
करती है.
scouting, I think, towards
They are doing
phase
really good,
5
bro.
or 6, and he got information on Vengeance, and he
Day
knew that
1
Vengeance
काफी
currently
लोग
did
तुक्का
not
बोले,
have a
Day
strong
2 भी
position in
अच्छा ही
the
खेले,
circle,
आज
and
भी
because
शुरुआत अच्छा है.
north of the compound is a
So
high
yeah,
ground spot,
consistency
they
तो
can
है.
fight Vengeance without fighting Navi. They don't get in that weird three-way fight, so they can just
इससे
take a
ज़्यादा
secluded
views
fight onto
इंडिया में
Vengeance, clear the
आते
northwestern
हैं.
edge,
भाई views
and
का
then
छोड़ो
put all
यार.
of their focus
छोड़ो
onto
यार
Navi.
views
So
का.
Noki's
क्या फर्क
scouting
पड़ता है?
was so pivotal for them to even get into the second place in the first place. But at the end of the day, Navi had the compound. Falak was, as you said, Jason was feeling himself a little bit too much. Maybe
Two
on
officials
that
back to
push.
back
And Navi's
जीतने
team
के
play
बाद
was on point and
भी
just
TX
ready to punish
is
those
not
individual
getting the
players
fame
of
they
I8 almost
deserve.
instantly.
ऐसा क्यों?
I mean, I know Navi won
इंडिया
the
में
game,
ऐसे ही चल
but
रहा है ब्रो
I
अभी.
feel like
एक
this
टाइम पे
entire match
एक
for us just
ऑफिशियल
been how
जीत गया
I8
तो
played
कितना
it. I
हाइप
mean,
बनता था एक
before
टीम
the
के ऊपर.
Vengeance fight, the way they were
तो
playing
एक
hot
एक
in, I kind of wanted
ऑफिशियल
you
का
guys to go into
MVP बन
because
गया
they
तो
denied
कितना
not
हाइप
only one, but
बनता था
two
उस प्लेयर
teams
के अराउंड.
from crossing that bridge.
Dude, they're
आज
so
वैसा
good.
नहीं है.
They're so good. I mean, it's very fortunate for them to get that.
आज
zone
वैसा
again,
नहीं है.
right, Max?
I don't know about fortune. I think that they just dropped Northwest. It just happened to come their way, but they make their own
The
luck in a
audience
sense, right, Hodgix? That they were holding off those
stick
two
कर
teams
लिए
from the
players
East
के
that Jason's
साथ.
referring to in
अगर
Stilio
वो-
and IHC. They were coming their way.
उनका
and
favorite
because
player
they
अगर
just had the perfect angle. They had one player
MVP
in
बन
Hatin,
रहा
they
है
had one
तो
player
प्यार
near
दे
the
रही है.
bridge,
अगर कोई
one
दूसरा
player to
बन
the
रहा है
compound
तो
south of the
इग्नोर कर
bridge,
रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो?
and one player south of Hatin on that high ground position
एक
to
टाइम पे
scout
ऐसा
from
नहीं
a
था.
distance. So really,
जो भी
it was
MVP बने
almost
उसको
perfect
प्यार
setup.
दबा के मिलता था
It is
सबसे.
risky because if one player gets knocked, your entire setup
सब
to defend the
congratulate
bridge
करते
just
थे.
falls apart. But they didn't lose any players.
अब
So in
ऐसा नहीं है.
Stilio, IHC, unfortunately for them, that rotate was not going to work out. So from the early stage of the game to the late game, here, Jukes, it was just absolute perfect how they played the macro aspect of Northwest Island.
Yeah, and that's what frustrates me so much because
फिर next match start होने के बाद मैं sound बढ़ाऊंगा मैं, ठीक है?
know that wasn't going to work out in the first place, right? I mean,
भाई कब
we were
से
watching
स्पाइक
this
बाय
and we were like,
पीएल
where's the
देखने
ball?
लगे
I mean,
हो.
you guys are so-
चाइनीज
I
टीम
was
अच्छे नहीं
watching them
खेलती
rotate
है.
so late, and I remember asking
चाइनीज
you,
टीम्स
what
अच्छे
do
नहीं
you
खेलती
think
है. क्या बात
IHC
कर रहे हो
is
सिमर
doing here?
भाई?
And you were like, they're going to rotate 100%. Like, no,
पूरा
just
दुनिया
what was
डरती
the
है
defense
उनसे.
exactly?
It's just they have
और
to
तुम बोल रहे हो
rotate.
अच्छे नहीं खेलते, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Play for them is to vote it.
Rotate.
Yeah, you said
I said
you know
that.
what? If a team is coming in this late, they have to rotate. And they
Alter
just
Ego
drove straight in. They're
played
like, oh,
too
we're
bad
gonna
in
sneak by
PMSL
the
SCA.
bridge.
I don't think they will
comes
qualify
up
through
top.
group
Look at that,
stage.
14
Grand finals के लिए no
beat
chance. chance.
Guys are not letting anybody
But they can qualify for the survival stage.
I like that one. That's
I don't understand. Again,
They can qualify for the survival stage. भाई
Get it now.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए तो भाई इम्पॉसिबल है
Okay,
यार
he's playing a bit. Don't worry, I'm used to this, Hot Jukes. I'm used to this. He's playing for the bit. Okay, it's for the bit.
Okay.
But yeah, still, Gandalf in it for I8, definitely the case here. And we said, right, sure, they might not always get the chicken dinner, Jukes, but the eliminations alone are hard.
Carnival Gaming shut down. Your thoughts?
20 points on
I
the
did not
board.
see it coming.
And it's been happening a lot where the second place team, Jukes,
I did
is
not see
actually
it
the
coming
top winning team
at
in terms
all.
of total points, not the
एकदम
chicken
से
dinner team. So
bro
I'm
एकदम
telling
से
you, man,
तूफान की तरफ आया ये
is
न्यूज़.
going to be so heavily focused upon for some of these squads, I in particular. But
I wonder
gotta say,
what
Enigma Galaxy,
internal
as
क्या हुआ
always,
मेरे को
putting
समझ जानना है
points on
to
the
be
board,
honest.
8 points this game,
एकदम
right?
से
So
ऐसा
they're
क्या हो गया?
staying relevant in that top 3 conversation every game, it seems like.
I'm also curious about. I mean, I'm gonna.
దేవరా
I'm
చూసావా
talking
OTT
to
లో
Navi
వచ్చింది.
back to them,
I
if you
saw
don't
it on
mind
day
that.
one.
Because I'm kind of thinking
I
back to
watched
yesterday's
Devara
game
day
where we had
one.
a similar zone yet again.
Early
right?
morning
And
show.
we had Navi
Like 1 a.m. 2 a.m. show.
I should say,
I saw.
send it full straight through every team
Good
into
movie.
the northwest part of the Northwest Island. And then Navi actually ended up going up in that
MVP
direction
of this
after
match
TK still
is
had gone
Navi
there,
Puncher.
Ended up losing a player. This time,
भाई मेरे को ये पंचर का नाम पढ़ के ना एकदम साइकिल टायर पंचर का याद आता है मेरे को. मैं बस बता रहा हूँ मैं. That's how I grew up, right? Since childhood. पंचर ये होता है जब बचपन में साइकिल पंचर होता है ना.
Pushed in towards that island, but I feel like they were a little bit
Puncher.
hesitant to move earlier, afraid of like a team full
Puncher,
set like Team
puncher.
Kesso did yesterday.
It felt
पता
like they
नहीं.
understood other teams are going to do the dirty
My
work for
mind-
them and hold off
my
the
mind
bridge.
is
So,
corrupted.
we rotated so early, other teams are going to be holding off
Best
the bridge, holding off
close
the
range
bridge,
player in
rotating across the
CSA.
water.
Close range
We can just
player.
play it very passive until the late game, hold on to
It's
our
all about
resources,
mid range, brother.
and
इस
thanks to
लेवल
that,
पे
we
सारा
will be
mid
getting
range
the
ही
chicken
है.
dinner. So
Close range
it
उतना
was
फर्क नहीं
a
पड़ता.
really good execution, at least this time around. Jason, as you said, Team Kesso did
Close
not
है
send
उतना
it, so
फर्क
they
नहीं
had
पड़ता.
free reign to do whatever they wanted up Northwest. Unfortunately for them, though, sure they do get a win, but they still don't breach up into the top 3. I thought that was going to be the game to make it happen, but no, they're just going to be, what is that, 3 points behind Enigma
पंचर
Galaxy,
मींस
and
बॉक्सिंग.
thanks
अरे
to
मुझे
I8's
पता
game
है
here,
भाई, मुझे
up in
पता है.
second place. Maybe are we
पंचिंग
gonna see them
पंचिंग अलग है
overtake IWNRX
और
in
पंचर
2
अलग
matches
है.
today?
बट
That
समझ
would
रहे हो,
be
माई
absolute
करप्टेड माइंड इज
madness today.
थिंकिंग लाइक दैट. बस ये बता रहा हूँ मैं तुम लोग को.
This is wild.
It's possible, man.
It
They
is.
got more limbs.
पंचर को पंचर
Their
पढ़ रहा हूँ मेरे
replacement
दिमाग
points
से.
are definitely gonna be behind them, but
According to
obviously
internal
Seahawks
news,
have been
Aiku
set
Soul closed
is their
BGMI
best
roster
map,
after
so
Sky
I
Sports
would
tourney.
Imagine they're not gonna
I
have a
doubt
similar
it.
performance go into the next matches, but honestly,
I doubt
who
it,
knows with
brother.
this
I
group,
doubt
because
it.
we've already had
Aiku Soul ऐसा
everything
नहीं
turned
करेगा.
completely on its head.
If Aiku
Also
Soul
considering the
also
fact
does
they did
something like
move up
that,
a
then
place into 5th, I believe if I saw that correctly.
then I don't
One
know.
thing that's
Like
kind of interesting though is the gap
एकदम
we're seeing between 14
डेडी हो जाएगा
and
bro
15
BGMI
players,
का सीन.
which actually did close the lead on
Well,
a
dead in the
little
sense
bit.
not esports,
I think they're originally like 20
but
points
the
behind
ecosystem
getting into
एकदम
14th
questionable हो
and
जाएगा
15th,
पूरा.
and
As
before
long
the
as
last
Aiku
match,
Soul
it
and
was
Godlike is
less than
there,
20 it was 11 points from 8th to 3rd. Like
there
that's
will be
how
hopes.
far of a gap we have between 14 and 15 plays.
But अगर इन दोनों में भी कोई कर दिया ऐसा, समझ
Max,
रहे
you can
हो?
be happy about this. They moved into 11th.
I'll take a victory when I can take it, Jason.
Yes,
top 11!
नुवाई स्पोर्ट्स ने सही डिसीजन लिया भाई.
Of course,
गलत
it's
टाइम पे
Northwestern
ना
Island,
एंटर
it's
करके.
kind of gifted to them because
अगर वो
they
एंटर
top
करने
on
के बाद
the
ये सब
mountain,
देखते
and
हो,
they do a really good job, Hot Jukes, of making sure they don't
तो वो
get
भी exit कर देते
backstabbed
चुपचाप.
by teams
क्या
here. They
चल
were
रहा है
making
बोल
sure
के.
no teams was going to be entering late from the southern
I
side.
think ये
They did
points
pick up
table
the
में
job, the
कुछ
solo
भी हो
remaining
सकता है.
player IHC.
एक
They
chicken
were
with
really
10
keeping
kills,
tab on
points table
every
will
squad
change. Yeah,
entering from the southern
बहुत close
side.
चल रहा है.
And by doing so, you
Competition.
have an easy access into the late game. You don't lose any players. You have a lot of resources. But unfortunately,
Aiku
when
Soul
you are
has
pushed downhill,
Aiku
Jukes,
money. It's
against teams
unlikely to
like
shut down.
Navi,
Exactly, Mohit.
IA,
I did not want to say it,
Galaxy,
but yeah,
Venus,
you said
like,
it.
You're not going to win that game. You just know it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's why I'm really, really loving these Northwestern drops. I mean, if the
Sponsor
circles
से
weren't there,
पैसा है,
your odds
क्यों
of
shut down
winning are
करेंगे?
just, like, through the roof.
It's
And
not like they're
you
putting
know,
their own
the
money,
teams
right?
that drop there are the squads that we saw in first and second.
Aiku का
place.
branding है ना
If
अभी.
the zone goes to mainland,
उस
I mean,
players
it's not
stream भी
like much
करते
of
हैं
a
Aiku का.
worry. There's so much room
So yeah,
to breathe
the money is
there,
coming.
and
So
it's
I don't
easy
think
to rotate on
ऐसा
in.
कुछ
So,
होने वाला
I
है.
mean, I love this strategy of this Northwestern Island drop. We've seen teams that
I
do
think
it
organizations are
more often
shutting.
than not have a lot more
Organizations
success
are
than Shanghai.
shut down
So,
their
I mean,
operations
it's
because of
totally
no
understandable
roadmap
why
and
they
no
said,
international
I in
slots.
particular said, hey,
Skyfall,
best
I think
match,
also
we
it
put
has to
points
do
on
with
here regardless, and
the returns
the proof is in
also.
the pudding, right?
मतलब players के ऊपर इतना burn कर रहे हैं.
And I do like some pudding.
They are not getting any
As
returns
a last note, though, Ascent
in
Hub,
any way possible.
Max,
Roadmap
talk
से
to us
क्या
about
होगा
that
bro?
2v1
What will org
at a Virtus Pro
gain
on
from
6
roadmap?
from TJB?
We talked about it, Jason. You don't
उनको
bring
returns
up
में नहीं मिल रहा.
KC when it
बताएंगे
comes
नहीं
to
हो.
it,
Publicly वो
But
बताएंगे
the
नहीं.
rules,
But
we
समझ रहे
signed a
हो.
contract. It was how it was going to happen.
If
Let's be
org
honest,
आने
right?
के लिए
I see.
एक
For some reason.
पैशन, बस पैशन है ना फिर और गाने के लिए मार्केट में, बट और जाने के लिए ना
You know what? I
बहुत
got a really
रीजन
good
है.
answer to that. I don't know.
मेरे को लगता है सबसे main reason money ही होगा.
We've seen a few times where a duo would push a solo and they would get a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too overzealous, and like, oh, I really want to get that elimination, and they send it as a solo, and then he gets picked up, and then you're down to 1v1, and because he's got DBS.
Is there any Indian team here, brother? No, bro, there is no Indian
team. He gets
team.
taken out instantly. So
एक पाकिस्तान team है.
One day, Jason. These
बाकी
guys
सारे
will learn, but yet that is not
Southeast.
the day. Today is not the day.
Central South Asia.
In particular, I know as we're about to head into our next match, it kind of shows
Japan.
that, VP with having Tixi
Korean
using
है ना?
him to
Korean
play.
है.
There's definitely some
Russia.
communications or synergy issues that they haven't been able to iron
Mongolian
out.
teams, Chinese
They've had a ton
teams.
of time to prepare with him. So
Europe.
I was getting a little bit of an out in terms of how the performance has been going.
Yep.
But
Arab.
some problems in the team. But hopefully we're not going to see any
Turkey.
problems with some of these other teams. We're heading to our first airing of the day, and we're all looking at IA to see if they can replicate the performance from the last match, or will Na'Vi continue to be the most dominating team on Erangel in this group? Let's find out.
And there is only one way to find out, and that is by launching headfirst into our first of 3 Erangels from the military base up to Stalba. Plane path should be fairly kind to a lot of teams. Maybe the west coast a little bit inaccessible, especially up towards North George and Zaki way. But overall, we'll see if Na'Vi can step up to the mark and keep things going, because right now, it's kind of looking like an isolated 4-horse race.
It is, yeah.
Chalo
And as Jason said, the error bells
Hashtag
are
4
ringing
or
to some of
hashtag
these
5,
other
20
regions.
points
Right now,
difference.
PMSL,
Gap बन रहा है,
yeah,
gap बन
they're
रहा
kind
है.
of on top right now. They're doing sick.
Gap बन रहा है.
Like, we just
good right now.
kind of good. We had
देखते.
Team Spirit winning out in Group Yellow. Now it's likely going to be another PMSL EMEA team taking a first place position here in Group Red. Like you say though, still 2 more days to go. But IWNRX have found that spark that they've been looking for quite a while. A return to form.
Na'Vi ex Infinix है. Ex Infinix का team मुझे नहीं पता है bro. But they are doing really good.
It is really nice to see because they look sharp.
Absolutely, definitely.
Consistent है.
Group, which is
अच्छा potential दिख रहा है इस team के अंदर.
hopefully going to be able to maintain, but if they go down early again,
SG Plays, thank you for the membership, bro.
might be tricky stuff. West side circle blank. We haven't seen it this group, but we saw it plenty of times going over towards Quarry. We'll see
Nice
if it
circle.
goes down there again, because it seems like so far we've seen so many shooting range circles in this group. Teams may
Please
be
check
unfamiliar
points.
एंट्री
Let's
अच्छी है
go.
लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा
अभी-
कैजुअल है.
of the Na'Vi players.
भाई मैं Twitter बहुत कम use करता हूँ यार.
Milter and Milter Power.
क्या tweets थे?
Yes,
तुम
a
बताओ
bit
ना,
of
तुम
a
लोग बताओ ना.
difference
Sound increase
for
एक second बढ़ा रहा
Na'Vi
हूँ.
right now over
Thanks for the
towards
reminder.
Milter at the moment. Right now, I think they're trying to play down towards mid.
What happened to IHC? They didn't even perform
Try and get
in
something
EWC.
done here for Na'Vi. It's a little bit out of the way, but
एक साल से उनका
the
यही
point
चल रहा है
mapping
bro
so
IHC
far
का.
over towards the eastern side, and then the circle shifting off towards the west. It's another one
I
of the
think
circles
people are saying
where
internal
it's not going to
issues.
be easy to play. I
I
did
don't know.
really like Na'Vi's rotates
तो
on that
downfall ही
last
समझ
game,
रहा हूँ उस team
and
का.
you have to admit, either way you look at it, for Na'Vi in terms of that
मतलब
performance
एक
on that map, yeah, they
मतलब
weren't
एक
able to get a
एक
lot of
world
eliminations,
champion
but in
team
terms
ऐसा
of
खेलते हुए
where they
देख के बहुत
went,
खराब लगता
when
है
they
यार.
went, and why they went there, it was all fairly perfect.
समझ
I
रहे हो?
just don't think that the knocks and the elims came their way all that often. And ASI8 were just able to pick a lot
IHC
more
comeback होगा bro
eliminations
आज.
out from the position they were playing,
SG
catching
plays-
a lot of the teams coming off from that high ground.
you have
on
seen
that
what
south
I have
side.
seen in the
It
last
was
year,
fortuitous on the
would
circle
not
because
say
we've
that.
seen a lot of times
But it's
where
okay.
you play
It's okay.
hats in, circle moves down towards the south. You're in that exact same situation versus the high
Soul
ground
shut down
teams.
BGM
You're the
operation.
one who has to come out the cave,
What?
looking very sad for yourself because you're about
Let's
to
go ने किया
get
है.
railed by the teams up on the high ground.
Furia on
अरे
the
अभी जवाब तो
prowl in
देखना ही पड़ेगा
Yasnaya,
मुझे.
looking for Virtus Pro.
यार
The
Twitter
Bears
login
versus
भी
the
नहीं है मेरे पास.
Wildcats
Shit.
over on the northeast side of the map. Both of them going to have to leave, but on Yasnaya positions in general, you can play 2 teams fairly split. Doesn't mean you can get too confident with it, though. You can't get too close to the danger because everybody's ready for a point, you know? You'll take those whenever they do get spotted. ASIA, you know where
Instagram
they're
पे क्यों
going.
नहीं
It's
डाला
military.
इसने?
They go there
सिर्फ Twitter
every
में डाला
time.
क्या?
No questions. They're going to have to leave it now this time, though. And IWNRX may be in their way, so potential danger on the crossing if IWNRX
Fake.
don't send towards a North Quarry position.
साउंड थोड़ा कम कर दे भाई. अरे भाई
It's an interesting one. I think for
कोई ज़्यादा
IWNRX,
बोलेगा कोई कम बोलेगा.
there's always this curious,
I'm in a very difficult position.
I guess,
छोड़ो गाइस, मेरा ट्विटर लॉगिन नहीं है, मेरे को याद नहीं है आईडी पासवर्ड,
and
तो अभी
them,
मेरे को
right?
ढूंढना
The way
पड़ेगा.
that they play in
Fake है,
tandem
hype
between
के
one
लिए
another
कर
inside
रहे
of
हैं.
Erangel,
देखो,
where
मैं बहुत
sometimes I'd
लॉजिक से
might
सोचता हूँ
want
मैं.
to go for that
ये
bridge
मेरे को सेंस नहीं
hold
लग रहा है.
versus ASI8. However, in the
It makes
past,
no
it's not
sense.
always worked out. ASI8 has
Godlike Soul
found the
कहीं नहीं
better
जा
of
रहा है,
them
ठीक है.
quite a few times. So it does look like you're right,
Godlike तो
John.
मैं लिख के दे
IW
सकता हूँ,
NRX
क्योंकि
are
मुझे
going to head over towards
बहुत
the
अच्छा
northern
बातचीत
side
होता
of the
है
quarry
मेरा
early,
ओनर से.
which is a fair enough move to me, I would
Soul
say.
का
Getting
also
more
logically
control on
बता
that
रहा हूँ,
north
कुछ
side,
नहीं होने वाला
where you
अभी.
can then back it up into
जब तक
quarry
आईकू
later
टैग
on.
रहेगा,
I
तब
think
तक तो
that
भाई
gives you
कुछ नहीं
more
होने
options
वाला.
in the future, and especially we've
Maybe
seen a lot
after
of times
that,
in the past
I
over the
don't know,
multiple
but
years that we've
अभी
casted
के लिए तेरा
PUBG
solid.
Mobile, the fact that when you get teams isolating around
Furia is
Quarry,
like Ignite
you
Gaming,
get
बस points
tons
देने
of
के
teams
लिए
all around the
भाई
outside,
नहीं
and
यार,
it
ऐसा मत
creates
बोलो,
almost
कंपेयर मत
net
करो
for the teams
वैसा
within.
टीम
So
से.
if you are one of those
वो
teams on the
इज्जत से
inside
क्वालिफाई
of
होके आए
that
इधर
net,
तक.
you want to be in a secure position. You don't want to be getting picked up by outside teams. And I think where IW NRX is currently placing themselves on that northern edge of Quarry, that's the smart choice.
Alpha 7
headed up
persistence
now
is the key.
to that west
अरे
side, just
Nightbot
north
delete
of
कर दिया इस
Quarry, a
मैसेज
little
को.
bit towards those Gatka fields as
Alpha
well.
7
And
persistence
you're
is the
right,
key. They
it's in
still
general the much more
in
higher
their
expected
since
value play.
2020 playing every
However,
finals.
I
Yep.
will bring into the fact that they know that it's ASI8
Alpha
there,
7 is built
and they
different,
know that
bro.
ASI8 are only 6 points
They are born
behind.
to
And whilst it may
they are
be
born
good
to
for your
dominate
point
in this
scoring in the long
in
run
this
to
game,
go for that, it would be
and they are
worse
doing
for
it.
ASI8's point scoring if you can take 2 or 3 of their players down on a crossing. So I think it's a little bit early to be going for plays like that. But if this was the last day, if this was tomorrow, and this situation was happening, I would say it may be a little bit more convincing
Spike by
for
any
IW
hint
NRX to
about
actually make the
2025
hold
BGMI
on
roadmap?
that position.
मैंने सुना
But
है
then
काफी
again, it's a
अच्छे
risky
चीजें
stuff.
सुना है,
Very
बट वो
risky.
अच्छे
Yeah,
चीजें
this is what
सुनने
I'm
के
saying.
बाद भी
That's
और
why I
जा रहे
said this
मतलब
was that
जो
for
मैंने
IW
सुना है वो
NRX,
शायद
it has
सही
been
नहीं है.
difficult because the multiple times that they've tried to hold that or even drop
I
around
don't know, guys.
ASI8
देखो
has been
rumors are
consistently
rumors
ASI8 winning those fights.
until कुछ
Their
announcement
team
आए.
is very strong.
But
They
मैंने तो
have players
अच्छा
in
सुना
there
है
who have been part
जो
of the
क्राफ्टन ने
PUBG
डिजाइन
Mobile
किया है
scene
नेक्स्ट
for a
ईयर
long
के लिए.
time. Not always to the greatness that we're seeing here from them. However, it feels
Federal
like they have been
deserves a
improving
good
time
team.
and time again. All credit to their
You mean
coach as well.
Federalis?
Feels like he
Yeah,
is being
he does.
much more supportive of them as a team, which I think is the right thing to do
बहुत
when you
strong
come
assaulter है वो.
to a team that has a lot of veterans, right? You have to
Spike
take a
भाई
step
आपकी
back a lot of
favorite team
times and
कौन
realize
सी है?
that
मेरी तो Alpha
there
7
is
है.
stuff that they can
मेरा
teach you,
ऑडी तुम लोग को पता ही है,
and
जो भी
your
मेरा
job
ऑडियंस है उनको
is
पता ही है मेरा फेवरेट टीम
mentality
कौन सा है.
and making sure that they stick to the plan a lot of times and give them help.
Usually मैं
formulating
फेवरेट टीम
that plan.
फेवरेट टीम
It's more
चूज नहीं
about
करता हूँ, बट
evoking
समझ रहा हूँ एक टीम तो स्टैंड आउट
the
करता है मेरे
approach
लिए.
the team wants to make in
वो
this
है
game. I think the way that he's spoken
ताला,
so far
ताला.
for them, especially in the
Alpha
interviews
7.
with Seven, sounds like he knows what he's
2x.
doing. I think that
Am
is
I
something
behind?
that's certainly helping out ASI8. So well done.
They have been certainly very impressive so far. And the biggest surprise in this group, I think it's safe to say, for ASI8 to be able to come up and compete for that first place spot. Great stuff coming on through. Falcons Force on the south side, next to Tianba right now, going past Farm. And I think both of these two teams, kind of the opposite. And I guess also one of the big surprises of these groups. Falcons doing a little bit better than Tianba right now, 79 to 70. But both of them were expected to be top 3 performers, I think, by the majority of
Godel
analysts
X
or
Danger.
anyone
Thank you for the
looking at
membership,
this
bro.
group. You would have been putting them certainly in the conversation, if not
Thank
in your
you,
top 3.
thank you.
So the fact that they are falling behind and in some cases at risk of not even qualifying for survival stage, it's a little bit surprising.
मेला इन्फिनिक्स में ही था. Spike by जो PMGC season
There's a fair few amount of
Zero
teams here.
league stage
But this is
dominate
the,
किया था.
I mean, we've said it multiple times
मेरे
now
को
for our
Infinix
both
team का मेरे को
groups
उतना
that we just have a really
याद नहीं है
competitive
bro,
lobby.
इसलिए मैं बात नहीं
We
कर पा रहा
don't
हूँ.
even have a competitive lobby.
1440p
We
करो
have
भाई.
a competitive
सारवन
amount
कुमार.
of teams here in PMGC.
एक बार settings में जाके देखो, मैं
All
1440p
48 of
में
the
stream
teams
कर
that
रहा
did join us, like,
तुम
damn,
settings में
it's been an
1440
incredible
करो.
time watching all of these teams play. We haven't even got to our final group just yet, but so far, I don't
अभी
think
अभी तक का ट्रैक
really-
रिकॉर्ड तो TJB
I
इरांगेल
seen
में
Furia
हगा ही
that
हगा.
so far
Hopefully
have been the
ये
teams
मैच
that
अच्छा खेल ले
stand
भाई.
out as not so great teams, but
पूरा
it's not like
नीचे
they
नीचे
can't
गया पूरा
tango with the
circle.
rest of these boys, right? I mean, we know HG's a strong squad. We know Furia has good players on side. They are just being outshone a little bit.
मेला
by some of
girl
these
है
other
क्या
squads.
bro?
Again,
नहीं,
would you say
मेला
Virtus Pro
लड़का
is a
है.
bad team? I don't think I would.
पंचर
No,
नॉक फिनिश.
I would agree. Think that they are bad, but they're just not as good right now as the rest of this
और
lobby.
उतार दिया
It's hard
Flip ने,
south
क्या
shift
बात है?
flank, and it's group yellow time. We're going back to Quarry. Na'Vi
ये साइकिल में जा रहा है क्या ये?
all across the open ground. They've lost
लग गई
Puncher,
इसका।
but Tiamba
उतार दिया
on
इसको
foot,
भी।
or very exposed.
ये ले।
I mean, that was a really
डब्बा
slow
भी
roll
डाल
up,
दी।
especially for a bike. Sean should have been going at a fair lick faster, and it looks like Na'Vi are on the hunt. They want
गलत
some
भाई, ये
tradition, they
भी-
want some
ये भी
points from
जाएगा।
this game.
खत्म।
Oh my goodness me. They are just
अबे चल क्या रहा है इधर?
terrorizing. Oh, Tiamba's rotation. This is so brutal. Goodness me. What a way to go.
आखिरी बंदा बॉन्ड
Look at it this
Slam
way.
कर देंगे उस पे।
Tiamba, you find
कर
one
देंगे slam।
elim onto Na'Vi. You create such anger within this squad. that they
Tiamba ने
hunt
Na'Vi
you
का
down
एक player को
vehicle
मारा।
and Flip picks
Na'Vi
up
बदले में 3
time and
बंदों को
time
मारा।
again some disgusting shots over towards them.
Wow.
It is real nice. I mean, Flip was so on the money.
China is getting
every
owned, bro,
single
in
one of
this
those shots. And it's
league
nice
stage,
seeing
China is
both
getting
Lemon
owned.
and Flip both in that same vehicle, because both of those players really have
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का
आयुष
तरीका अभी
गोपी,
बड़ा
thank you for the
कैजुअल
40 bro।
for Na'Vi a lot of times. And there we go. They actually
भाई
do
गलती
cut
गलती
Nick
पीछे बढ़ के
McGalaxy
मार दी
out
भाई।
from third place, and they will take that on the tiebreaker with the chicken dinners accrued. For Nick McGalaxy, I think that they just had a horrible 2 Miramars.
Bro,
yesterday.
Alex गया
They
तब
were
से
far
IHC
away ahead
performance
of a lot
नहीं
of
कर
other
रही।
squads inside of this lobby at the middle
No
mark
idea
of
क्या
day
बोलूँ मैं
2.
अब IHC का।
And I still do think they can bring it back, but ASI8 very much on a tear.
Salman
as
and
the
Lawrence
IWP NRX.
working together।
It's
Na'Vi तो danger मार दी
I
bro।
just want to go back a little bit to what you were saying about it's nice to see Lemon and Flip in the vehicle, right? Flip, great shots, right, coming through, but very, like a massive amount of credit to Lemon for keeping
क्रिप्टो
that
आपके
vehicle
बारे में बोल
steady
रहा था
as well,
स्पाइक
like
भाई
finding
अभी
smooth parts
मेरे
of
बारे में
ground,
क्या बोल
knowing
रहा
when
था
those
होपफुली
firing
कुछ गलत
opportunities are coming
ना
up,
बोला हो।
allowing his teammate to just nail those sprays on a smooth transition, really, really important, and it's a real pair play there. So it's Flip nailing the shot.
Does he
but
know
it's
me?
Lemon
I thought he
nailing
does
the
not know
driving
me.
as well. So
If he
fantastic
knows
stuff
me,
from
then
Na'Vi on that roll up. Furia, they've
I'm surprised।
managed to get in on the north side.
Falcons
Close to
chicken
IHC,
coming,
battle for the
danger
bottom
भाई।
on the north side this
मत
time.
बोलो लास्ट मैच में भी लोग बोले थे ऐसा, समझ रहे हो?
Yeah, it's got to be
हुआ
done.
नहीं, वही
I
नीड
think a
आ
lot
रहा
of
है,
teams
गया
are
टिक सी
kind of
गया।
changing their approach to this one. ASI8 currently here looking over
Oh,
towards
no.
Virtus Pro. Felt like he
Spike by
wasn't that
PL and GC lobby which is harder? GC bro, GC। लोडिंग।
एंट्री अच्छी है
Bro,
लेकिन
S2G
बैटरी
and,
का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
मैड बुल नहीं दिख रही तीनों ग्रुप में, नहीं है वो दोनों क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए इस बार।
low, but
He was on like a sliver of HP there and nearly got the first aid off. I think it was a fraction.
ये
Oh,
क्या
He was on, like, a sliver of HP
लोडिंग
there and nearly
यार।
got the first aid off. I think it was a fraction.
It's not my internet, it's just the
low,
stream।
but
He was on like a sliver of HP there and nearly got the first aid off. I think
Spike,
it
you
was
remember Navi old boy?
I see,
Yes,
I
I
see,
do।
I see. I think that
भाई
I was.
क्वालिटी क्या हो गया?
I think I've just gone. Oh, I see. I think that I was. I think I've just gone.
Bro,
blind
पहले तो ये
for a
होता
moment.
था कि
I was
last
like, that's full
PMGC
HP,
winner
right? Because
direct
I don't
finals
see any health bar on
होता
that.
था ना।
But no, they do pick up Tixi
Yes,
from
पहले वो
Virtus
होता था।
Pro. And again,
अब सिर्फ host
another
region-
not so hot game here.
जो host
for
region होता है,
Virtus Pro.
उसका एक
Absolutely,
team को
they'll
direct
have to
invite
move
मिलता
down
है।
towards the south side. Luckily,
Last time
the
host
circle
region
does
Turkey
shift
था,
on down towards the
तब
south, so they
S2G
can
को
pick
मिला
up
था direct
position
invite finals के लिए।
on this southern
इस
edge.
बार लंदन में हो रहा है, तो
Towards
लंदन से
Primos.
कोई गिल्ड
This will
स्पोर्ट्स
keep
कहते हैं,
them
उनको
safe.
मिला
I
डायरेक्ट
think for
इनवाइट
Virtus
फाइनल्स
Pro,
के
this
लिए।
is likely the best decision you
So,
can
yeah.
make in the future is just to play over towards
2x
that
करो।
north side.
अरे शिट।
Quarry is the central focus. As I said before, we saw it a lot back in Group Yellow, and now it's Group Red.
Nice spray, Lily, nice spray।
Shot and knock confirmed as well. Vengeance over towards Incilio on the southwest side of Quarry. This is.
कभी मिलोगे क्या ब्रो? हाईटेक सिटी में रहता
On
हो।
the north side of Quarry right now, TJB towards the
मिलते।
south on the hill that sits to the south.
अभी
of Quarry.
Comic-Con में
Also
मिलते।
got ASI8 in the compound
Comic-Con
close
में
towards the water
14,
on the south
15
side near the very pier.
Announcement डालूंगा मैं
And
Instagram पे।
isolated from the rest of the teams as well.
कॉमिकॉन में मिलते।
Team Queso, nice strong spot for them, and they do want to solidify this one over towards Getzo Roy. I think Getzo Roy is definitely a surprising team. That's a nice name from Polgo, who is consistently really putting out the numbers here for Team Queso. But yeah, like I said, it's an interesting one from Getzo Roy because we didn't really see that they had fantastic
स्पाइक बाय
performances
क्रिप्टो
throughout the
आपकी बहुत
start.
रेस्पेक्ट कर रहा था।
I think you were saying
आपके
it as
बारे
well,
में बोल
John.
रहा था
that
कि आप बेस्ट
they have
क्रिएटर
just been managing to
हैं।
get towards
और
the
एंट्री
सही में
अच्छी है
ऐसा बोला
लेकिन
सही में।
बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Some of their fighting
Respect,
is
bro,
always
thank
the
you।
best. But in terms of getting towards position, Getzo Roy's pretty damn good at that.
it's the same story, I think, for Incilio. These were the two teams that, you're right, I was talking about. Seeing them a lot, right? Seeing their nameplates a lot in these later
ये unexpected था.
And you're right to
मैंने
sort of
expect नहीं किया
criticize them
था.
on their fragging potential.
I'm flattered.
It's not quite up to the standards that we're seeing towards the top of the tables, or even from some of the players.
I think because of
lower
game
down those
mechanics are
standards,
different in PUBG and
caused them
Game for
not
Pace,
to practice
Chinese teams
those sort
can't expect that
frag
type
out
of card
scenarios.
placing.
Vengeance trying to get across TJB's sightlines, and that is dangerous. However, seems like they'll be successful here. FaZe being pushed in on the north side, moving in, Mela and Mormon on the north, regrouping with the forward position. Furia to their west, Nick Galaxy out to their east, so a dangerous approach from FaZe.
Yeah, for FaZe, it will be difficult. They have to find some early shots here onto Furia, who are...
Mila marega.
Yeah, this is an odd one. We have the leaning...
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
अच्छा है.
Create a
मैंने
card
expect
stack
Mila
for
मार देगा.
themselves with the two bookies. And next circle is shifting at the same time. It's an awkward fight to take at this
भाई
time.
इंटरनेशनल के मैचेस देखने के बाद अभी भी लगता है इंडियन टीम्स बहुत पीछे है. What do you think? Yes, we are behind.
They are grinning away. This is a gleeful circle for them.
Absolutely brilliant news, but on the north side, it is
अभी गेम आ गया वापस इंडिया में.
Furia and FaZe
समझ रहे
having a
हो?
real tough time.
हो जाएगा
Damage
comeback
done
हमारा
back over to Furia. Look at silence up on that high ground as well. Last player for FaZe.
भाई
up-
FaZe को
but
क्या
up
हो गया
close
भाई?
and personal on this
कल
fight.
से चोक ही
Mormon
चोक
does
FaZe
take
का.
a tumble as well. That is Navallo. It's Nick Galaxy. We saw
Last
how
man
much they
standing
liked
है
the
FaZe के
third
लिए.
party in yesterday's games, in the games
NGX
before
आ
that
गया
as well,
side से.
and in they come to pick up some points from this match. And at a crucial juncture, remember Na'Vi are breaking down the door right now. They're going to have to try and push in from very Pier, potentially towards
Injex मजे लेके जाएगा
ASIA.
देख.
If Nick Galaxy can
दोनों
seal
teams
these
को मारेगा
points
Injex.
away to their tallies, they can
देखना.
jump up over ASIA.
They need a boom back
Maybe
comeback.
even
I mean
contend
they need a
with
boom bomb
IWNRX.
comeback. अभी
I
देखना.
mean, Nick Galaxy don't have a bad position to play this game out. I think their real struggles are going to come later in terms of deciding where they want to play going forward. Good name
FaZe
from
बाहर.
Silence finds another from FaZe, and that will be the
Rauf ने
finish
मारा final
there,
blow.
as Fury did get a nice tight surround on the guys over on FaZe. Yeah, for Nick Galaxy, I do think that they have them potentially dead to rights here. Need some strong shots over towards their way, but a good dip out.
भाग गया बे
and
Furia.
quickly
भाग गया.
finding those eliminations.
NRS versus IHC.
IWNRX coming up
IHC की
against
पिटाई चल रही है.
IHC,
Last man
2
standing,
down,
Godless.
and it's just Zed Wolf remaining.
1v1.
and it's time for them
Z
to
Wolf
prove
versus
his worth.
Godless.
IWNRX moving very
Z Wolf
quickly
low है.
out on their west side. A nade over towards Godless.
अबे
Zed Wolf
कहाँ?
looking to try and do it, but he can't find the
कहाँ
crash.
से पड़ा बे इसको?
From a million miles away.
कहाँ से पड़ा? Damage भी उसी ने दिया
From the other
लगता
side
है.
of the circle.
This is
Well,
hella
IHC बच गया.
important. Na'Vi
NRX
actually walked
बाहर.
up over towards ISA and actually
If
blew the
I8
damn
does
doors
good in
off
this
here.
match,
Found an opening.
वो
no
जाएंगे
control,
सीधा
knocks
hashtag
down.
one.
IQ's low, does get taken down.
This
by
is the first
East,
time in
now
the history
ASA
of
in a little bit of an awkward situation. Falcons
Global.
looking to capitalize
I8
off the
इतना
back
अच्छा
of
खेली.
an awkward situation here for ASA, potentially backing up
चलो अभी it's
into
too early to
the
say
southern
Falcons के
compounds
against fight है
here,
अभी.
whilst Na'Vi controls
मैंने
that
I8.
high ground position. But yeah, that was a great play from Na'Vi. I think me and you both assumed that them crossing in
Godless
from the
भी गया, that
eastern
means
side,
IHC
like
बाहर.
the ASA, was just going to shut them down as they entered. But yeah, fantastic crash from them.
Really well timed push, seemingly finding
क्या
that
पड़ा
opening.
बे अभी
Managed
NRX
to
का
jump
player को
through
Z
the
Wolves
hoops. I
को
think Falcons,
कहाँ से
their
मारा वो?
approach here, whilst
Damn, 4x.
maybe well principled, might not work out too well for them.
भाई गया.
Because Na'Vi can
I8
take
is in
shots through
trouble.
those
Big,
corridors.
big trouble.
It's going to force Falcons to take a full-on, straight-up fight.
IQ तो rev होना
directly
impossible
and
है.
linearly into these buildings, right? You can't use those side angles, you can't use those off angles unless you can get some picks over towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi control a lot of the pace of this.
IQ finish.
The good news for Falcons Force is they don't need to go for the full push in. They can just
TJB
maintain
versus
position here
Vengeance.
and try and play for the next circle.
Nah, he's been thrown in from either side. Flip's looking to get another one going through as well. Team Queso here against Nick Galaxy. And this is what we were talking about earlier in terms of what was their crossing looking like in the future. I think that might be the entirety of Nick Galaxy actually going down in the blink of an eye. Just one player left remaining for them in Ralph as he has to make a quick send round the corner. There is shots coming
यार
through
heavy
from
driving कर रहा है बे राउफ. कैसे बचा तू? अरे कैसे बचा? बोलते 1 HP हो गया.
एक
गोली, एक गोली, एक गोली, एक गोली.
Spins out on the buggy as well. Does he
मेरी
get back behind the tree? I
गलत
don't
जगह
think
पे
so.
सोया पड़ा है.
No, he's got
TJB
taken down
center
there.
में.
Will meet his maker, trying to go for a wild rotate. It was a really difficult approach for Enigma Galaxy. They get 3 elims, and Na'Vi can go on the chase now. The next circle keeps them in this. 5 elims on the tally already. They're looking to try and push further.
आज last day, no, आज last day नहीं है.
To kick in yet
Action
either,
knock.
which means that
कल
Enigma
last day.
Galaxy only get
Action
the 3
finish.
points from the elims.
मैं
they
बता रहा हूँ
found.
ना भाई, action भाई should write a book 99 ways to die in.
Unfortunate
in
ending
this
to
game.
them. 105
भाई
points.
किस्मत बहुत खराब रहता है भाई एक्शन का.
Still,
कुछ
again,
भी
for
मर
their
जाता है
point
सच
scoring,
बता
they
रहा
are
हूँ मैं.
far ahead from a lot of the other teams, but you are right, it's this 4-horse race towards that top side.
Nice knock,
And
goal,
Na'Vi could quite
Team
confidently
को इसका star
get
player है ये
back
बंदा.
into that third place
बहुत
position
मारता
from
है.
their spot on that southeast side. There's a ton of potential eliminations for Na'Vi as well in ASI8, Falcons, and the final player from Tiamba.
Vengeance का
Holdo,
comeback हो
though,
रहा है.
he's been
The
having
way
a great
Vengeance are
time
playing
this
right now,
game.
they'll
And
be-
the majority
they'll
of
be
this
in
tournament
survival
so
stage.
far in Group Red, I mean, he has been a
Day 1
singular
to से
beacon
day 1 से
for
compare किया तो day 2
Team
better
Queso.
खेले. Day 3 भी ठीक
Southside
खेल
of
रहे हैं
Quarry,
अभी.
seemingly their
अरे वो
playground
chicken ने
right
बचा लिया
now.
उनको.
And we haven't really talked too much about
इस
it. We
match में
touched
4
on it earlier
finishes.
a little bit, but
Looking
TJB slap bang on the high ground in the middle of this circle are on for a really
भाई
good
face
game.
का
No
downfall
elims
तो भाई
just yet,
देखो एक
but
बार
we talk about this a
कहाँ
lot.
से कहाँ
When you
चले
get
गए
that
ये.
central strong
Bottom
position, in
bottom 4
general,
में
you're
चले
looking
गए
for
face
stage
तो.
5, the end of stage 5 and stage 6 to
Falak
start to
knock.
open the cannons, right? To start to open these fights. I see
Last man
finally
standing
opening
है
up
एक
for the Falcons force up towards this compound, because now they do have to make that move. They didn't up until this
क्या
point,
हो
but
गया
now they
भाई?
can start to turn up the gas.
Quick pick off on the bond as well, so that backstab potentially is
Falcons
taken away.
clear करेंगे
Na'Vi
8 को.
maybe thinking about getting involved with this in the future. I mean, it'd be good to take
Oi,
them down
क्या
whilst
मारा
they're
इसी?
distracted with the
लो
final
है.
player from ASI8. I think they're more comfortable just to hold the position that's inside the circle. They know that even if Falcons are able to clear the spot, they have to push out into open ground. Good name
Grenade से
from
मार दिया
top.
top ने.
Will finish off UZM, and that is
I8 बाहर
ISA8
at hashtag
going
11.
out in 11th
इस match
place
में सिर्फ
with
1 point
only
मिला उनको.
1 elimination.
अब
So
Na'Vi
not
versus Falcons हो
quite
सकता
as
है.
bombastic as our previous
Na'Vi
match
के
there
पास
on
अच्छा
Sandbox.
opportunity है
Na'Vi
climb
able to
करने
get
के
a
लिए.
point here
They are at
and
105
run into
points right
third
now.
Blank Enigma Galaxy
Na'Vi
pushed out
is
of that
cooking,
third
bro.
place
Na'Vi
bubble.
is cooking.
How far can Na'Vi go now? Because the question that is can they
Rosemary
reach
ने दिया
IWNRX
Na'Vi
on
का player को.
114 points?
Action
They're
and
on
Mafioso
they're
दोनों
on
भाई भाई.
105
अरे
right
Mafioso
now.
सिर्फ
They
एक
have
दिन
to
ऐसा
sneak
हुआ
a
था
move,
उसके
but-
साथ. फिर
Yeah, that's from
तुरंत
Alter Ego. I
next
think
दिन उसने
6 has
rectify
been
कर
looking
दिया
out that way
उसको.
quite frequently, and I think Alter Ego finally do find the number. Again,
एक
it's
दिन हुआ
not
था सिर्फ
positions
ऐसा.
where you expect a team to be, so you are checking that balance
Mafia के
quite
साथ,
frequently.
Mafioso
So I
के
think that
साथ.
Na'Vi needs to be a little bit more
पर
cautious
action के साथ तो
on
भाई
those
काफी
peaks
टाइम से हो
now
रहा है.
as we get more into that slow portion of the match at 20 minutes in.
Spike Brother international odds आएगी क्या 2025 में
Na'Vi
इंडिया में.
starting to suffer a little bit.
The way
And
things
they
are
have just allowed
going right now,
Falcons
I
to
doubt
push
it.
on through. There is that off angle still available. 6 again needs to
Falcons
be
are
careful.
going
This is
aggro.
a position he wants to
I
place
like
stay
it.
out of danger, but he
But they're
knows
going
that
aggro
there are
against
those
Na'Vi.
sidelines from Alter Ego behind him on that north side, and we are waiting for this next circle shift, which might accelerate this fight quite a bit, but instead will definitely slow it down once again. Both these teams know that they need to win, though. They are on the
कौन
slow
मारेगा
side of
ये?
the circle, so can play this out.
3v3
quite
fight
a
है.
while.
Falcons versus
Alter
Na'Vi.
Ego will have to move and not
Nice
unlikely
nade
to go
by
for a
IC.
third
क्या
party on this
बात है,
fight,
nice
especially
one.
with a knockdown towards the
Kill
south
कर दो
side.
clear.
Alter Ego definitely
Top.
could crash, although it's not in the circle. It might be a little bit of a misstep. 6, however, up on the balcony, doesn't care about
Nice
the
one,
sightlines
babe.
to his back.
Back
They're here
up.
fighting, but a jump out
Except-
wide.
अरे top पर
And
डब्बा
in
डाल
comes
दिया
the
इसने.
Falcons force. Are they finally going to be
यार
able to
बिना
find
full
their
HP
feet
कैसे घुस गया
into
था
Group
अकेला
Red
top.
and have that big bombastic performance with only 2 players
भाई
left?
IC
They've
तो
got
भाई दे
11
रहा है
left
इस
to
मैच
handle.
में. Lemon last man standing है.
For 6 there, I feel bad for him. Again, that's just some of the nerfs going through his DBS, where he
गया.
tags him on the
Beautiful
side
and
there.
IC.
That's a nice nade from IC. Na'Vi
क्या खेल रहा है
fall
IC इस
short
मैच
on
में?
that game. I really do think they could have pushed that a lot further. 7 elims though, it's not
चलो,
bad.
Na'Vi का भी
But
खराब
that's
match
all they'll
गया.
be grabbing off the back of this one as Falcons do take them out. It
तब खराब
was
मतलब ठीक match था
somewhat
ना उनका,
lukewarm in
106.
terms of their defense versus Falcons
They're
as
at
they
hashtag
made
2
that
now.
crossing.
Same
I
points,
think
8 and
partly
Na'Vi
that's
का.
because they have to commit the time to the res. 6 goes down at such an unfortunate moment for them. And I do think that
Bro,
is
ऊपर
partly
की
his
teams
fault
choke
on the
कर रहे हैं,
fight, because
मतलब
I don't think
जो
he should have
mid
been
में
picking
बैठी है
Alter
teams
Ego.
वो और
They should have been way more
close
focused
आएंगे ऊपर वाले
over
teams
towards
को.
that Falcons crossing. Alter Ego was something that they wouldn't have had to deal with for a
Bro
long,
कल
long time.
बहुत
I think it all comes
कल
back
बहुत
to a little
suspense
bit
होने वाला है.
on their initial crash.
इतना
Right?
close
They got
जाएगा
an
तो
opening to ASI8, but they didn't conclude that fight, and that
Anything
may
can
have
happen.
forced them into suboptimal defense positions against that Falcons force approach because Falcons Falcons were able to consume the ground that ASIA were holding beneath them. And I feel like
ये भी किस तरीके से
sure, the
डिफेंड
hold
करेगा
wasn't
अभी
super
ये
strong,
देखना
but I
पड़ेगा.
think there were multiple factors that played into that. not least of which Na'Vi crashed into the north side earlier on, didn't quite fully establish themselves.
क्या लगता है
We
boys
turn
ये
our
match
attention
कौन
now to
निकालने
the
वाले
north
हैं?
side, Team Queso trying to
कौन
push
निकालेंगे ये
TJB
match?
off this high ground, but they're not giving.
And for TJB, it's a strong
Best
spot.
position
It
इस circle में तो
however,
TJB के पास है.
exposed to multiple positions. There isn't really all that much hard cover in that location.
Lily
This is
मार
just
रहा है
going to
बे.
rely on pure mechanical skill. Luckily for Tongjiabao, they are filled with mechanical skill. They have boatloads
आवाज
of
कम
it.
कर दे भाई.
And I think this
अरे
is one of the
बढ़ाने के लिए
few
बोल रहे हैं, कम
locations
करो
where
क्या?
I would have
कर दिया कम.
good confidence in Tongjiabao to be able to hold on to this spot. Nades are going their way though now, and they're not taking too many shots outwards. A little bit of a shot control
TJB
for
vengeance.
676, who has shown us he is unbelievably deadly.
With that pump action as well on the back, slung behind the scar.
Boom bam.
Team Queso.
Alterico versus Team
Rico
Queso.
go for a roll up, and it's getting messy over on the north side.
1v1
Rosemary,
है.
Alva,
गया,
both still up
vehicle
there in
blast से
action,
गया
but
बे
three players
Rosemary.
down for Team Queso.
Team
Finally,
Queso,
they get
last
taken
man
out.
standing
It's a
है
rollout
Milosa.
as well for TJB. They're looking at third
Sorry, not
party.
last
A
man
lot of
standing.
damage
Two
done
man
to
बचे
Team
हैं.
Queso,
10
but it's
finishes
below
पे
to
Team
try
Queso
and
का.
stand tall. Velosa on the off angle as well.
Nice.
676. Can he
standing
find the spray? No connection. And there's a third party that comes through from the Falcons, and Team Queso will be going down very, very low. Can they keep their heads above water
69
here?
points है
TJB
Team Queso
may
का.
have just stumbled.
Yeah, it was a great crash coming through from Team Queso. A little bit explosive in terms of losing 2 players on that run-up, but in terms of the smokes they were able to place down, the nades that went through, they did clear out that fight.
Falcons का मैच बन सकता है.
2 players,
अगर
but
TJB choke
10
करेगा तो.
EMs on the game
TJB
after
choke
takedown
करेगा
the
तो
Galaxy.
Falcons
So,
का मैच बन
a
सकता
strong
है.
spot overcome by Team Queso versus Alter Ego, and also taking
ले
down
Cole
one of the
Gold
most formidable
trade में गया.
squads
East
inside
ने
the
मारा
lobby
उसको.
of Nick the
Oh,
Galaxy.
डब्बा
Trade
डब्बा
there
डब्बा.
onto Tongjiabao, but
7 finishes.
it's all for naught there. Tongjiabao do have those number
हो जाएगा,
advantages. Circle does not favor anyone. It's over towards the roadside. This is a very, very difficult circle to play in the end game. And again, this is a case where stage 7 is probably going to be the most important stage of finding those pickoffs and maintaining a full squad.
Incilio down, try to move close
Where
to
will
the shack.
TJB go?
Furia hold, but
Vengeance
not working
4-man
out.
है.
6 teams now remain. Melosa launching a nade.
7
Neither one
finishes
left
है
in the back
Vengeance के
pocket.
पास.
TJB, this was a really timely flex
ये
out.
गया.
It looked a little
Team
bit
Queso तो
messy,
गया भाई. East नहीं छोड़ेगा.
but they managed to get all of their players alive.
Milosa is dead.
Back up to the north side, but they have to now roll down the hill. A light up for Longs, looks for 1, 2.
क्या
Flowers
बात
there
है
as well
Longs.
on the off angle. And
3 बंदे गए
Vengeance
Vengeance के एक जेट के में.
into a wall of lead. And they will meet their match on TJB's hold from the north side. But TJB, equally, they're going to have to move. The removal of Vengeance
6
from that
finishes
west side
TJB के पास.
does make it a lot easier, though.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that.
Kill
look,
मिलेगा
the-
Milosa
with
का?
the crash that happened
East
down
को?
towards the southeast, that's like
मिल
both
गया.
those teams
8
gone.
finishes.
There was only one team that could really hold on that western side. So for Tongjiabao, there is now just this sense of we control the
Tarna था
northern edge.
East.
And it's going to be up to teams down on that south side to either fight against one another. We just need to have a little
So
bit of
4v,
interaction
2v,
throughout
2v1.
the majority of
TJB
this.
is looking
You can
strong.
see
Manpower
that it's
ज़्यादा है
around
उनके
about
पास.
62% chance the win rate.
Oh,
for
सामने
Tongjiabao,
reach
and
पे आ
I
गया
would
क्या?
100% agree with that fact. They have so much
TJB
control
knows
on this
exactly
lobby.
what to do
Getting
in this
this
circle.
close to
बहुत size
Falcons
spread हो गए.
is an interesting maneuver.
They're within nade range, but that goes both ways.
अब कैसे रोकेंगे भाई
7-6
TJB को?
looking to pull the pin here. They move away from the vehicle. You can see that smoke is dropping. They're playing outside of it.
I
Trying
like
to
this.
confuse Falcons, but there's still nades in the back pocket. Icy has got 4 of them.
TJB का match है,
Over,
boys.
That will isolate the angles. He's looking
हो गया.
towards the edge of the blue here. That looks like it might be on target, but it doesn't go quite long enough. The cook just a little bit too long. Up on the high ground, you still got Longs going. Malloy still hiding out behind his little ridge. His little
TJB
buggy.
is
Furia
cooking,
yet
yes.
to leave their shack.
They are. They are.
And with the amount of nades that Falcons had, yeah, I didn't like this roll up from Tongjiabao. I think that they could have potentially set up a little bit further back
Longs
there,
cover देगा ये तीनों
and
position
just gone
खेलेंगे,
for
बहुत
shots like
सही
this
है.
as the circle started to push in. Instead, they try and
Furia
get a
zone के
forward
बाहर.
outpost. You understand why they try and
Falcon
go for
zone
that.
के बाहर.
But
सब
again,
zone के बाहर.
they don't know the angles on the south side. I think that's the dangerous
सारे frags भी
portion.
निकालेंगे
It was
TJB
the
तो.
advantage they had over on the north is that they knew they controlled all of that area. Again,
पड़ेगा,
I
पड़ेगा
think
east.
this is dangerous, but okay.
No way you can go for. How did he get away with that? Longs is there, up on the high ground.
The zone has
Bottom
begun.
didn't even take shots.
Longs को zone जाना है.
He is smoked off
खा
right
गया
now as he's
knock.
making his way in. If they lose longs, it's
हुआ दे रहा
very
है.
bad news for them.
दे
A
दिया.
little bit of a mishandling
Kill चोरी
here.
कर दिया इसने.
As Furia try and leave. Actually, East
फिर
picking
उठ
up
जाएगा.
one of
चल
those
सूर्या बाहर.
knocks. I think that was... No, yeah, they are
Miloy
all out
क्या
this
कर रहा है
upper
भाई?
side. Falcons actually getting...
अभी भी
the
सोया
push
पड़ा है
over
वो उधर ही.
towards longs on the high ground as well.
What will Falcons do?
They're picking up the points now. TJB starting to suffer. They still have the numbers advantage, and they still have an overwhelming odd of victory. They have the middle of the circle, and they know where the Falcons force are to leave. Malloy's been quiet for a long time now.
2v,
Maybe
1v,
there's a
3.
surprise.
Well, they cleared out the players on that western side already. So it's a question whether TJB thinks that there isn't any more squads on that edge of the map. Good step up from Triple S. Instantly gets back down again. And
nice try, Bay Falcons. Nice try.
Magical plays.
Miloy last man standing here. Virtus Pro ka.
Now there's one final play.
8 finishes for TJB. It's about to become 9.
This is
and a dinner. That means 19 points total.
A game before.
But this
should be a win for Tom. Good step up from Malloy though on the M4 here, John.
And they'll have used a lot of nades trying to get rid of Falcon Force, so not potentially super easy to get this one done. The middle of the circle has to be given up a little bit, and TJB not looking to push forwards. They're waiting for him to step up and go for the pair five.
Rev hoga dekhna, wo rev hoga dekhna.
Need to be careful.
Will get rev. In the meantime, SSS will take the info.
In a very dangerous
oh, ये भी खा गया.
No nades there, and he spotted Malloy.
ये भी खा गया 1v1.
नहीं
रेव हो गया.
But it's 676 has
देख
to
लिया.
stand up, has to go for the dart out, and 676 stands up for the spray. Can't quite find it.
हुआ ही नहीं मारा भाई. चलो in with that, TJB is back. 19 points.
TJB able with
top 3 के आसपास आ गया होगा TJB
a
भी.
little bit hairy to close that game down. The fight
wow.
versus Team KSO, the flex out on the north side.
भाई कौन है भाई ग्रुप रेड का स्क्रिप्ट राइटर कौन है?
They hold their nerve against
कौन है स्क्रिप्ट राइटर इस ग्रुप का?
I just think that there was a situation there where
तो क्या ग्रुप है भाई ये?
on the east.
How did casters say group yellow is a group of death? This is a group of death, bro.
With those nades,
this is the group of death
for them. So an interesting maneuver from
कोई
TJB.
कम नहीं.
Extremely
कोई कम नहीं इस ग्रुप में.
Just like a lot have people have commended them.
सब डेंजर है भाई, सबके सब डेंजर है इस ग्रुप में.
Desk as TJB gets a few more points on their tally.
Yeah, a few more points. I think they'll be pretty happy about
guys,
this.
सच बताना तुम लोग.
As Falcons get the
You guys have watched Group Yellow with me and Group Red with me. तुम लोग बताना which group felt more difficult for you guys.
Have been able to do so here in this.
सच बताना.
Before we dive into
without any filter. सच बताना. Group Yellow tough लगा या Group Red tough लगा?
Don't take shots at Navi unless you're ready for the whole team to come at you.
These guys were just straight driving by everybody, man. Beautiful shots out the car. It's good to see Navi getting active. I mean, they're right there. I think right before this game, what were they in 4th place? So they definitely want to kind of keep that point gap because they are starting to get a little bit of a point gap between 4th and 5th here, Max.
Yeah,
I see 1 yellow
and
20 red.
Navi going forward, like, no, okay, we'll drop on the opposite side of the map. We don't want Flip to just completely spray us
50
down
red.
the car. That was just too good.
2 yellow.
Spray. But yeah, here you go. TJB get himself the
Yeah,
chicken dinner. Good to see. And you were telling me just before we went on desk here, Jukes, that it kind of gave you some PL vibes, right?
Oh,
चलो अपन एक पोल ही डालते हैं ना.
You know, and the 3rd day of PE,
पोल ही
these
डालते हैं.
guys went from
ऐसा नहीं.
9th place all the way
Which
to the top, baby, and they won that championship, won over 700 grand because of that. So now we're on day 3 here. They were in 7th prior to this game, and they definitely needed to put something big on the board so they can cross that point gap and hopefully put them in that running for top 3. And after a performance like this, you got to know they're right there.
I feel like they're definitely a lot more comfortable in this lobby ever since day 1. They just, oh, okay, we see how
Yeah,
this is
bold
working out
idea.
now. We're just feeling the groove of things, and it's working pretty good.
मुझे पता है क्या होगा result, but I just want to say कितना dominating lead
Very
होगा.
soon we're going to be seeing that insane triple man spray down from longs on
At
top
least
of that
these
shed.
3
that was such
were
a
never
good
my
spot
top
to be
3
at that point
from
because
Group
it's edge
Red.
of circle, so
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not going to be having
मैं
any
बोला ना already,
issues with that
unexpected
off
चीजें ही
angle
होंगे.
getting knocked from. They had info on vengeance. It's like, yeah, I stopped
League
them,
stage
but
में
I
हमेशा
think
ऐसी है.
yeah, just one spray down. Is
Finals
gonna be
में you
enough
can
to get the
predict,
triple
but
knocks, and
league
then
में
the
you
rest of
can
the
never
team helps
predict.
him to get the confirms. Longs, that was literally the play to clear all of the northern
Spyro
side.
Vengeance थोड़ा
So
adjust नहीं कर रहा है cause lobby अलग है थोड़ी, but थोड़ा experience के साथ अच्छा खेल लेगी. Yeah, I also believe Vengeance are adapting. अभी adapting stage पे है. Compared to day 1, they are doing good now. Rotation सही से हो रहे हैं उनको. Frags भी निकाल रहे हैं. Counter strategy भी दिख रहा है. I think with time, Vengeance will do good. नो डाउट।
I mean, just a great solid start.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
बट
बैटरी का
मुझे
तरीका
लगता
अभी
है
बड़ा
जितना
कैजुअल है।
नाम जोनाथन मोर्टल ने कमाया है पबजी ई स्पोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल एंड इंडिया में, इन फ्यूचर कोई नहीं कमा पाएगा, देख लेना। या अरे ये तो सबको पता है, इट्स नॉट लाइक नो वन नोस अबाउट दिस। अभी ऑडियंस जो भी है सारे पुराना ऑडियंस ही है, ठीक है, मेजोरिटी ऑफ द ऑडियंस और पुराना ऑडियंस। तो पुराना ऑडियंस मोस्टली जॉनी के फैंस होंगे, मोर्टल के फैंस होंगे, स्काउट के फैंस होंगे, या बाकी जो वेल नोन प्लेयर्स, MVP, गॉब्लिन, एस पावर, इनके फैंस होंगे। तो in order to become, in order to leave such a big name and get attached to someone who is new, बहुत मुश्किल है भाई, बहुत मुश्किल है। न्यू ऑडियंस भी है, ओपन माइंडेड ऑडियंस भी है, वो बहुत कम है compared to, समझ रहे हो, compared to the fan base, Jonathan, Mortal and all the other names that I've mentioned, वो जो लेके बैठे। So yeah,
this is not a win, so I'm a little bit happy to see
अगर ऑडियंस मिलियंस में है
performances
तो समझ रहे हो, नया टैलेंट को भी
is not coming
दबा के
that
सपोर्ट
way.
देने वाले
So,
होते,
still, TJB, we saw
but
that
I don't
spray
think
off long
BGMI
there. I
में
just
ऐसा
want to
scene
talk
है।
about that spray so much here, Hodgins, because it was really the big impactful spray initially.
19,
Though,
15 points मिला Falcons
yes,
को,
we
which
need to
is
talk about them, right?
which is
10
good।
eliminations
Yes.
playing the southern side.
Quaso को
Quarry, that
12,
was on point,
Vengeance को
dude.
10,
Oh, beautiful. I mean,
Virtus 9,
who else can
Navi
you
7.
really just shine the spotlight on other than Kolgo, dude? This guy
Yes.
is really putting this team on his back. He's just
NGX
been standing out above the
NGX का
rest.
क्यों नहीं हो रहा
We
भाई?
saw him with those beautiful lay downs, spray downs. I saw whenever he had.
कल जब से Vengeance ने मारा ना NGX पे, तब से इनका डाउन ही है।
MG3, yes, come
NRX
on.
का भी नहीं हो रहा अब।
But man, I mean, it's good to see Team Castle start off strong today. They really needed it. I mean, 10 eliminations.
We can't say which group is good,
and
because
hopefully we can see them
if
repeat
one
that
two
at least a
teams
couple
dominate
times
or play
if
too
they wanna
good,
make that run
then
for
the
top
group
three.
But I'll
looks
tell you,
weak.
if anyone holds the
It's
MVP,
not
I'm
about that,
supporting
bro. When the
team.
points table
That's
looks
how it typically goes
this
all the
scary,
time. Virtus Pro, I also
it's
wanna highlight
mostly
them a
because
little
of
bit this game
competition.
because they did have a good entry point north of Promos. That
Hua
really
Hua,
high ground,
MVP of
good
this
for
match.
scouting. I do
Nice.
think they take a bit of unnecessary fight.
What
versus
about
Exilio,
Tianba
and
Spike, sir?
unfortunately
They
get
getting
eliminated in
worse.
the
Tianba
process.
is
I
getting
think
wrecked,
maybe
bro.
send it to the beat side or to Furia's location, which as we saw, they got really fine that game.
मेरे को
That
लगता है
would've been a good
Tianba का
option here, but
confidence
Virtus
तोड़
Pro,
दिया
I
TJB ने
still
PL
really
finals
feel
में।
like they are struggling to pick fights that really
The
help
Tianba
them
that I know,
so that's something
ऐसा नहीं खेलता Tianba।
hopefully try and improve on.
मतलब क्या ही कर सकते हैं अभी इस मैच में, कैसे मरे देख, फ्लिप,
I don't know.
गाड़ी पीछे लगा दी नावी वालों ने,
I feel
उतार दी एक एक करके
to be
सबको।
honest,
मतलब
like,
उधर
I
क्या
don't know
कर
what's
सकते,
going
कोई
on
भी
with
कुछ
this
नहीं कर
team.
सकते।
I mean, we know the potential they have on the roster. I mean, I mean, Max, man, you've
But
had
yeah, it is what it is.
60 on your wall since the beginning of time,
beautiful.
dude, you know, so
I8 106, Navi 106, NRX 114, NRX को भी समझ रहे हो, अभी स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा, if not नीचे वाले टीम सारे आ गए क्लोज। 105, 96, 94, ब्रो टॉप 6 में कोई भी हो सकता है क्वालिफाई। थोड़ा बहुत गैप दिख रहा है 6 and 7 के बीच में। वेंजेंस टॉप 7 में आ गया भाई। हैशटैग 16 पे था वेंजेंस, हैशटैग 16 से हैशटैग 7। वेंजेंस के लिए जोरदार तालियां भाई, मजाक नहीं है, इतना रॉक बॉटम से ऐसा क्लाइम करना। Respect, bro. Respect for Vengeance.
They unfortunately have fallen from, I think it was 5th down to 8th now in our leaderboards.
Oh, that hurts. But yeah,
Alter
bringing
Ego,
that back to
FaZe,
Vengeance
FaZe,
Jason, because they are
IHC,
take fights instead of
defending
just,
champions,
we wanna
bottom
go fight as
16
much
में
as
बैठा है।
possible. We want to reach the late game.
16 में
No,
बैठा है
they
bro,
saw the fight,
defending
Exilio
champions
versus
team।
Pro happening. Once it wraps up, they get involved in the fight and they're able to sweep the Western teams really quickly. So Vengeance, I
Spike,
think,
your
have a
thoughts
big
about
change
AS
of
IHC so
mindset
far?
since yesterday's
कितनी
win
बार
on last
बोलूं
match
मैं
on
मेरे
Miramar,
thoughts?
and it's
They are
gonna
doing
help them
really
to
good.
just hold on to a spot in
Super
the final
impressed with
stage
them.
at minimum. So yeah, Vengeance, big change of
Spike
mindset.
भाई
I love
स्काउट
to
का
see
मैच
that.
कब है?
Yeah, I like
Next
how
match
quickly
वो
they moved.
उसी का है,
I mean,
next
they
match।
they landed
Next
right
match
back
में आएगा
on, and
स्काउट।
they just hauled it kind of straight towards Corey, the zone hard.
Spike भाई गॉडले का मैच कब है? गॉडले का मैच अभी तो हो गया,
This is
फिर आएगा थोड़ी देर के बाद।
24 points between 15th and 14th.
It's all about last day, who
I'm
holds
looking
the
at
never।
from 8th to 3rd.
I see last.
कल
It's like 26 points.
कल बहुत स्वेटी मैचेस होंगे।
Not good, not good. So yeah, I mean, I'm almost starting to get to that point where I'm counting out Fury and IHC. If they don't get a win today,
मतलब
or if they don't start putting
ये
up,
सोचो
you know,
लास्ट में ऐसा होना चाहिए
5 to 10
कि टॉप 3 का
eliminations
टीम्स
from that, I feel unfortunately we're
लास्ट
gonna
मैच में
see
जो भी
direct
चिकन
descent
निकालेगा
from last
टॉप
year.
6
One
या
team
7
to
टीम्स में
be back at the grand finals
वो
again against
सीधा
this year, like we saw
क्वालिफाई हो
SCG
जाएंगे, वैसा
previously.
मोमेंट बन
So
जाना
really
चाहिए,
unfortunate
मजा
for
आएगा।
them. Again, Furia,
मजा
I
आएगा.
would rate them higher than
I think
IHC
mostly
from what
ऐसे ही
I've
बनेगा.
seen this
Competition
year,
इतना
and
close चल
I
रहा है.
don't know what's going on within their squad either. I know you touched on a little bit, Hot Jukes, but they are just not being
Cut
able
off
to hit
71.
their stride in this event.
Top
and
12
I
का
don't
क्या?
know
Top
what it is.
12 का
Maybe we can
नहीं
ask
देख रहा
Seven
मैं.
to go
Top 3 का
talk
ही
to
देख रहा
them.
हूँ.
Because we haven't really heard much from Furia and see like what is going on within the team because they are just not playing like the team we know they can be.
भाई East is doing so good and
Eagle
still a lot
as
of
well,
people
so
are
they're kinda
commenting in the
hovering around
chat
that 12,
saying
11
Nurzed,
position quite
Nurzed.
consistently.
भाई बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है यार
At
East.
this point, you're gonna definitely
He's
have
doing
to
really
start
good.
thinking about things differently, right?
Frags
now.
निकाल रहा है,
I mean,
survive
let's be
कर रहा
real,
है,
if you're Furia,
support
you're
दे रहा है.
IHC, the possibility for top 3 is still there. It would require you winning like almost every single game for the rest of the day-to-day to be kind of in that running. But it's like, what do you
Next
do
IHC
next,
chicken.
right?
भाई
What
मेरे को
do
नहीं
you
लगता
do?
IHC chicken
It's a
निकालने
good
वाला है इस
decision,
लीग
right?
स्टेज
All
में.
right, do we
मैं
go
बता रहा
for
हूँ.
that top
I don't
3
want to
run
be.
still,
I'm not
or do
bad
we
mouthing
just
them.
say,
I'm
hey,
just
it's way
saying
too late,
what I
let's
feel.
try to sneak into the survival
The
stage.
way the team is
survival
playing.
stage is going to be the focus here, 100%. But the clock is ticking, right? And
I'm-
at this
I'm
point
sad-
in time, I
I'm
would say
sad- I'm
Furia
sadly
and
not-
IHC, just like what IHC said during the interview with Seven, right? Oh, we're
क्या
going to
बोल
start
रहा हूँ
playing
मैं?
more
मतलब
aggressive today.
मैं बुरा
I'm
नहीं
not
करना
saying
चाहता हूँ
that,
उनको,
but
बस
that is
जो मेरे को
the
लग रहा है वही
play
बता रहा
you
हूँ
need
मैं.
to do. You need to start
IHC is not getting
balling
any
out on
dinner.
these games, getting 5 eliminations minimum in these games. If you see a team
Final कितनी
and
teams
it's a good
खेलेगी?
position to fight, just
DSH
send it.
भाई
Don't
finals
try to
usually
play
कितने
passive.
teams
We
खेलता है
saw
वो?
IHC on the Sanhok too,
40
right?
teams
It's
खेलता है क्या
just
finals
not
में?
being willing to go for that big
हमेशा final
rotation
16 teams का ही होता है.
and
कोई
hoping
भी
that the circle's not going to be too
कोई भी
mean to
tournament
them.
ले लो,
But the circle
कहीं
does
भी
not
ले
care
लो,
about you.
finals
The
हमेशा
circle is
16
going to
teams
be
ही
as
खेलता
mean
है.
as it possibly can be. So if you're IHG, I would say just send it center if you can and just get
Bro,
eliminated.
I
Like,
swear
literally
IHC
just
looks
hold
like
down the
Rabbit
position like it's an absolute
who took
bore,
rest
and
after
hopefully
getting
it'll
a
work out. But as of right now, I still really think it's too late, Hodrix. I do have to say, like Jason, I
Rohan
might just
Kumar.
miss out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
क्या example
but
दिया
again,
भाई
we still have
आपने?
a couple of matches to potentially change our minds here as we're about to head into our third match of the day. But I am hearing we are going to have Seven Worlds Gaming with a little bit of a
भाई
report on stage
Falcon से
about
Nurzed
Tiamba.
को
So let's go ahead and check
PMWC
in
के
with the man
टाइम
of the
से
moment.
बेंच कर रखा है. Why?
Welcome back to a quick report
ये
with the
ये
7WG.
ये
I
क्वेश्चन
just
का
want to
सवाल
talk
सिर्फ
about
प्लेयर्स ही दे
Tiamba
सकता
because I
है,
know
नहीं
the
तो
Des was
सेनेटर दे
talking
सकता
about
है
them
जो इनका
early
कोच
at the
है.
beginning of the day. I got a chance to talk to the team manager and I was
मुझे नहीं
asking
पता.
him what has been the biggest struggle that you guys have had so far in PMGC
I think कभी-कभी teams को
2024. And he
classic
told me that it was
IQ
actually the prep. They don't feel like they
से
were able to
खेल
prep enough
लेना
for some of these
चाहिए.
teams because the research for some of those teams was a lot harder. Hopefully,
समझा नहीं
though,
मुझे
after
ये,
2
Ian.
days played, they'll be able to just go back to the VAR review and adjust because they're truly
Next
in 10th
IHC
place.
chicken
This is
incoming.
not looking
SD
good
plays
for
भाई
them.
तुम्हारा
Back to you
कमेंट में
guys.
इतनी बार पढ़ चुका हूँ मैं, क्या बोलूँ मैं. जूनियर स्पाइक को बुलाओ. अभी नहीं, अभी वो सो रहा है.
You really got to give credit to our production
He's having
team
an
of
evening
finding
nap.
a microphone that makes it look normal size.
I8 and
It's
NRX
insane
same amount
because
of eliminations,
if it
but
was in my hand,
NRX
that
got
thing would barely
placement
be bigger than my
points.
hand. Yeah, hearing
I8
from
need
Tiamba,
to take
obviously
position
good to
points,
hear, and
otherwise they
honestly,
might
the
end up like
pressure,
MSG.
I think for a team that I mean, I had him
मैं
in my
वही
top
बोला
three,
कल
but,
भी.
like, I had him as one of the
I
teams
hope
to easily
I8
get through this
MSG
considering what we
जैसा ना
saw
हो.
in PMWC. They're not really hitting the stride they want to, and I feel like again that's just a testament to how good
Not only
every
I8,
region has gotten.
even NGX.
It's crazy.
देखो
bro.
3
Crazy
matches
to see
choke
just how
किए.
well everybody's improved.
They are not in
Everybody
top
should
3 now.
know, you know what to do at this point, but it hurts to hear that Tiamba wasn't able to kind of get that prep that they needed done here because they're definitely getting, you know,
Bro,
outperformed
chill.
by their Eastern brothers. Oh,
Sorry, he's just staring down the camera,
Yeah,
man.
he's
I'm
always
getting-
read-off.
What
is he not like? Who is he looking at?
he's looking into our soul.
Yeah, I'm
One
scared
Chinese
by
team
these
should go to finals.
him out,
Let's support TJB.
guys. Oh, that would be Kalaris, but yes. Right.
TJB तो भाई
Oh.
बहुत खतरनाक फॉर्म में है. वो तो
yeah,
जाएगी ही
It's
जाएगी.
been rough times, and I kind of like this actually because I feel like for the longest time in PUBG Mobile, it's always been the Chinese teams are the best in the world.
भाई
And there was
sponsored phone
definitely a
कौन
time
सा
when
है?
that was true,
Infinix.
looking back
Oh,
at
for
Nova
sure.
winning 2 PMGCs in a row, but like every region.
Infinix
has really
GT
caught up
20
to-
Pro
to
ऐसा
these
कुछ है.
teams. And
उसमें
the
खेल रहे
unfortunate
सारे.
part is when we see like regional clashes, like we had the was it the SCA, SA.
Salary of this player
regional
range.
clash
अरे होंगे भाई
council,
$10,000
like, it was kind of a long
पता
time
नहीं
ago.
कितने होंगे.
It was just
ज़्यादा
all
ही होगा.
China. But I feel like when we get
मुझे
to
पूरा
those
टीम का
stages,
पता है.
it's too
Falcons
many
का मुझे
good teams
पूरा टीम का
for
पता है,
them
including
to
coach.
be able to run away with.
Everyone.
And you have all these different metas, right? It's not like
And it's a very
years
big
ago
number.
where everyone would
India
play a
में कोई भी
similar
टीम का
playstyle.
उतना नहीं
No,
है.
I mean, just between Group Yellow
इतना
and
बता
Group
सकता हूँ
Red.
मैं.
Oh, Group Yellow.
बड़ा
we're
number है.
Center focus. Group Red. Oh, we're playing Edge. Wait, how the hell do we
बड़ा
want to
number है.
adapt to this global scene? It becomes so hard.
बहुत बेकार फोन है भाई.
I definitely get the struggle for them. I think that
मुझे
Chamba
नहीं
right now,
पता
what they should
था।
focus on is at least surviving in top 11, making it to survival,
20,000
and
का
then you'll
फोन है।
have that week
अरे
and a
वो
half
चल जाएगा
threat
इसमें चल
for the
जाएगा,
teams
बहुत
that are gonna be
ऑप्टिमाइज
playing
फोन
there.
ही
Of course,
देते हैं
you've got
इनको।
Green that you'll be looking at also, so that's even
तुम्हें
better
लग रहा है
for
कि
the
लैग हो रहा है इन
teams. So
प्लेयर्स को?
just
बिल्कुल
survive,
नहीं।
to the survival stage, and then you'll have the time to do the prep that you feel like you didn't have.
और
time to
ऊपर
do
से
first.
BGMI नहीं है भाई, ये PUBG मोबाइल है, PUBG मोबाइल बहुत स्मूथ चलता है.
Far away, right? I mean, what do they have, like 71 points right now? Top 3.
I'm pretty sure every
106,
player is playing in 120
I
FPS.
mean, one good game here, they could be in that show for top 3. So I mean, if Tianba can hopefully, you know, make it happen. I mean, we heard from Seven, right? They've had 2 dates by now, right? So they definitely should be adjusted to these squads.
CG की lineup कौन सी और उठाने वाली है? They are future champions for sure.
Really stressing that now more than ever.
मतलब अभी CG का वो बात बाहर आया. I'm not sure. कुछ नहीं पता मुझे उसके बारे में. $500K पागल है क्या? इतना कोई भी नहीं पे करता bro.
They'll be right there to be able to make it in the top 3.
I mean, as you're talking about, right, you don't want to wait to that last day to have to pop off. You don't want to be forced to be extra
Game ही
aggressive
optimized
when it
है.
doesn't suit how the game
Yes.
can go here.
How many of you guys have tried Valorant mobile beta version in your phones?
5 points between them and top.
I heard
3.
it is
Like,
very
it's
smooth.
really not that hard to go from where they currently are
कोई
into PMGC
कोई
Grand
खेला
Finals.
है
It's
तो
just
बताओ
about
भाई.
having those couple of good games and hitting.
अगर Valorant मोबाइल अगर Android में एकदम मक्खन छिल गया
that you're gonna have here in your career. But
तो
it is very
BGMI के लिए
doable for a
वाट
lot
लग
of these
जाएगा
teams,
bro.
like even Alter Ego,
मैं
they're
बता रहा
technically
हूँ.
in the running. I would even say FaZe Clan and VP are technically in the running.
मतलब Android में मक्खन छिल रहा है, मतलब iPhone में भी मक्खन छिल जाएगा.
The Fury and IHCs we're looking at of not really having that chance to.
And you guys already know esports का कितना
well, that's something I kind of
solid scene है Valorant में.
Like go on the opposite side of you, Max. When
तो Valorant mobile
right? Should you go for just the survival?
एकदम boom हो जाएगा इंडिया में.
Go for top 3, and I think IHC kind of should have that.
Not having beta version. मैंने डाउनलोड किया था भाई. अब नहीं चल रहा है मेरा फोन में, पता नहीं क्यों, क्या सीन है.
Like as much as I would love to see
बहुत पहले किया था मैंने.
5 eliminations, you know, a game, whatever. They need like a 15 elimination chicken dinner to get them out of this hole at this point, because like
Tianba तो गया
too much
भाई.
potential from these squads. Like even
Hopefully
Tianba, if they wanted to make
वो
it
कम
top
से कम
3, they need to do
survival
that same
stage
thing,
qualify हो.
because I mean, look who's in that running. It's TJB, Falcon.
Expectations
you
तो
know,
बहुत है मेरे को Valo मोबाइल को लेके.
I8's going crazy. I mean, in one game, these guys can go off too. So like, man, I really need to see that from IHC. I want to get to see them in that mentality.
क्यों फोन
of,
की
like, man,
एक्सपायरी
we have to
जल्दी ला
win
रहे
in
हो
order to
स्पाइक भाई?
to survive.
क्या?
Maybe just you
मतलब
can also
समझा
go
नहीं.
another direction on that is just forget about top 3, top 11. Just try and
Bro,
get these
सबसे
great
rich
games. I feel
और
like we have
कौन
teams
सा
at the
है?
bottom here,
Rich
like Fury
और
and IHC, we mentioned them a few times already. Teams are seemingly a bit scared
मेरे को
to
तो उतना
engage or to
पता नहीं
rotate
है.
into strong positions because they're avoiding conflict. At least that's
I would
what
say
I've
Nova
been witnessing
Esports
throughout these games.
richest org definitely.
And
भाई 6
I
बूट
would
कैंप
just
है
say
बे, कौन सा
try
org के पास
and
6
give
बूट
yourself a
कैंप
good
है?
game, which I know is very easy to say as an
कौन से
analyst.
org के पास 6
Try
बूट कैंप है?
harder. Just
इतना
like it's a
facility
double
है.
point
Win
day.
here and get
Yeah,
it
exactly. But like,
Global
I feel like
manager,
it's a lot of
regional
pressure on us.
manager,
PMGC, we can't afford mistakes.
marketing
but
manager, इतने
everyone
सारे
makes mistakes. Even IWNRX makes mistakes. Enigma Galaxy, IA, Navi,
Staff
everyone
है.
does. So you, at some point, just
Poll
go for
क्या
these
चल रहा है?
Hail Mary plays and try and make something happen for
Red,
yourself. 'Cause if you are
82%,
like
yellow,
this team so far,
18%.
You're those
Okay.
modern teams.
Let's
Nothing's going
end
to
this
happen
poll.
for you. You cannot hope that other teams are just going to give their points to you and just get eliminated by you super easily. No, they're going to fight tooth and nail to survive, and you need to
I8
do the same
richest है.
thing
मुझे नहीं
if you
पता
want
कौन
to
सा
have the
richest है,
hope
but
of
जितना
continuing
मुझे पता है, I
further
think
in this
Nova
year's
Esports.
PMGC.
Yeah. You know what? I think you hit the nail on the head there, bro. I really do think you hit with the word Hail Mary plays, right? And I think that's where
Also
the
Falcons,
mindset
Falcons,
needs to
bro,
be, because
Falcons
let's
are-
be real. I think the reason why we're
Falcons
seeing
are solid
every
as well.
single region,
Falcons are solid.
be kind of at the same
I'm pretty
level
sure
as
NGX is
Jenkins,
also solid.
because the secret sauce is out.
दुबई की
already,
टीम
right?
को कभी
Teams
समझ रहे
know
हो?
what to do. Like,
हल्के में
alright,
नहीं
we-
लेने
we
का.
get blessed with the
वो लोग
stars, we
Rolls
get in
Royce फेंक के
position,
मारते हो.
We're gonna win this game 99% of the time unless we just
वो
make
तो
a
सीधा
big
Rolls
mistake,
Royce
right?
फेंक के मारते
But
हो.
the teams that are on those edge plays, they're like, all right, we're not going to win this game. Let's turn around and just get some eliminations, right? And put some points on the board. But teams like IHC, they could make the decision to be like, all right, we're not going to win. Let's just put something on the board. Or we could go for the Hail Mary, push on this team. And if we win this fight, we could win the game.
Thor and Optimus Whitey भाई रुक जाओ भाई रुक जाओ रुक जाओ.
In order to make
कल का stream देख लेना.
I'd have to say,
वापस
in
देखना है
simple
तो.
terms, you got to stare down
Not
the lobby
now.
like Redox stares down the camera. If you can do that, you will be successful and you'll make it.
Hussein,
in top three for
Jonathan
sure.
greater than Paraboy.
Well, you know, speaking
Nice,
of trying to be
huh?
successful here, I think a big talking point of day one was we see a lot of edge play.
मेरे को समझ नहीं
Day
आता
two,
भाई
I
ये
felt like we kind
क्यों
of saw
क्यों
a
ऐसा
little
बोलना
bit
है.
more center play, but still a little bit of edge. I'm just curious if you guys had any thoughts about if we've seen adaptations in the lobby alone about what's been successful.
Spike by price pool
Everybody was playing it.
बताओ
And it
price
wasn't
pool
the choice.
$3 million
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
Luck up gaming YT, thank you for the 29 super chat, bro.
Is like certain teams realize like yeah, you know what? This
Spike,
rotation
what
to
your
center is
thought
gonna be
on
too
Johnny
difficult,
Lamborghini?
So let's just focus
नहीं
on
पता मुझे
just
Johnny
keeping
Lambo
it
ले क्या?
on edge,
No
put
idea.
eliminations on the board because that's how you win championships, right?
Wow.
You gotta put 5 to 6 points
Lamborghini,
a game if you get
कौन
a
सा
bad
वाला?
zone, and then when you get the circle, you gotta put up a 20-point plus game, right?
मैं तो
So,
भाई
I mean, at a
जिनको भी नहीं
certain
पता
point, though, you gotta
मैं
just
Instagram से
decide,
थोड़ा
hey,
break
5
लिया हूँ
points
मैं.
ain't enough, man.
I'm not using
You gotta go for the
Instagram.
big game.
I think sometimes, or you can just be, you know, your IWNRX, your Enigma Galaxy, your I8.
थोड़ा social media से
almost per game. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna cruise
बहुत
by, we're
reels
just gonna always
बहुत
be in
हो गया
top
मैं
three.
बंद कर
And
दिया
that's why
थोड़ा सा.
currently the top 3, top 4
तो
has
मैंने मिस किया
changed
लास्ट
very little throughout this group.
4
of
दिन से
friends
मैंने
because
देखा
they
नहीं
keep getting
उतना.
those eliminations. So
तो
sure, Falcons,
last 4 दिन में हो
Roy,
गया.
TJB, Tiamba, they can get
Johnny
sometimes these
doesn't
big
even
games.
have 10%
But when
of
the top
Paraboy's
4 is
achievement.
so
भाई Paraboy से
inconsistent on
कोई
the
comparison
elimination
नहीं
front
है.
of things, it
But
makes it so hard
but
to
they are
reach
both
that top 3,
they are
top 4
both
situation. So
they're both legends
you're
in
just
their own
hoping one of
way.
those teams falters at
So
the
yeah,
end
but
if you want to
it-
make
you
it
should
top
not
3, but as
compare,
of
bro.
right now, that doesn't seem to be the case.
You should not compare.
Speaking of consistency, one of the
Compare-
most consistent things
compare
about
करना
these
बहुत
shows is the
खराब
awesome
चीज़ है.
commentary by the two gentlemen to be taken away here on Erangel, John Allen and Blake.
Okay, look at that. Jason was really nice to us just then. I'm a big
चलो.
fan. Let's keep that up. Let's
Match
keep that going. Let's get that to be one of the most
15.
consistent things.
और कितने matches बचे? 9 matches.
Match number
This is
15.
match 3 of the day. It's here.
Point
और
pair
sound
from the
बढ़ाएंगे.
eastern side over towards the
Let's go.
west on Quarry.
Falcons,
nicer
owner said if
playing path
Falcons
than we
win
saw
PMGC,
on our
they
last
will
game
give
as we head
BMW
into
as a
match
gift to
3
each
of
player.
Erangel. And
Wow.
yeah, Jason was quite nice to us, which is
देखो भाई,
always nice.
देखो कितना
I
पैसा
think
होना
it-
चाहिए
I think
ऐसा
it's 'cause
players को
you hit 'em up
BMW
with
गिफ्ट
the
करने के
old,
लिए.
you have 3
So that
modes,
statement is
so
a
he's
solid
entering
statement,
the
bro.
4th mode.
If that does not motivate
It's-
players, I don't know
that's
what will.
incredible. He's going into gear 4. That's
And
crazy.
top Falcon players are
That's
BMW
a good thing, right?
BMW
Nice.
fans तो
Yes. Let's go.
सही है.
One piece mentioned.
Top के पास
Max
BMW है.
going off right now. Oh dear. Plane path from Lipovka over towards the west coast. So again, fairly nice and easy for our teams to get down to the ground. Hopefully, no casualties to be seen. But never say never. We saw IWNRX with some crazy hot drop.
कास्टर साउंड ऑफ करो. ऑफ तो नहीं कर सकते भाई. गेम साउंड भी उसी के अंदर से आएगा.
Doesn't look like we're going to see that here.
Lamborghini
This
Aventador.
is a little bit
Nice.
easier for teams to move on down towards. I think right now, like the boys on the desk were saying, there are going to be some Hail Marys required going into match 3. We have 9 games remaining, 10 including this one, which is always going to be rough for some squads because now you
अगर
have to
अगर
risk
जॉनी
it all.
चाहो तो
And
भाई
it's
he
very
can open his
difficult
own और
right
पता
now, especially because this is the first
That is
time
how
we're
much Johnny
seeing in
makes
groups at least
in a year.
a bit more of a point sponge towards the top side of the lobby and very very equal tallies.
richest
towards
esports
8
athlete of
downwards. So he's
India है
78
Johnny,
points right now for
100%.
Get So Roy with 14th being with 63. This
Creator list में भी वो
this is
top-
all changeable
top 5
in
में
one
रहेगा,
match.
मेरे हिसाब से.
One match is all it requires for some of our teams down towards going home scenarios to get into going to survival stage.
Triple S, figure out which seat you're going to sit in. Come on, be reasonable. Stop jumping about. He'll turn that car around, take you back over
Bro,
the rock.
NRX पीछे
And
छोड़
then
दो
you'll have
i8
Get
का.
So Roy, and how would you like that? I don't think you like that very
I
much.
love this fong that they
Worse
play
sorts,
at the start.
you know. Can't keep still. Furia over in Yasnaya Poliana. Again, a split drop on this area. This time though with Na'Vi, not with Virtus Pro.
The thing is इतना young
Yeah,
age
I
में
think
उतना कुछ
for
मिलने के बाद भी जॉनी एकदम
Na'Vi,
down to earth रहता है.
it's much easier for them over towards Yaz.
जो starting
This
से
is
वो
where
जिस
they're
तरीके से
usually
वो
dropping.
बात करता था अभी भी उसी फ्लो में
rather
बात
than
करता है.
Mini-Milta down
जो
towards
देख के
that
अच्छा
south
लगता
side.
है.
This is where they
You
prefer
know,
to drop.
जिस
And
age में
they
वो है,
actually don't
उस
live
age में
here for a very
इतना
long
कुछ
time,
मिलने के
which I
बाद
always find very curious, honestly.
change हो जाते, बदल जाते लोग.
Typically, they'll have a
But he
very
did not,
cursory
which is-
loot in this
which is
area. Though, to be fair, from
beautiful.
looking what some of these players have on board, they seem to be already fairly well looted. But they tend to get themselves out of dodge. But with a circle that heads over towards this northeast side, it's not massively necessary
भाई बस
to
scout
scan
का
out
match
too
का break.
far.
भाई
I
बोला
think a
मैंने
lot more
next
teams
match
have
उसी
been
का है.
studying the
तुम
circles
wait
as
करो
well,
बस.
where Mansion
must wait,
and the eastern edge of the map were a little bit more open, allowing Na'Vi to make some of those rotates out there. But this time around, you got Team Queso towards the south and Alter Ego taking up more presence on Mansion as well as Lipovka. Pretty basic split. A lot of times, if you drop Lipovka, you do want to have two
भाई
outposts
NGX इस मैच
on
में
that
comeback
western
नहीं
side,
करेगा
which is
तो
what
भाई
Alter Ego's
they'll
doing
be
with
out of
Alva
top 4
as well as
for
Rosemary,
sure.
because
In India,
Lipovka's
BGMI creators
very hard
list
to scout
number
from
1
and
can
know what's
beat
happening off in the
Joker की
distance.
हवेली और
So if
snacks.
you are playing in a 4-man squad at home,
No one can beat
yeah,
Joker
try
की
this
हवेली
out.
and snacks. BGMI creators.
Could be something that can improve your
पता नहीं
performance.
bro,
You
मैं
have to
उतना
see.
follow नहीं करता तो
Always
मुझे
good
नहीं पता.
to get a little bit better
So
every
definitely
day.
SADL
That's what
creators
you've
होंगे
gotta do.
top में.
Beat yourself
No doubt.
from yesterday. It's a life lesson from John Allen from Blank. There you go. I was just thinking back to last game a little bit, Blank, because Virtus Pro dropped in East Yaz. Na'Vi weren't there. Do you think Virtus Pro were trying to hot drop onto Na'Vi?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Who do you think
Possibly.
is highly paid esports athlete
I
in
know.
India
I actually
and
don't
in
know.
the
I
world
think
also?
honestly, if you're
In the world, though,
Virtus Pro
definitely
and
it's
hot dropping on Na'Vi,
it's you know Paraboy order ये सब
greatest
आएंगे.
and latest of
QZ,
ideas,
Chengxi,
but
चाइना के players ही आएंगे
certainly
obviously world में तो.
something they go for. Remember, the keyword of the day right now. according
India
to
में तो
Juice, is the
Johnny-
Hail Mary.
Johnny
Yeah, we've got to
और कौन
try and
है?
go for some
Scout is not
wild
competing
out of the
now.
box plays. I mean, certainly
He's
if
a-
you're
he's an owner
IOC
now.
or Furia, it is Hail Mary time, right? You just got to find something.
पता नहीं यार अभी इंडिया में पूरा एकदम सैलरी का तो भाई एकदम बंद ही हो गया
think
लगता है
not
मुझे
too
अभी
many
बहुत
teams
कम
or
है बहुत कम है
players
अभी.
or watchers as well. Going to be looking at
सारे
them
high
and thinking,
paid
yeah,
athletes
right,
अभी
towards the
without
tables
salary
right
हो
now,
गए
'cause they are
mostly.
really doing a
ये
little
तो होना
bit
ही था बहुत
worse,
पहले ही
well, a lot bit worse
ये
than the rest
डिस्कस
of these
बैकग्राउंड में हो रहा था.
I mean, the fact that TJB
जो
and
3
Falcons
लाख 4
also
लाख
well
ले
were
रहे
able to keep up
जब
based
जीरो
on
हो
that
जाएगा
last
वो
game
क्या
towards the
क्या
top
करेंगे
side,
मेंटली
with-
कितना
sure they were talking
down
about
हो जाएंगे ये.
consistency of the top of the table.
ये सब
but
बातें
the
चल रहे
Rockets
थे.
went down quite early last match, and that did allow
Correction
the
हो गया,
Falcons
अब देखते क्या होगा.
to get out to the inside.
But still,
or, well, to
Godlike
rather
and,
towards the outside of the track.
Soul का
got to get my
esports players ही रहेंगे
but
top
yeah, they
highly
are gonna
paid
have
में.
an outside chance
Definitely.
to jump up towards those top 3.
Secure. It's not about highly paid. It's about most secure salary उन्हीं का है.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा
India में
कैसा
ऐसा
है.
ही होता है. Government support नहीं
actually
करती,
105,
लेकिन international
ASIA
export
106, Na'Vi 106.
export
It's
जीतने
really
के
close
बाद
grouping.
चाहते-
Tongjibao and
चाटने और
Falcons though
credit
off
लेने
that
आ
last
जाती है.
game. Nicely done. 94
आपका नाम का
points
बात
and
बोल दिया bro आपने.
96. Opening
एकदम-
up
एकदम
that
fact
lead
बोला
a
आपने.
little bit, allowing more teams to make
Olympics
their
में भी
way
तो यही
through.
करते हैं.
And this has happened quite frequently through Group Red, where some of our top teams.
Video call आ जाता है.
that
एंट्री
performance has
अच्छी है
died out
लेकिन
a little
बैटरी
bit.
का तरीका अभी
Some
बड़ा
of our
कैजुअल
teams
है.
वीडियो
to
कॉल आ
catch up
जाता है.
somewhat.
रील बन
I
जाता
think
है.
for
बोला
Tongjibao,
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
this is a
बैटरी
team
का
that
तरीका अभी
absolutely
बड़ा
is
बेट लगाया
कैजुअल
था
है.
ऐसे
top
क्वालीफाई
three,
करेगा
they deserve
50
a top
रुपीस.
three.
तनिष्का.
Seven was talking about
Thank you for the 50
preparation.
bro.
In the
You are a
meantime,
man
I
of
think
your
that's fair
word.
enough.
I like it.
Honestly, for
Spike
the
Boy, I love
Chinese
you. Love you
region,
too, bro.
they have
Wajid.
so many games, and it is a really rigorous schedule that they have to go through on their side, the amount of games they have to play. So getting ready for some of these international tournaments is always sometimes a little bit difficult. But for Tongjibao, like I said, adaptation is something
Is
that
this the
can
match
happen
where
quite quickly for a strong
NRX
team
goes
like this.
boom bam?
Vengeance getting
ये बस
pushed
wait
off
कर
the
रहा था
high
इनका.
ground here.
एक ना एक मैच में बूम बैम
moving
करते
them
करते
aside
बट
over
लिली
towards Potato Hill.
मैं नहीं चाहता कि
is
लिली फिनिश हो.
very unlikely to get back up here, but it's possible.
क्या
I mean, the
nades
callbacks
है
can come
भाई.
through, but no, that nade sealed the
लग
deal.
गया finish.
The tag on the damage from Frozen. Good news for IWNRX, adding a point to their tally early on. First blood is drawn.
It's a lot of nades though for one Elam. For IWNRX, they're not going to get a lot of those back either. Down towards the southwest edge.
स्पाइक भाई आपको
So a huge
अगर
amount of
मौका मिले
utility
तो
expended.
किस टीम में खेलना
Now, I
चाहोगे?
think that what they assumed
खेलना
was
नहीं
there was a
चाहूंगा कोई
ton
भी
more
टीम में.
players behind this hilltop and that they would be throwing nades over towards, but realistically, Lily
Those
was
days
just that
are gone.
forward vanguard, playing
next
as
phase enter कर
a
चुका
somewhat
हूँ
of a
life
scout role. So if IWNRX, I think they'll be pretty unhappy of how that panned out, because as we all know, grenades are hugely important in this game. You want to have a big
Your
tally of
PMGC
those
dream
on
team.
board at any point.
NRS पुश कर दे.
There's
मुझे
no
पता
way
है ये
to
बूम बम
replenish.
करने वाले इस मैच में. Not sure वो काम
value
करेगा
of
नहीं करेगा.
grenades,
उतार
obviously.
देगा इसको. उतार देगा इसको.
Throw them in clear out areas
चुके यहाँ
without
पे, एक गोली
exposing
का.
yourself. The arc on it
दे
allows
उतार
you
दिया. काइन ने उतार दिया.
to
डब्बा.
stay in cover.
पीछे
while
करेंगे ये,
also
पीछे
doing
करेंगे
a lot
अब.
of damage and getting information fed back your way. Stepping up,
हमेशा का
Ozed
ये
Wolf,
NRX
you
का.
don't need no cover. He just goes for the cover of the
बेचारे
barrel of his gun,
Vengeance वाले.
sends it their way, and Vengeance lose a second.
And they're
बच
looking
गया.
for more on the tally as well. So the rest of the engines are sent away. down to just the 2 players now, and IDNRX carved themselves up a nice bit of space
Junior
down
Spike
towards this south
खेलेगा
side. They'll
तो
get the death crate as well.
उसके
So
ऊपर focus
I
करूंगा
think what they were thinking right now is that we really want to loot that crate from Lily. But we also want a little bit more value out of this to steal some more utility
TJB का
away
circle
to
है,
replenish.
but we all know
some of
what's
that
gonna happen,
supplies.
right?
So it makes sense that
We
they
all
get
know
a
what's
bit
gonna
more
happen,
aggressive
right?
on this push over towards them as Vengeance look to roll out. And
Will
it's good timing
history
on it as well, just
repeat
before
itself?
the circle pop, because you know these players are going to be getting into vehicles to make their next rotation forward, and that next rotation is
Spike
far
by
towards
7C वाला और
the
किधर गया?
north side. It is a real hard shift over
Back up
towards
करके
Severny
चले
Way
गए.
as well as shooting range, and I don't think a lot of teams were prepared for it.
Spike
TJB.
BGMI overrated player
Set
कौन
up in the
कौन
compound.
से कोई भी overrated नहीं है भाई.
In the center of this big north shift.
जो भी मेहनत कर रहा है
It's
कोई भी
made
overrated
nice
नहीं
and
है.
safe for them. Nick, the Galaxy Falcons Force, I think that's probably one of the
ये
more
question
dangerous
बहुत एकदम
areas of
stupid
this
question
crossing.
लगता है
Falcons
मुझे.
Force managed to get through nice
Who
and
is
quickly,
overrated
and
भाई?
straight up towards Getso
कौन है
Roy.
overrated? सब मेहनत कर रहे हैं.
A little bit further on into this one.
क्रिकेट में ऐसा क्वेश्चन क्यों नहीं
Still
पूछते?
quite close to
Which
that
player is
central
the
river
most
that runs
overrated?
through from Yasnaya over towards
क्योंकि
Georgia
फाड़ के
Gold.
रखते हैं उधर.
Getso Roy have the
ऐसा
gas
कोई
station
क्वेश्चन पूछेगा तो
with an outpost
इधर सारे
anyway, not
बच्चे
too
हैं.
much presence being
कोई
felt
कुछ
there,
नहीं
but
बोलेगा
can
बोल के ऐसे
establish
क्वेश्चन
a
पूछते
swing
हैं.
around
Who
the
is the
east
most
side for Fury.
overrated?
They put Kayovsky up in the distance a little bit earlier on so they can regroup up to that
अगर गलती से
backside.
किसी का नाम ले लिया समझ रहे हो?
Yeah,
It's
but
not
Fury,
it's not a good
again,
feeling.
I do feel bad for them. I don't
I'm
think
sure
this is a bad team.
personally
I think
बहुत
they
लोग
have
discuss
good
करते हैं
squad
कौन
mates on
overrated
side.
कौन
They
overrated
come
नहीं
from a
है.
region that is very
Creators
aggressive.
में
And
बहुत creators
also,
सोचते हैं
if
कि
you
भाई
are from that region
भाई
in
ये
general,
creator ये
you
creator
are
बहुत
made in
overrated है. ये सब
fire,
personal में चलेगा.
essentially,
But
forged in
publicly
the
क्वेश्चन
flames
पूछ
of
के
combat
मुझे
in
तो अच्छा
Brazil.
लगता है.
So I think for Furia, they are a strong team and they've had to deal with some of the craziest players
I'm
in
not
the
sure about
world
you guys,
in
मैं बस
terms
मेरा
of
opinion
being
बता रहा हूँ मैं.
aggressive and mechanical skill. So I don't think that Furia's bad. I just think that
ये
they've had a
question
bad
पूछना
hand
ही
of it
नहीं
here over in Group
अगर
Red.
अगर
They're
सामने वाला
playing into
सामने
squads
वाला
who are
C है
very
सामने वाला C है वो
tactically
पूछ लिया तो
minded,
तुम
and
तुम
they are
इतना
getting
इज्जत रखो कि
caught
तुम
off a
आंसर
fair
मत
few
करो.
times. Some of their fights just
किसी
aren't
का भी
going their
नाम
way
लेके.
with
Cool बनने के
unexpected
लिए.
third parties coming through.
Lemon
Navi
finish.
do lose Lemon on the approach to Alter Ego,
जो
which is
जो भी
not great.
8 घंटे 10 घंटे दिन का दे रहा है मेहनत कर रहा है
It's a pretty heavy
तो
hit
कैसे
to
overrated
them.
हो सकता है?
And Alter Ego looking like they just get across
Sometimes
that road
it works, sometimes it
and out of
doesn't.
the way now.
Right?
Yeah, they didn't quite have the speed to get Na'Vi in there before Alter Ego could lay claim to it. A
इतने
nice
सारे
win on
underdog
that
players
trade.
हैं
You see Rosemary
जो
picks up
T1
that
players से
point.
ज़्यादा मेहनत करते हैं
Very
but
valuable
they are not
position for Alter
getting
Ego.
the
You see they're
limelight.
sending players out to scout the surrounding hills as well. They know they can't just get into this spot
ऐसा
and
बहुत
try and
सारे
play
हैं.
from there. There is still the rest of the game to go because we're
Furia
only in stage
consistency
2 and they're
ends.
a little bit
I know,
towards
right?
the edge, so it's unlikely that they're going to be
IHC is the new Furia.
maybe in 2 stages time.
IHC is the new Furia.
This next circle is going to be an interesting one. Oof, I
Okay,
don't
take that
like that
back.
one. Yeah,
Average
do not
salary
like
with
this
PL
circle
esports
whatsoever.
player.
I
Ooh.
don't think a lot of players like this circle either, to be honest with you, with
नहीं
Yaz
पता
Lake
मुझे.
cutting out a lot of that
नहीं, सच ही नहीं
on the
पता मुझे.
northeast side. The worst part about it, though,
उधर के
is
contracts
that
अलग
it
होते हैं.
cuts out the most northeast edge of Yaz Lake,
उधर के
preventing
streaming
those
deals के
rotates from
बहुत
coming
सारे
through
बहुत पैसा है भाई
in
चाइना
this
में
mid
बहुत
game,
पैसा
because
है.
that's going to get cut out by
Actual
Blue very
celebrity वाला
shortly.
feel देते
And
हैं उधर
yes,
के
right now
players
in
को.
stage 2, stage 3, it's a possibility
Actual celebrity
to
वाला
make
feel.
those rotates through, but that's a decision that you have to confirm on. So a lot of
एकदम
your other
proper
rotates are going to come through
in and out
on
the
the
game.
Rozhok bridges as well as Yaz West Bridge. It's difficult. I think this is more of a game where it's a case of pick a spot.
Why Nova Esports not playing?
If
Because
it's
they did not
good,
qualify.
play off the back of it. If it's bad, you're going to have to make some difficult choices in the future.
The
वो
team I'm
qualify
looking
करते
at
तो
right
भाई
now in terms of a
मैं
strong
भी चले
potential
आता.
position is IWNRX blank. They were hard on the southeast side, and that was before
Paraboy salary.
a pretty nasty spot for them to be in. But given this
He
circle,
makes-
they
he
can
makes a
move
lot of
up
money outside the
towards
game
the
only.
hill that sits to the west of that god compound,
Paraboy is like
overlooking
one
Yasnaya
of the biggest
fields,
celebrities of China, bro.
and potentially have a massive stronghold on the southeast edge. They've already got 2 elims. It's going to be so difficult for teams to break through to their location. I feel like IWNRX could be onto a good game. The difficulty, of course,
उधर का
is
fan
if it
base
shifts
अलग
to
fan
that
base है, बता.
northwest side. But as you said,
Next level.
just like the other teams, it's kind of a coin flip at this point as to which side of the river you go for. And having
Sound
a
up
brilliantly
करो.
strong position on one side
दिया.
is better than having a weak positions to both.
Yeah, you just want to take a spot that you can play out for the rest of the game. And sure, IDM and RX are quite close to that edge
Spike
side,
by
but
I-
yeah, they
I
have
rotation
control
look.
over teams that are coming
देखा
through.
notice नहीं किया मैंने।
I quite
कहाँ चली गई
like
वो?
Falcon's spot at the moment. It is incredibly dangerous, but I
अरे
respect
rotation तो
it
सारे करते हैं
nonetheless.
यार,
They're
इस
playing
level में वो
that
तो that
bridge
is basic,
crossing.
मेरे
I
को
think
बहुत
they're on the
basic लगता है,
bank
पता है।
sides as well.
When you're
And
watching a
this does
GC
give them
team,
the opportunity to
rotation
move
is
towards
बहुत
that
basic.
north and south side. The difficulty
अगर
comes
कोई
where teams
difficult
start
situation में
crossing
rotation कर रहा है तो
in
that should be
droves.
pointed out.
But I think most
But
teams
अभी
right now
इतना
on this
early
circle are
stage
just kind of
stage
in this
3 circle
situation where they have to make it back towards some of the positions they scouted earlier. They have to move away
Virtus
from shooting
versus
range, which I think a
Getzeroy.
lot of teams try to get into
Head मार
early
दिया,
on.
क्या trade लिया?
So
But
Falcons
TJ
are
भी
fairly
कहाँ से
safe.
आया इसमें?
Damn, that's some nasty shots from Longs.
A double roll-up as well coming on through. Getso Roy, Virtus Pro. Actually, it's a triple roll-up, I guess, technically. TJB going to stop in their tracks. They see two teams fighting. They've already managed to take some shots over this
TJB
way.
third party कर
Valor
गया।
is the next to go down to them.
ये finish होगा।
Getso Roy assisted on their roll-up.
क्या
by a
nade
big
था
nade
भाई,
as
Virtus
well,
Pro
coming
बाहर।
in through from GK there. Able to take Virtus Pro down. They were caught in the mix of three teams all rolling on up to this one compound, and that's what you were talking about, Blank. Teams are just going to have to go for these
चार kill
positions
मिले क्या?
that
3
maybe
kill
they've
मिले,
seen
1
something
kill
from
TJB
earlier,
को मिला।
but everybody had the same idea in this instance.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's no easy choice a lot of times in these circles where you're backtracking. Obviously, a lot of teams would have wanted to take those compounds that sat a little bit over towards that northwest side, which is now where a lot of teams will have to go. Falcons, I want to see a quick rollout here to try and take control of that plateau on that northern edge. I think sticking around here for too long might be bad for business. But at the very least, they can try and control some area. I think their worry is that a lot of these eastern teams will have sightlines over towards them. They try to start take some fights with some of the teams coming through from that southern side. But yeah, I definitely have high hopes for Falcons in this game.
क्या हो गया उनको?
IHC.
Top knock, NRX versus
Not seeing that
Falcons.
aggression that was promised. You know, maybe circle dependent, maybe, but it's not really been the case so far. Certainly
Vengeance
not been
versus
winning. They have
I8.
been finding aggressive positions, but
Vengeance का तो आखिरी बंदा
Go
बचा
for a
है।
long wrap around out in the blue. It is stage 4, so it's survivable, but it's going to start to hurt now, especially once
Some
this
people
circle
say
closes on
support
up. So they need
towards
to be
one
quick
game is bad
and
like
to take an
BGMI,
aggressive
but in
fight.
China they
Fortunately,
support
TJB
game
sit
for
on that
peace
western
one
side.
sided, but
It's a
there is
difficult
no
barrier
effect
to
on
break.
FY.
Falcons Force spotting IWNRX as they try and make their push
There are
up
so many
towards
factors.
that river, but there is a little bit
तभी
of
तुम लोग को
response.
explain
However, it's
करूंगा
going
अच्छे से।
both
इधर
ways.
push
A
कर दिया।
crash onto their
Falcons
position,
पे
a
डब्बा
knock
डाल
over
दिया
towards
एक
top, but Falcons Force are staying
Last man
very
standing for
healthy.
NRX,
And
Z-Wolf.
IWNRX going down to one
The star
player
player
here.
of this team.
Just said Wolf, a
दिख गया,
potential
मार देगा
roll up
इसी।
from Team Queso as well
NRX
off in the
बाहर।
distance.
4 kill मिल गए
Wolf goes
Falcons
down.
को और एक बंदा knock।
Once again, taken out early.
क्या बात है
The roll-up
Falcons?
can be rebuffed
Let's go.
once more by Falcons Force.
I actually don't mind this. I didn't expect them to go for this, but this is a very aggressive hold on the southern bridge.
Chaser damage.
Playing
I see
underneath it as well. This is typically a
I see
position
एकदम
you
flow में आ
want to
गया,
take
guys.
if you are heading down towards the backside, but it certainly can be played earlier. They know that, again, a lot of
Bro,
teams are going to
circle
struggle
जल्दी
to make
close-
those rotates on that
close in
northeast
हो
side.
रहा
There's going to
है।
be a lot of teams coming from
ऐसा लग रहा है
Norfolk
PMGC
over
में।
towards
Yes.
this bridge. So they can
settings
extract a
में
lot of value out of
circle
this and then probably get into the
20
late game
seconds ऐसा
fairly
होता है,
cleanly
circle
just
closing का।
because
उसके
there is
बाद
limited teams on this south side to challenge
circle
them on
close
this
होने का जो
one.
time होता है,
So yeah, actually,
वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा
I
होता है।
respect the decision from Falcons to go for this
क्या
play.
late से
I'm
बे।
already finding one knock and Elim over towards Team Queso.
चल गया,
Puts them
निकल
at a
गया।
3-man. Yeah, a lot of nades been set from Fury. Get away from this. Get away from this gas station, please.
I just love the
उनके
sight of
PL
them
में
just all
watching कितनी
hopping
आती है
about like
normal
some
millions
kind
में
of
आती है watching
devilish
PL में।
whack-a-mole to display to Tiamba. They've
Millions.
got the nades, they've got the ordnance to rebuff them. It was fairly comical for Furia, but they do maintain position, and that is going to be pretty valuable. Team Queso actually find a shot over towards Falcons on the south side in the meantime. TJB, yeah, they spotted IHC
Ziol-
out on that west edge. Ziol trying to make
Ziol
it
is
work
about to
for
get
them, but
wrecked.
nades from 676 back up from Triple S as well on the angle. Goes up with the UMP, but in rolls the UAS, and immediately Triple S puts it to sleep. Just
Last
one
man
player
standing
now
IHC
left
का।
standing
कौन है?
for IHC.
Rogue.
Off in the distance, it's Rogue, and he's all the
एंट्री
way down
अच्छी
the
है
hill.
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Enjoy
This is
the
one of these
PMGC
situations where
IHC.
you need
सुहास
to
भाई
have plans going forward on
सही है
the
भाई।
circles like this where it gets a
सही
little
बात
bit
बोली आपने।
tough in the
But
sense that
सोचना
you
तो
know
पड़ता
some
है
difficult
because in the
situations
end we
going
are
to come from
from
the
India.
future. We've already seen a fair few
PN वाला दो बंदे
teams
knock।
have those plans being laid out for them. I mean, Na'Vi could switch right back down towards this angle and play up towards
Oh,
Garage.
nice one.
Puncher going
Ah,
down
ये
is
डब्बा।
not ideal. Six
वो
last
smooth
player
में बैठा था
remaining. Did
FPP
you get
करके
a
ADS
couple
खोल
of
के
really
डब्बा
good
डाल
shots
दिया।
over towards Tiamba, but with oversight from Fury there, that push from Na'Vi was always going to be difficult.
और एक बंदा गया।
Circle shift up towards the Getso Roy compound.
Bro, I think TNY is about to, I mean, TJB is about to break the curse.
Also really happy with this shift. And remember,
Acha
it's
खेल रहा है
Falcons
इस
Force
मैच में.
and Tong Jiabao both
Rauf,
pushing.
run!
Team Queso have managed to get
Agar
across the
liya
river,
hua
and it's
hua.
made the Falcons Force position
Dabba.
so much weaker, but Team Queso maybe looking to move away from it instead.
5 finishes, 4 man strong. TJB
We'll have to wait and see
is
if Falcons
cooking,
Force are
guys.
allowed to extract. But for
TJB is
Tong Jiabao,
cooking.
this is their chase game with Na'Vi down, with IWNRX down, in an isolated position on the west side. If they can get rid of Enigma Galaxy, this is a big opportunity.
And Enigma Galaxy regroups. They tried to take a ton of space. It was greedy.
Spike
It was
by
really greedy, in
Spike by
fact, to head over towards that western
underrated
side.
players को
But
वो
it was
नहीं
equally
मिली.
well played from Tong
रहा
Jiabao
जो
to
deserve
realize
करते
where
हैं.
those players were coming
With
from
time मिल
and
जाएगा
shut
वो.
them down as they made that
With
entry.
time मिल जाएगा.
Because there was that possibility for Enigma Galaxy to go unchecked as they breached that ridge side. But with Tong Jiabao already finishing a lot of fights off towards that east, they could put a lot of attention down towards that south side. And this is the beauty of Tong Jiabao, who's a team that
Falcons के
is
दो
a
बंदे
clean
कैसे मर गए?
finisher.
मैंने notice नहीं किया.
Over on those fights,
INS
they
got
do
TJB पे.
not wait around for them to finish.
Nice
They
one,
are
दो बंदे
quick
knock.
to the chase, just like this.
Boom
Finding
arm
an
कर
extra
रही है
2
TJB.
eliminations in the back pocket. Yeah, wonderful stuff
दो
right
बंदे
now
knock
from Tong
TJB का भी.
Jiabao. 2 players down though, and it is Triple S
Rev,
and
rev,
Longs
rev,
left
nice,
remaining.
nice.
But with
1v2 कर
ST3N
दिया
going
ये.
down there for Incilio,
INS का 3TN.
now Tong Jiabao can go for a quick reset.
Another knock
Western
over
last man standing,
66
INS का.
as well. Tong Jiabao, yes, you're right. They can go for a little bit of a reset here, but they need to be very careful.
Falcons versus
with
I8.
Exilio having a little bit of a nosy over their way. ASI8 blank, by the way, they are still alive. 4 elims playing on this eastern side. They took a knock there, and that's on IQ. So these
Falcons
two
century
players
मार
you
दी,
can see in
100
the
है.
buggy, they're moving up to try and get the res. He's a lot further north than they are, and potentially that's the position they were going for anyway. That's only going to hurry things up. However, that does allow Falcons Force to play on with 2 and be uncontested on their lead from the bridge. They're not in the circle, but they have a little bit more freedom.
With them going down to 2 quite early on, the fact they've been able to remain up and standing with 6 eliminations is good. They're continuing on that chase, which is very nice. Tiamba comes up against Alter Ego, currently in 12th right now. Team Queso did overtake them into 11th place. So Alter Ego not in the strongest of positions.
Last man standing
in the
है.
bottom 5,
Milan
at risk of going home here.
I see last
Alva
man
off in the
standing है.
distance, and that fight is just not being put up by
Falcons
this
का.
squad. Looks like it's going to be another low elim game, low point game in general.
Yeah, but rolling down over Alter Ego. Furia as well, trying to contest this. And again, we're in that stage 5
Falak
phase
knock.
where we're looking at phase themselves, right? For that central position, they've been quiet. Now they're going to start to mount an offensive to the rest of the lobby. Where you can
Yeah,
transition
I
out
बाहर.
of just controlling your territory and going away with it. Look, they're
TN
already
बागे
up
पर
to
push
6
कर रहा है
eliminations.
Furia.
They were on 1, not 10 seconds
गया
ago.
QZ
And
last
they
man standing
overlord
है, TN
Furia
बागा.
as the roll-up over to Tiamba seems to be
मार दिए,
inevitable
TN बा
here.
बाहर भाई.
And that
Furia
is going
भी
to be the last of them going down. Tiamba
Furia भी flow में आ गया भाई.
at that first push against Alter
And
Ego.
TJB is
Furia
about to
too
break
much
their
for them to bear.
curse in this
Yeah,
match.
it's a
It
really
looks like
strong rollout from Furia. I don't think Tiamba expected it with
8
how
finishes, 4 man
safe
strong है TJB
the
इस match
guys
में.
from Furia were playing inside of gas station. For
अगर
them
chicken
to
निकाल दी TNY इस
explode out
match
of
में.
locale like
The
that
top
whilst
3.
Tiamba was trying to get the
Top 3,
refresh
but
on loot
NGX
coming
भी
through
उनके
from
साथ.
Alter Ego. It was a very unexpected play, like I say, and I think
I'm gonna
Tiamba
go
just
with
wasn't
TN
quite ready
guys.
for it. So they
TN
go
over.
down
I'm going to
in
go
a
with
game where they
TJB
could have
guys
got
this
a lot
match.
more points off the back of this one.
I'm going with TJB.
And this starts one of the few strong matches for Fury. We've
They're going
seen
to
them in a
break the
couple of
curse.
ending circles now already today, and some of that playstyle we see over in their
History is
region
not-
starting to come back a little bit now.
going to repeat itself in this match.
Enigma Galaxy still in with 3. On the south side, they've been playing the Roshok Bridge crossing.
China
ground, and the
government
swords
invite
that the
Paraguay
Falcons Force
personally
were able
for
to have on the
events.
bridge out to the east. Unfortunately, the zone
तो
didn't
आप
keep
इतना
them in.
support करते
Enigma
हैं,
Galaxy, they were a
ऊपर
little
से
bit
भाई
more
China
fortunate
में
with that
ही
circle
नहीं,
shift, keeping that bridge
पूरे
position
global
in.
में famous
Tong
है.
Jiabao on the
अरे वो
west,
तो है ही.
they have the hill out to their east to play up towards.
Government
Gets a Roy
directly.
in the north
I heard
compound
from
and
Nova
FaZe on
only.
the
I
east.
know. I heard
These
from Nova
are the
is
crucial
personally.
factors. FaZe, they're really out in the cold on this
Government
one. Sorry, Furia really out in the cold on this one.
पहले ही पूछता है players का schedule.
While crossing.
Accordingly,
right? You need
जिस
loads of
event में
smokes to
available
make
है
it
उस
happen
event
as
में
well.
पक्का आना है
With,
बोल के
Zonda actually
बहुत
finding the
prior
first knock over
invitation चले जाता
towards
है.
Furia. That's good. There is a ton of sight lines available though, so for
बहुत
any team
systematic
trying
है
to
bro,
poke
बहुत
up
ज़्यादा
to take
systematic
shots
है.
over towards Furia, they are getting shot at by the other teams who are taking that opportunity for themselves as well. So that's allowed Furia to get slightly further into this game. They did lose one player for it.
Get
FaZe
so
though going for
right.
something very aggressive. Big amount of nades been sent across. Good one heads forward over towards Gusta. He steps back in the last moment. The nade explodes in his face, but won't quite take him down.
Look at Mormon on this off angle as well for FaZe. They really just want to choke this fight out, leave Furia in the blue zone, give them no options to play but walk into a wall of nades. And Ventoras actually doesn't even want to wait that long. He's scouting out, he's moving in with the vehicle, trying to get a swipe through. I mean, maybe you pick up a player, but you certainly get information. You know they're all playing here now, and in comes the crash. Do they look towards Getzo Roy? I don't think so. I feel like this is the fight that they just have to take. Ventoras is going to try and hound them down, and Mormon's ready to receive. They crash onto the flank of FaZe. That might be catastrophic for them. They do manage to take the knock, but they're already on their way. The fold back needs to come through from FaZe. Pick your player back up, get him back into the circle, because it is going to be stage 6. That tick down is too harsh. Into the vehicle, can you find the pack away and get back in? Because you might just lose a player for it. He wants to spray down and catches both of them.
It's a hella smart play from FaZe. The fact they were able to watch over towards Mormon, they saw that Ventura scouted forward, saw none of the vehicles, then at that moment, as soon as he leaves away, they all make that surprise maneuver off towards the sidelines. Realistically, FaZe thought they had them dead to rights there, but the amount of smokes that were in play for both teams limited either side of sidelines. I think having a solo off angle there actually really hurts FaZe in that situation. Getzo Roy now even having a peek over towards FaZe, now down to 2 players, and a game that could have been massively in their favor suddenly is removed from them. Furia makes one hell of a rotate through no man's land.
TongJiabao with a really big potential game on their hands here.
ऐसा सर्कल बनने के बाद TJB अच्छा कर रहा है, 8 finishes 4 man strong.
Look at those standings.
तो वो बता रहा था
Na'Vi, they are dead level. The tiebreaker going to Na'Vi, but the placements for TJB haven't been added on yet. When you consider Nick McGalaxy going down here and now, their placements are going to be fairly low. A good opportunity. A roll up from Getzo Roy as well to the FaZe compound. They're shredded down to 2. That's going to make it so much harder, but they're going to give it a good go. Nade in. That's not going to be good enough there. Finds one on the flank.
FaZe bahar. Getzo Roy.
Across, takes
6
one,
finishes 3
but the
man
rest
strong.
is all up to Getzo Roy.
Yes, or I lose car on that situation. But yeah, good fight there. Well played on the shotgun with the nade through the door line. You kind of just pre-fire the door there, and there's not much the player can do from inside that location.
3v4v3v3.
though, yeah, very much an opportunity to confirm into that top 3. This seems to just be the MO of TongJiabao, with some quiet games here and there, followed by massive blinding matches, which really blows the opposition out of the water. Again, that consistency maybe not quite there for TongJiabao at the moment, but the speed at which they're able to get those engines rolling and hit max velocity in these matches, very astounding. Very, very astounding.
I thought you were just going to stop at hit max. I was like, what did he do? Goodness me. The side swipe over towards Nick the Galaxy. With Ralph down, he can fully engage those big brain gears to try and figure out what to do. But unfortunately, getting off a cliffside where you have full sight lines from a team that just wants to spray you down, wants to take your spot on the tables, you can't outstrap that. It's impossible. You can outsmart so many things, but you can't outsmart a bullet.
I thought पानी से जाएंगे.
You cannot. No, absolutely. Unless you're psychic, in which case maybe you can use your side powers to stop it. But that is not a part of PUBG Mobile. What is part of PUBG Mobile is this whole
11 finishes
from
for TJB.
Again, this was very well set up, and it's very obvious
dominating
that they've had a
performance.
similar circle to this before, because where they're playing and the control they've had over that plateau that looks down towards that south side, incredible stuff. Already up to 11 eliminations. Would not be surprised to see TongJiabao finish out both of these opposing teams now as they get this really nice lineup on the western side as we're crunching in towards stage 9. It has just been a great game from start to finish here from TongJiabao. Yes, they had the circle at start, but their control has been phenomenal. It's been this iron grip over the lobby on the western side. I don't think anyone's really been able to challenge it.
It's been really well marshaled from the high ground here for TongJiabao. Getzo Roy, 3 players. Furia with 3 as well. That high ground there that TongJiabao now fully control. Will have to be left.
Discipline maintain करना पड़ेगा TJB को.
Difficult maneuver for them.
They should not take any rash decisions now.
Stage 8, once this circle closes to its current white circle situation, it will be straight to the middle. And right now, TJB
Furia chicken because Roy versus TJB. नहीं. देखना.
Yeah, I think when you look
Furia
at TJB,
लड़ना पड़ेगा
this
किसी
has
से.
sort of been just a masterclass in control on this game. It's been very hard to hold them down. I think they knew the exact angles that teams would be approaching from. They knew the exact fights they needed to take to have more presence on this side of the map. The splits have been pretty damn clean and still having impact towards that end game. It's been very, very nice. And now looking over towards Furia, even been able to pick themselves up a nice little loot crate on the side as well. FAMAS in hand for Flower.
अरे खुद को फोड़ डाला बे. Kill चोरी कर दिया SSS ने. 12 finishes for TJB.
Certainly not. Triple S nails it.
1 HP गया नेट से गया.
The spray down.
Last man standing for Furia.
There, but the nade again from Triple S is there to seal the deal. 12 elims.
13 finishes for TJB.
Found as he gets that flush. Getso Roy trying to mount an offensive now to TJB's position. Really, the only thing that could go wrong for them here is taking a knock or two. Maybe Kayovsky can do something in this situation because we've seen some pretty great things from him over his career. Can he make this one work? Getso Roy trying to keep them at bay and actually vying for the center on this spot. So TJB are going to have to move a little bit more.
I do
ये
really
पीछे से बैकस्टैप करेगा किड्स रॉय को 100% करेगा ये.
Oh yeah, it's triple spray
इसको
down.
डालेगा सामने वाला का डब्बा डालेगा ये पूरा. देखना 100%.
This could be
देख
easy
लिया.
clean.
बहुत लेट कर दिया बे. बहुत
I
लेट
think
कर
that
दिया.
again, there's so many times where you
कोई
see
बात
these
नहीं. चलो अब
situations
it's
where
a
I'm just like, you
3v4
just gotta
fight.
make the play.
TJB
Just
versus
make the
Getso
plays,
Roy.
make it happen. I'm really enjoying the fact that Flower's got the FAMAS and the MG3 and
Opening
the
knock
Gilly. That's
देख के
when you know
बता
a team
दूंगा मैं.
trusts you to marshal a lot of these
TJB
aggressive
opening
pushes.
knock
Like,
निकाल दिया,
just have
तो
it
हो गया.
all. Just take it all, bro. You can have it. That's yours.
I mean, either that or they just had that many loot drops, right? That they all got at least 2, which is kind of crazy. But TJB definitely putting some faith in him. Let's get so Roy. They get rid of Kayovsky, and now it's a 4 versus 3. TJB definitely with the center, and big nades continue to roll on in. Longs does take some damage, but just a bit far from 676 on that one. To not quite connect.
Nice one, SSS. Gear liye.
Sidelines for Getso Roy. Porsche.
Last man standing Porsche.
The driveway, but it's not going to happen. 2 players, 3 players.
What a match, babe. What a match.
Roy to fall, and Tongzia Bao with
16 finishes.
Chicken dinner coming through
16,
today.
yeah, 15,
this is
I think.
how you make
I
a
think
bid
15.
for the top 3.
25 points.
Disgustingly good game.
TJB hashtag won,
26 pointer. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in first place.
I think TJB hashtag won.
At this one, with how many points they're able to pot up, it might be
TJB
close,
hashtag won.
but yeah, that is a ridiculously good game from Tongzia Bao, and a
What a
massive
play, bro.
bid
What a play.
on day 3 for a top
जिस zone
3
में हर
here
बार
for
choke कर रहे थे,
Tongzia Bao.
उसी zone में
wonderful
इतना
performance.
dominating
Again, this is
chicken
what I'm
लिए.
talking about, adaptation.
मजा आ गया
You
भाई.
have a lot of time to
मजा आ
prepare,
गया.
but you played 2 days now, you got a good feel of the lobby.
भाई टीएनबा
Mid games from our
कैमरामैन
top track of
एकदम
teams
zoom in
and
करो
immediately
टीएनबा के प्लेयर्स के
the
ऊपर.
Lions pounce. They are ready and hungry for those chicken dinners. 2 in a row. TJB make their ascension.
Wow. Wow.
Well, this isn't
मजा आ
fair,
गया.
gentlemen.
I think
You
hashtag
might
won.
ask, why is that not fair, Jason Kaplan, our host here at PMGC?
TJB 120 plus points
does
रहेंगे
this
उसके पास.
mean that the Chinese casters get to eat more chicken now
Final
on
game.
air?
Oh, it's not
That's
fair
not
at
fair.
all, dude. And
If
then
you guys haven't noticed, they get to eat.
NJX out of
some
top
delicious
3.
fried chicken
अरे ये तो
every
बोला ही था
time
मैंने अगर इस
the
मैच में
Chinese
चूक
team
करेगा तो
wins.
NJX बाहर बोल
And
के.
we haven't had any chicken.
I had fish sticks. What? This is not fair.
क्या competition है भाई?
dude, I have been staring outside my door the whole time, dude, just waiting for it to arrive. Still hasn't. I'm crying.
Oh, you know
अरे
what?
no बे
Has
16
arrived
finishes मिला
TJB,
इनको.
man. Back-to-back chicken dinners.
16.
able to get
So
themselves
far इस
up
group में
there on the
highest
board.
finishes 16 ही है
So
ना?
potentially into top 3 more importantly here, and that kind of makes me happy
हुआ
considering
8
I have
finishes.
one of the teams in top 3. Flower.
आज का MVP यही बनेगा.
I mean, we know how good of a player Flower can
आज
be.
का
and
MVP
we're
हुआ.
starting to see him bloom here in Group Red.
In the words of Blank, this was a
16,
disgustingly
26
good
points.
game from TJB. I'm getting deja vu here, guys. I'm getting deja vu.
I had
big
still in
time,
top 3.
because
Yeah,
this
I had
is
still in
the
top 3.
Same thing we saw in
अभी
TEL. These
TJB,
guys
NRX
came on
and
the last
I8
day
रहेगा
of the
top 3 में.
tournament, won 2 back-to-back chicken
What a
dinners,
comeback, bro.
and won the whole dang
At
thing.
one point,
and
TJB
now
was
it's
at
looking too
bottom
similar
2, right?
here. So the rest of these squads,
Bottom
I mean,
2
they
या
gotta watch
hashtag
their back.
16 पे था TJB.
I mean, you were talking it since day one, Duke.
Hashtag
Said, oh, yeah, that
16
comeback
to
was
hashtag
TJB.
1.
I'm like, you know, let's wait a bit. You know, it's kind of
वो
early
भी
to say that.
एकदम
I'm like, okay.
World League में.
Except for Inco. No, it doesn't work when you talk about teams from your home region, Jason.
1 out of 2. 1 out of 2.
He got 1 out of 2 in his group. That's why.
वो वो पागल हो गया भाई. वो IC है.
Flower, really have to highlight it. I mean, Blank also highlighted it during the game. He had the FAMAS and the
IC.
MG3. Crazy loadout. Like, what? This guy's just looking to 1v4
Flower,
multiple teams in
fire.
a row. At that point, he's got a crazy loadout. But more specifically, not down to his loadout, but his position.
BJP hashtag
From
one
his
MVP
rig
Modi sir.
southwest on, I think it was phase
BJP?
6, phase 7, around like really
BJP.
late in the game. He was the one keeping full tabs on Nigma Galaxy.
ये quality में
crossing that
stream
bridge
क्यों
of Robo.
नहीं
If
होता है
he's not there, Nigma
BGMS
Galaxy
and
can push
BMPS?
over into the
Production
circle,
का
but he
effect
was
bro.
keeping them in check, down in the water, and they could not make any
Production.
movement whatsoever towards the circle. So Flower, he was really strong to just set up this team for a strong late game potential to make sure they don't get
I feel
backfilled.
sad
So
for
Flower,
Lawns, but
sure, MVP of the game in terms of stats,
क्या
for
zero
sure,
finishes
but
देख के?
more
अरे
than
वो
that in terms of
पता
how much
चलता है
he
देख.
gave
As a team
information-wise to
देखो,
his squad and
मचा
created so
लिए
much
वो लोग
space in
ने.
the first place.
16 finishes.
Absolutely.
Well, another team we're gonna have to really talk about here, Hot Jukes. Consider it's one of the two teams that we wanted
Spy
to
Bag
see.
कुछ
a
हुआ है
step up,
क्या?
and we finally got to see it. It's your
कुछ नहीं
boys
हुआ अभी.
Furia,
अभी
man. They're able to get
Let's not
themselves to
celebrate
a
too
top
early,
3
okay?
position.
I
able to
don't
get
like
themselves
early
an decent
celebrations.
game. I'd say their best game so far of the
अभी
group
picture
stage.
बाकी है.
And that is a small little inkling
अभी
of
भी
what we could see more out of
8
Furia,
matches
but they
बचे.
have to be able to maintain this pace if they want to get into top 11.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this one for 7. You guys ready?
Royce, such lack
No.
game sense, bro. They know that BJP is
It's not a very you're questioning it like
taking
maybe.
fight with other teams so they can easily sandwich them by spreading and
All right, it's good
dominating
to see
high.
them.
Bro,
be
it is
able to
not
finally make it happen. here.
theoretically
And
बहुत
honestly,
easy
it's the
लगता है,
perfect
but
time,
practically
right? I mean,
it
if you're
would be
gonna
different,
start, you know, kind of making that, you know, run for that survival stage, it really needed to happen.
Maybe they
right
don't
now,
have enough
and I'm
info.
happy to see Furia
कहाँ-कहाँ
with
players
11
spread
points
out
on the
है.
board when they so desperately needed to.
They were listening to
26
the
points.
Dukes. They were like, oh,
इस
yeah,
group
they
में
said we have to
highest-
do Hail Mary plays.
highest
How about
point
we
so
do
far.
Just that.
Let's
And
go for
actually,
it. Yeah.
TJB ने
insane
निकाला.
fight versus
26.
Chumba, Northeast. They had a really good engage. Third party of El Trigo
Wow.
versus Chumba. El Trigo get eliminated. Chumba are wounded.
अब मेरे को
Let's send
देखना
it
है overall
out of our
standings.
comfort zone, outside of the gas station, and we can just sweep that side, and that allows us then to transition uphill and reach the late game. So they're taking fights a little bit earlier, proactive in these
कभी
matches.
हिस्ट्री में कभी ऐसा हुआ
I'm just
क्या?
hoping, Juice, this is not going to
The
be
champions
the
of
only time
PL,
we see them do a game like that.
they
This
won
is
the
a good change of mentality.
global
It
champ-
needs
they
to
became the
keep
global
going
champions
until
also.
tomorrow. Please keep these games going.
Yeah.
जब नोवा ने जीता था
Well, with obviously
PMGC
TJB getting the win, we actually had a
global
lot of
tournament
teams
जीता था,
who
उस time पे
weren't
PL
even
का
in
champions भी थे
contention
क्या
for
नोवा?
top 3, get some
I
decent
just want to
results.
know.
We can see Navi here in the bottom of the table, IWNRX here. I mean, Virtus Pro, but they weren't really
There you
ever
go.
contesting top 3. Or sorry,
Check करो
ICMS.
Google करके check करो तुम
But
लोग.
the fact is, like, when they have bad games, other teams
कभी
are like,
history में
okay,
ऐसा
this is
हुआ
an
क्या?
opportunity
बस
for us to catch up, and that's why we're seeing
ये
such
देखना
a
मुझे.
to be so close here between a lot
course,
of
the
these teams in
MVP of
top
this match
8
हुआ.
that really anyone could
Flower
just jump
H.
up and become the new team.
I guess
in top
Nova. I think
3.
only
And
Nova.
I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's going to mean
I think only
tomorrow
Nova.
it's going to be ridiculous. We're not going to really know our top 3 until that final match. I can't wait until that final match tomorrow.
Oh, me too. I mean, I was getting
भाई
worried.
डॉक नहीं
I was
खेल
getting
रहा है
worried
डॉक
after game
ग्रुप
number
ग्रीन
1.
में
We saw
दिखेगा
Navi go crazy. I8. Hey, you
परसों
know,
से
even
दिखेगा.
Enigma Galaxy. Alter
Dog.
Ego put up points. I mean, so like when you see that happen, I'm like, dang, you know what? This thing could
Hey, they were
start
not
running out
champions.
here pretty quickly. But then
20
all of a sudden,
20
here
का तो
in
मुझे
this
पता है,
match,
they were
you know,
not champions,
we
they were
see the
runners
top
up.
spots go out early, and then all of a sudden, TJB.
They went from 5th to 1st in one game.
That is how you do it, boys.
4 AM
Four
were
chicken
PL
dinners
champions,
matter,
Nova
by
were
the way.
PMGC champions.
Well, okay. Let me just
मैं
add a
वही नहीं
little
बता
bit
रहा
of a negative to the positive.
देखो 122 points
7
TJB
placement
का
points
क्या
outside
बात
of their
है
4 wins.
NRX
Who
117
cares, dude?
NGX bro I8 not in top 3
Let's go, dude, take it to
NGX
the
and
bank. No,
I8
I mean,
का
that's
दोनों
for
का
real,
same
though.
points
That's
है, but
wild.
chicken dinner
That is
ज़्यादा है
honestly
NGX का.
crazy. Out of
इसलिए
all
they're
the
at
matches
hashtag
they
3.
played, only
Look at the
7
competition,
placement
brother.
points outside
Look
of their
at this
wins.
competition.
But you know what? It's going to show, Max, that the power of that, what I like to call that all or nothing play style, right?
4
Going
chicken
for the
dinner,
major
TJB का.
win. And
4.
when you don't get it, just put something on the board eliminations wise. And TJB is sticking to that formula and it's working out for him.
Yeah, they do this one more time. They're going to be cruising into the grand finals at this point. I mean, they are
सबसे
looking
ज़्यादा frags
incredible these
I8 के
last
पास है
few
बे,
matches. And
82.
it's not just, I mean, I
Wow.
think they were looking back at the Quarry game, they had Circle gifted to them on the center, but this game, they were playing edge, they were sweeping teams, they were really proactive from start to finish. So this is the game where I'm like, this is a chicken dinner that is so damn impressive. I think they can maintain this kind of results throughout other matches, hopefully. But yeah, on the second page here, their PL counterpart here of Chumba is still struggling a
bottom
little bit
teams-
here, fighting Fury. Did not quite go their way.
Bottom teams
And,
तो भाई
they
fix
are,
लग रहा है मेरे को.
They're going to be quite a bit
IHC
away from the
हटने
top
वाला
three
नहीं है,
Chumba, so
Furia
we still
हटने
need
वाला
to see a
नहीं
bit
है,
of a
Virtus Pro हटने वाला
resurgence from
नहीं
them
है.
eventually.
Alter
throughout
Ego
the day.
And we're also
Maybe.
seeing a continuous battle for
Team
this
Queso
11th
भी maybe.
place. Like it's either FaZe Clan, Team Queso, or Alter Ego just jumping up into that 11th place and then falling in the next match.
I8 frags. I
think
know,
now
right?
we're
सबसे
having a
ज़्यादा
battle
frags
for
वही
top
लेके
three. I
बैठा
think
है.
it's gonna be a battle
I8.
for 11th of like who's gonna lock in when it comes
I8
to
team
that
is
final
solid,
match as
way.
well. And then Fury
Salting, idling सब एकदम solid चल रहा है टीम का.
up to 50
बस
points. Now
end में
13 behind
MSG
Virtus
वाला
Pro,
scene ना हो जाए.
only 24 away from top 11. So realistically, it is very possible to see Furia catch back up into this, right? They still have 9 matches left to go, and I don't want to count them out just yet. IHC though, you got 3 matches left.
I think after this PMGC league,
Yeah.
अगर IHC बाहर हो गए तो I think
Furia's
team
coming
disband हो
back,
जाएगा.
right? They're coming back. They're now
पता
within
नहीं.
that shot range, which was perfect timing for them.
एकदम
IHC
random thought.
needs to do what Furia just
एकदम
did
random thought.
and more in this game, and at least one more today, I think, if they want to have even a shot at survival stage. Because Max, man, I mean, we're seeing crazy point jumps from pretty much everybody here on the leaderboard.
हुआ overall
the
MVP
big
बनेगा.
jump off TJB with a back-to-back win.
There are-
Furia putting
there are
himself
some-
realistically
he has
with this
competition,
game
bro.
back in the race somewhat. Of
हुआ
course,
के लिए
then we
competition
don't
है.
know the follow-up
Nomi,
from that, but this,
Revo.
because I think before this it was what? 20 point difference
There are a lot
between
of people.
14th and 15th, and now
Abhi-
they're 20 points away from like top 11.
It's too
kinda,
early.
So that's another good game realistically, and they
DRX
could
का
be in top 11 for
Hyungbin.
really the first time this entire group stage.
इस बार
for
है
them,
बहुत
so
strong assaulter.
That'll be a really big improvement. But
बहुत strong
Hail Mary
assaulters
plays.
है.
We said it right just before that game. We need to see some big fights happen.
पूरे
early for
tournament
Furia.
में match
He's starting doing so.
शुरू
And
से
I just
interesting है,
hope we'll
while
see that
BGMI
mentality
tournament
continue
में
throughout the rest of the
सिर्फ
league
last
stage. If
circle
that's the
में
case,
fights
I
होती
would be
है.
happy to see this Furia
because
make it
the-
to survival stage. I think they could do decent there, but
इधर का पूरा
again,
एकदम
are we
अलग
going
flow
to
है
see
bro.
just this one game be a flash in the pan, or are we going to see a continuation of it? That is the big question for the rest of this group.
Yeah, and
Back to back winner
there's a
winner
lot
chicken
more to
dinner for
discuss.
TJB.
We're not gonna do it just yet. 'cause we
Back
have to
to
head
back.
a short break. But when we come back, I'm gonna bring up the topic of the zone in that last map and how it did play out as well for all these teams. But yeah,
Tianma भी
we're
ऐसा
gonna
कर
break,
दे
we're
एक
gonna
बार.
get ready to go for the third half or the last half of the day, and we'll
मजा
see you all
आएगा.
in just a few minutes.
XYZ कौन सी टीम में है अभी? वो NSR में ही है आई थिंक. IHC का अनरियल डाउनफॉल हुआ है. They came #3rd as Zeus Esports and they are defending champions, but how they are struggling to qualify for survival stage. Yeah bro. Prime example बनेगा फ्यूचर में IHC. कोई टीम एकदम चैंपियन बन के भी इतना डाउन गेम प्ले हो सकता है बोल के. हैट्रिक इनकमिंग और व्हाट? मजा आएगा ब्रो हैट्रिक देखने में. We'll see. If someone can do it, it's TJB. Flower Ridge H is so underrated. Flower Ridge कहाँ underrated है? Everyone knows, जो भी esports फॉलो करते हैं सबको पता है कितना deadly assaulter है वो. He's not underrated. Spy by 4am Hasaki is still playing in China. He's not competing, but I heard he's still there in some roster. But I'm not sure if he's still playing non-gyro or not. Spy bro, real dominance will be shown by 4MB. I hope so, brother. इस साल कंपटीशन बहुत तगड़ा है. That is all I'm going to say. Dominate करना उतना easy नहीं है. But if someone can do it, it's 4MB. Meghnad Kar, reject, did not qualify, brother. No reject in this PMGC. Hasaki, Swan, non-gyro players. I think Swan gyro start कर दिया. I think Swan is a gyro player now. Back in the day, yes, he was non-gyro, but अब gyro use कर रहा है. Who is on #1? #1 पे अभी TJB चल रहा है.
Welcome back to Group Red Day 3 as we hit the halfway mark of today.
तुम लोग
And
करो
I'm actually
wait.
joined by none
अभी आया
other
मैं.
than the team manager from Navi, 40. How are you feeling today? How are you guys performing?
Okay, so for today we have a good start, Sanhok game, and let's see what will happen in the next games.
Right on. Well, one of the maps that you guys have actually been struggling on has been Miramar. You guys are currently averaging about 2.5 eliminations. Do you guys feel like you're going to be doing something different today?
Okay. To be honest, in Miramar we have like a very bad zones. So let's say this 2 games, and if we have the same zone, we will try to do our best and get how much point we can get from Miramar. Let's say 20.
Not bad. 10 points per match.
Why? Why 10? We take a chicken and too soon, maybe?
How many you want?
I want 2 chicken.
All right, we're getting greedy with it. Well, you know what? Let's actually reflect back a little bit more, because we have played 2.5 days so far with this group. Has any team surprised you guys, or has any teams made your guys' life a little bit harder?
Okay, to be honest, it's I8 as I8 the name, I think.
Is I8?
Yeah, we have like a little bit drop clashing before the games, before anything, military base, and so much social media happen. But now we change, but I don't think they do very good, but they are top 3, I think, now. So let's see what will happen.
All right, well, they are currently ahead of you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye.
Get that man to host. Forget Seven. Get him out of here, man. He knew exactly what to do. Yeah, thank you. See you guys. Like, come on.
Let's go.
So respectful indeed. But yeah, I mean, obviously love to see 2 chicken dinners for Miramar back to back. Gonna be tough though, since every team is gunning for every single chicken dinner left in our lobby. But before we went to break, I did talk about how I wanted to discuss the zones, because 3 teams in our top 3, you had Getzeroy from Razak, you had Furia from West Yasnaya, and then you had TJB from Severny. It was kind of an easy zone for them to play out. However, in terms of Fury in particular, Max, I know you were talking about, we definitely saw a change up in their style. They were looking for eliminations. They were hunting, especially towards gas station.
Yeah, they saw what was successful for the teams at the top, which is a sweeping edge play style in this lobby. And Fury like, we'll do a little bit of that. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and we'll just start to play a little bit more aggressive on the edge this time around. And it worked out great to just sweep away the likes of Ultrigo and Chumba. Then they can go uphill towards the side of FaZe. And actually, they even had a good roll-up onto FaZe itself, right? But this circle in particular was very advantageous for a lot of those Northern West squads, Jason, because I checked on phase 1, about 70% of the circle was south or east of the river, and you have a big northwestern shift. All the teams are just getting completely obliterated down on those southern sides, which is why teams like TJB understood
NRX, no chicken,
hold
yes.
down these
The
entry
only
points
team
like
to
the
go,
bridges of Nigma
the
Galaxy,
only
north
team
of
to win
Rozhok.
top 3
We're
without
gonna have
any
an
chicken.
absolute
That's
field
NRX.
day this match. So they understood how the teams are going to respond
आज
to
एक भी match
circles,
boom
which
नहीं
is
कर
very
पाए
important when you get circles
NRX
like
so far.
this specifically, and you can just abuse it to its max potential. So yeah, a lot of teams like Furia, TJB played it as it should when you get these type of
TJB हुआ esports.
hardship circles.
Yeah.
अरे उस टीम में 6-7-6 से बहुत मारता है भाई, बहुत डेंजर मारता है वो भी, बस वो अभी स्टैंड आउट नहीं कर रहा है.
That river right down the middle, you have to make
Hua
a
Hua
literal
is a
bet.
beast.
Like, okay, do we go to the north side? Do we go to the south side? And if the zone hard shifts to one or the other, we're most likely going to have a really badass game, right? Furia, they were
What to do Indian
central
teams to play in
position on
PMGC.
that north side, right? Near
टीम
shooting
को कुछ
range.
करने की जरूरत नहीं है,
Boom, we
बस
see a
क्राफ्टन को
circle
कुछ करना
hard
है.
shift east. They have an easy route on in to the northern side of it, and that's still pretty split, right? I mean, as soon as we saw that hard shift, Max, we were both like, ugh.
कुछ
Like,
भी बोलो,
this is gonna
उस
be-
समय
yeah,
चाइना
this is
में
gonna be
सिर्फ
disgusting.
biggest rivalry
The zone
4AM
goes
और
up
नोवा
north
का
once
था.
again, and
भाई
Furia
जहाँ
take advantage
4AM
of
का
it. And the
स्वान
problem with
बोला
that is just, man,
for
they've been
real
losing fights. They
enemies,
finally
Noah.
won one.
Yep.
But look at the difference between our
Back
top
in the
two
day,
squads here. I mean, TJB 4 chicken
इंडिया में
dinners.
जब गेम का
But
प्राइम चल
still,
रहा था उस टाइम पे
IWNRX
नोवा एंड
have
4AM
more
are
eliminations than these guys. I
a
mean,
force
that's
to
pretty
reckon with.
crazy.
This is to echo something that Jason
Head
talked
to
about
head,
earlier, right? Is that sure, we
eliminations,
do have 4
81,
chicken dinners out of TJB, but they only
75,
have 47 placement
36
points.
placement,
0
47.
chicken dinners for IWNRX, and they're really
Top
not
four,
that
दोनों का
far
rate
off of
33.3.
TJB. That's like 1 chicken dinner realistically, and they would be almost tied with TJB. So it goes to, again, highlight
TJB
the
का more
consistency
balance
of IWNRX
है
when it comes to reaching
overall.
the late game and still fragging out big
NRX
time.
pure
So,
aggression.
sure, chicken dinners are great to have, but consistency is something of equal value, if not more valuable, in these type of tournaments.
I mean, IWNRX are basically the IHC of last year at the moment.
Zeewolf
to be
Hua Hua,
completely
head to
fair.
head.
And, you know, taking a further look at these two teams, Flower has actually taken over as our elite
I think Hua
leader
Hua
in Group Red over Zeewolf, though I think Zeewolf is still maintained the MVP.
Frags में
You can
top
see the
कर दी क्या?
stats here head to head between the two, and obviously survival
If
time is
average
gonna be a
eliminations
big
2.1
factor
हो
of
गया
that.
तो भाई yep.
He was actually behind Falloc, he was behind Kane,
I think
IQ,
Hua Hua
and
top
Zeewolf at
करेगा
the start
MVP.
today. He was in 5th position in terms of top fraggers elimination-wise. and he's overtook everyone in these three
Damage
matches.
zyada hai
In
Zeeble
three
ka.
matches, which is absolute
Survival
mad.
bhi
He's
zyada hai
just
Zeeble ka.
speedrunning for the MVP award of this group for sure,
Points
Jason.
contribution bhi zyada hai.
He showed it.
Average
If you give
elimination
this guy an
se zyada hai.
MG3, you are in
Flower
for
Edge
a
ka.
really bad time.
But the point contribution, I think, is the interesting part. You had Flower at 12% and Z-Wolf at 19%, Hot Jukes. I feel like that's a good indicator of how well everyone on TJB is playing compared to IWNRX, where Z-Wolf is standing out more compared to his teammates.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? I mean, I remember hearing from Dennis behind the scenes. That
अरे मैं तो
kinda
भूल ही
like,
गया बे,
"Hey, could you
shit."
believe IWNRX could be
कर
one of
देते
the
हैं आप
squads
लोग.
to qualify without winning a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
I think John was like, it's only a matter of time before they win it, but we haven't seen it yet, and that's pretty crazy.
I think Vlad's actually out there like, oh, did Dennis say that? I don't know. Is one of those two for sure. But you guys at home, if you're wondering what device that all the players here are using at PMGC, it's the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official phone provider here of our event. Not to mention 120 FPS. Max, I'm a little disappointed. Well, that's kind of depending on you to have the phone out. Oh! It's just coming out of nowhere.
Sorry, I don't know. Oh, that was weird.
That is 144.
नोवा क्यों
frame
नहीं
rate.
है?
Play like a
क्योंकि
pro
वो
by
qualify नहीं हुए
picking one
भाई.
up. And also,
वो
our
qualify
team
नहीं
is
हुए.
focus here going into our last three matches of the day with one Aaron Gill and of course 2 Miramars to follow up with. Hot Juice, to start off with you.
मैं
You got
चाइनीज
TJB,
प्लेयर्स को
IA,
स्टार्टिंग से
and
देख
Navi
रहा
here.
हूँ
Why is
जब
that?
से
Yeah, I think
उन्होंने
TJB is
ग्लोबल में
obvious, right?
एंटर
Replicating
करने
the
से
PEL vibe
पहले
with the back-to-back chicken
पर
dinners
बाद
and having
में
a
बंद
crazy
किया
comeback. They went from
देखना.
9th to
आप
1st
कब से
to win
देख रहे हो?
700
मैं तो भाई
grand here,
बहुत
and they
बिगिनिंग
just
से
went
देख
from
रहा हूँ मैं.
5th all the way up,
2019
just like that. So other
When-
than that, I got the two
when
teams
Noah
that
was
dropped
XQF.
out of that top 3, right? I8 and Navi. They
When
are
Swan,
right there.
Hasaki,
My eyes are going to be on them
Sook,
because they
they're
really
in 4
just are
AM.
clutching
उस time
things
से
up.
देख
They
रहा
don't
हूँ
want to wait till that last day to try to make it to the grand finals. So I'm expecting them to be a little bit extra
क्या
urgent
लगता है
and maybe
Falcons
a little
quality
extra
होगी?
risky because now it's time. We gotta
टामियो
risk it
का
to get
भाई
this
क्वालिटी नहीं क्वालिफाई.
Well, Max, you had Furia, you had
Qualify.
IAC, and you had Virtus Pro in
फाइनल्स के लिए तो भाई
Bottom three, because they
बहुत
need to
मुश्किल
do
ही लग रहा है
something,
मुझे.
Jason. It's about
जिस तरीके से
time we see
teams
some big
perform
plays,
कर रहे हैं,
especially from
but
Virtus Pro. Please
there is a
stop
slight chance.
losing 2v1s. I've been hurt
There is a
too many
slight chance
times
they
in
could
these matches.
qualify.
But no,
Like a
we
5%
said about
chance.
those bottom squads that we need to see something
5%
big at
chance
the end of today.
है
Otherwise,
qualify
they're
करने
going
के
to
लिए
be
grand finals
under
के लिए.
so much pressure going into tomorrow. It's going to be really hard to make that comeback into top 11. Furia started something good. They really started something good with that previous
Or
game.
else they'll
Are we
be
gonna see
playing
other squads
survival
be like,
stage.
You know what? We'll do
Last
some of that.
chance से ही.
The same, please, and maybe just start popping off, getting big
मौका
rotations,
रहेगा, but
playing
which is
aggressive,
a
sweeping
tougher
the edge.
road
That's been so successful
compared
in
to
this
this
group
league
so
stage.
far. I'm really hoping we see a big change of pace here, and that Fury is
League
gonna
से
be
clutch
leading the
करना
way
ही
to
easy है
success for these
compared to
bottom
that.
squads.
Yeah, and I had IHC and
चाइना
Furia as
की
well. My
यूनिवर्सिटी में
difference with
e-sports
TJB,
डिग्री
though,
होती है.
which is kind of obviously weird, right? Looking at the
वहाँ
bottom
से
two teams
बनती
compared
है
to the number one
e-sports
team.
player.
Well, for me,
Not
it's about
really.
TJB. Like, hey,
हुआ जो अभी है.
it's like a double point
वो
day.
16 years
It's
का
like
है वो.
PMSL
16
Americans,
या
man, pop off,
16 या
continue to
17.
pop off and
बहुत
create a
young है
lead
वो.
here. If they can
वो कौन सा
continue
यूनिवर्सिटी से
playing
पढ़ा?
like they've done in these last two matches, TJB could build up a
Friends
nice
and
buffer,
family से वो समझ
potentially
रहे हो.
going into the last
हो
day of
जाता है
play
वो.
where they
थोड़े
can
लोग
afford to have a
natural
bad
रहते,
game
थोड़े
or
लोग
two
grind
because
करते हैं.
consistency
बहुत
was
young
definitely
age से.
something we saw lacking out of TJB.
But
to
yeah,
get
there
back
are
to
alternate
our first
options
day of
also,
play.
like
So
through
I'm
university
curious, can they kind of
education
maintain
के
this
through भी,
pace?
yes.
Can they continue to keep playing as well as they have been?
Is
And
Mongolia
will
team
any
is
team be able
stronger
to
than
catch
Alpha
up to
7?
them if they do create this buffer?
You cannot say they are stronger, but they are a
watched
very
day
good
3,
competitor.
They just tripled their point outputs in terms of
I think league is
elims, and
harder
even
than
damage
finals.
is- they almost tripled
Not
their
really.
damage too.
No,
What?
no. Finals is way harder.
Almost 10 eliminations a game so far today.
Leagues are challenging.
That is
Finals are
ridiculous. I
lethal.
think that was what that was I8's dream, right? Their goal on day 1 to put up 70 points.
Host
they're
invite
on
की
trend,
लगने वाली है
literally on
ग्रैंड्स
pace
में.
to
वो
be
तो
able
भाई
to hit
पक्की
that.
बात
That's
है.
wild.
We only played
गिल्ड
3
को
matches
भगा
of the
भगा
game,
के
right? We
मारेंगे.
expect the
पता
average
नहीं.
normally
Like
to
we should not underestimate,
trend
right?
downwards unless
देखते
they,
गिल्ड का भी
even
देखते
if they keep
finals
this
में.
average remotely close to what it is right now, that is going to be
Bro,
the
you are
most
associated
insane
with
day
Nova
for a
Esports.
team
Zahid
so
Khan,
far
yes,
this
bro,
PMGC
yeah.
for 2024. Like that, these stats when you get close to 10 elims are
Bro,
mad.
order किस team में
in
है?
a global
Yeah.
tournament.
Nova.
Hot Juice, I mean, you're just
Nova में है
you're
order.
just cracked. You're just good.
Last question for me, Max, to you, okay? I know you
Okay.
said you don't want to see Virtus Pro lose 2v1s, but what if the other player has an MG3?
I will always support the team that has an MG3. Okay.
चलो, the match has
Rule of
begun.
thumb, if they have an MG3, I'm
3
like,
more
"Tipsy,
matches to
you're
go."
cool, but MG3, you know, so it's kind of hard.
गिल्ड
to-
बहुत बेकार टीम है. गौतम भाई मुझे नहीं पता. मुझे नहीं पता
That's
बिल्कुल
not
इस टीम
fair.
के बारे
Your
में.
skate can't always be the MG3. What if one of them has an AWM in close range? Go for the quick scope.
स्पाइक क्यूजी का इंटरव्यू देखना
No.
इजी जोन गेमिंग में मैंने देखा
If they
है आई
have
सॉ
the
दैट
AWN,
इंटरव्यू yesterday
I'm automatically their fan. If they have a bolt action in general
was talking
here at this
about
stage, they have my love and support forever.
his
You know,
mental
Hot
state
Juice, if I could remove
and
one
all
item
मैंने
from
देखा है
PUBG Mobile, you know what it would be?
What would it be?
Just the MG3.
What?
You know, every time I ever see the MG3 come out, Max always does his little sound of it shooting. And you know, I think I've heard that more than enough in my life.
चलो भाई
No, that's not how I do. Every time
अभी हैट्रिक होगा या नहीं देखना पड़ेगा ब्रो टीजेबी तो खतरनाक फ्लो में है
That's the whole
आई विल नॉट बी सरप्राइज अगर वो हैट्रिक मारेंगे तो बट यार बाकी टीम्स हलवा है क्या
tradition.
I think I'm gonna record that at some point, put it on my soundboard, and then just haunt my own memories or my own.
We'll see.
Give myself
मैं
nightmares
fifth zone
at
के
night
बाद बताऊंगा
listening to
मैं
it. But we're
क्या
about to
हुआ
head
क्या
into
नहीं
our third and final Erangel of the day.
Weird
It's
things
just been
happen.
all TJB today, man. We
Starting
want to
में.
see some other teams step up, and we're obviously gonna have the chance to
Can
find
Indian
out here
team
as we're about
dominate
to
in this
drop
condition
into
dominate तो
Erangel.
dominate
एंट्री
तो
अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी
Shifting
बड़ा
the final
कैजुअल
tickets
Played out
they
so
are
far.
really cheap
I
If
think
you are- if
TJB,
you are in London, भाई,
MG3
जाओ.
go, and we
जाओ,
are
मेरे को
ready
भी send
for the
करो.
last Erangel of the day.
ड्राई रन के टाइम पे जाओ और मेरे को
Very
सेंड करो क्लिप्स
succinct,
वगैरह मेरे को टैग करो
very
Instagram
good
पे.
analysis.
Jesse Bajwa.
Respect to all of you for pulling out some wild statistics to back TJB up. But yeah, I think so far TJB have just had this
Chalo.
wild improvement between day 1 to day 3.
The final
I think it has
Erangel
just
match
come
of the
down to
day.
the fact that day 1, I don't think they were quite ready for this lobby. It just shows how good of a team that they actually are, though, considering that you give them
भाई
2
बकरी की
days
team
with
dominate
16
कर
teams, which is always easier, by the way. When you play in groups where you're having constant
का
teams
हलाल हो जाएगा इधर बताओ.
swapping back in, you're having to adapt to different rotations every time. But you do get just 12 matches with the same teams over and over again. You do get a feel for the lobby quite quickly that way. But again, it does require mechanical skill and ridiculous gameplay to be able to be like on day 3, okay, we figured it out. Let's just put up 2 massive chicken dinners to catapult ourselves into first place.
I mean, it's a very unreliable strategy, but it's worked out here.
One good chicken dinner
for TJB.
and Tianba
Again,
also can
these-
jump high
these
at
last-minute
ranking.
bids
Oh, we'll
for
figure it
the
out.
They can
tables.
jump,
I mean,
but
yeah,
they
it's like,
cannot
we'll
jump
do
as
it
high as top
eventually.
3,
Kinda
right?
like my opinion that IW
Even
Erangel
after
will
one chicken.
eventually get a chicken dinner.
Top
this
3
group, right?
थोड़ा गैप बन गया अभी.
Maybe.
Getting a little bit nerve-wracking.
एंट्री
Yeah, I'm
अच्छी है
thinking
लेकिन
so.
बैटरी का
Let's
तरीका
see.
अभी बड़ा
Have to
कैजुअल
get day off.
Everest in.
अरे even
West
one
side
day you go,
rotations
bro.
on the west playing path.
Usually these tournaments happen in the evening only.
You usually see
So
Virtus
after
Pro
work
do
you can go.
kind of well. But we'll have to wait and see because Virtus Pro just have not been performing up to what we expect from them. Team
Queso
Queso
TJB.
very, very close by to
अभी
Tongji.
गाड़ी में जाना पड़ेगा इनको.
Just on the other
4
side of things
बंदे
here
गाड़ी
in
के लिए
box
wait है.
compound. We'll see what they can get done. Shots
Wait, Queso
are
push
ringing
कर
out,
देना,
but now
लग जाएगी
Tongji
बात.
Bao knows what's off in the distance.
ओए, बहुत
Rodrigo
low,
losing
1
a player
HP.
there too. IHC, really not a good way
भाग
to
गए,
start
भाग
out.
गए, भाग गए,
your
भाग गए.
match
बहुत
40,
सही
especially
rotation.
for Ortigo currently in 13th place.
One single mistake and
Connect the sprays, some
casualties
damage found, Team Queso
हो
not
जाते थे.
finding TJB, and they can get away.
बच गए भाई, बच गए.
Try and figure
अब
out
जाएंगे
where else to
चुपचाप
go.
Severny.
Going out to Severny, I mean, it's an option potentially, but it's not.
Spike,
in the
being
next
a girl, I
circle. You're gonna have
followed
to move
each
through
and
that
every
north side,
tournament since
like to cross
2019.
down the river. Maybe
I
go
noticed every year
I'm not too
competition
sure
has
where TJB
increased
go. I
and
mean,
next
Yasna
level.
is not a
Of course,
terrible
that's how it is
option,
supposed to be.
We'll have to figure out where they're going to pull up in the
That is how it
meantime.
is supposed to be.
Na'Vi with a little scrap of their own over towards
The competition is
Getso Roy,
never
2v1
low.
on the inside of
It
this.
is always high.
Backup probably coming fairly soon for both of these two teams. There's actually 2 players for Getso Roy.
Ah, क्या nade
There
खाया,
comes the backup from
lemon.
Na'Vi. A big nade comes through from Zunda. And they can maybe try and chase this down, but Flip's there to play Guardian. And the backup came through as well. So it's still a 2v2 with the down player
बाहर
here.
मत जाओ,
The
बाहर
rest
मत
could
जाओ, बाहर मत
potentially
जाओ.
come on in as well. They're wary of these step
Low,
outs.
yeah.
That off angle is
Gaya.
in, and Puncher gets the protection, pushes in behind the wall. The upstairs push from the down player, and Na'Vi can get the res.
Is
Yeah,
Na'Vi
massively
about to lose
important
2
fight here
players?
for Na'Vi. They
चलो,
know they want
पंचर
to
आ
keep
गया.
these players up. They were so close to staying
Lemon is
in
getting
that
rammed.
top 3. The Getso Roy, on the other hand, still hounding them. 0 eliminations found for Na'Vi
Bhai
so far.
sahab.
Nade up towards that top side. Good amount of damage from Flip, though, will find Zunda. That's through the window, I think, as well. So that's a nice shot.
Proper 4v4 fight है.
Backup comes through from Getso Roy, and Lemon's down. 3 players all around him. I don't think Puncher can hold this one off.
दोनों
now.
side एक
The
बंदा
healing
down.
Not quite there
Getso
for
Roy के side
Na'Vi,
दो
and the
बंदे down.
early game fights, damage
Na'Vi का भी दो बंदे
sticks
down.
flank.
2v2.
Like glue.
Getso का भी और एक
Flip,
बंदा
not too
गया.
sure about
Last
that.
man
Drop
standing
down,
for
but then
Getso Roy.
second, Pit 6 peeks in through the window, and in goes Puncher as well. They look to try and take control of the ground floor and the top floor of this house.
जाओ right
Through
से
the
बहुत
window
सही
sill,
पंचर
still
बहुत सही
a big
बहुत सही.
challenge. 2 players already down for Na'Vi. It's so unfortunate. As they try
1v2
to push
situation.
towards the top of the tables, the sirens are blaring outside of my window, and maybe Na'Vi need them.
Just one more knock here, one more elimination
मार
to be
दिया.
found, and that will be a full squad wipe
चलो.
there for Na'Vi, getting 4 points
Na'Vi,
on the board. It's
4
not
finishes, 2 man strong.
ideal,
मुझे लगा एक
it'll
rev हो
keep
जाएगा,
them
but
in this
नहीं,
game for a
finish
little
हो
bit
गया.
longer. Playing as two is never fun, especially from minute 4. But yeah, I think if they can get a couple more elims,
भाई
or
Getsora
just even a
and
couple more placement
Vengeance
points,
ठीक-ठाक comeback
Navi's
कर
not
लिए
going to be
दोनों.
too unhappy
They were
with
at the
that
bottom,
one. They
15,
just
16
need
में
to
थे.
maintain
दोनों kind
this
of comeback कर
level
लिए.
playing field for themselves, get towards that 115 points realistically for themselves. So in the future,
एक
life
गलती
can
मार
be
दिया
somewhat
Zion.
easy for themselves to grab another top 3 because it is still very close towards that top
Spy,
side
why do
lobby.
Chinese teams have such great
Certainly,
dominance?
it's
I know
close.
Noah
Well,
isn't
both
in current
bubbles, it is
PMGC, but what
incredibly
if
close
they
playing.
were in
The
PMGC
volatility
2024?
still remains. We saw
Noah
it
is not in their
over
best shape
Group L,
right
and we
now,
thought
but
that
still.
might be just a symptom of the team
RSG
in that
RSG
lobby,
से
but
तो better
it seems
खेलती
like
Noah.
it's just this PMGC overall,
Just saying.
and it goes back to what
RSG
we were
बहुत
saying. Every single team here
बहुत
is
गलत
a
खेला.
competitor in this truest sense of the word, and this competition is
Day 2 तक,
one
I
of the
mean,
highest
final day
quality
तक मेरे को लगा
PMGCs I think
Noah
we've ever
qualify कर
seen.
लेगा, but end में
Phenomenal.
choke हो गया.
To bear witness to it, IWNRX, they want that top spot back. Maybe they'll be able to purloin a point or two from Alter Ego, but no, they turn tail, they get out of there.
NV Navi equal to consistency, unexpected था ऐसा performance.
IWNRX.
Yeah, they're doing good.
Still on that south side, moving upwards. Alter Ego managed to get themselves out of that situation into the warehouses. It'll do for now on that northwest edge in terms of future
What's
rotations.
going on with
It
IHC?
doesn't
They are
feel good
hashtag
losing
16.
that one player early on,
Downfall
though.
is going on with
Limits
IHC.
you force as a team overall, and you have to rely a little bit more over towards those third parties if and when they do come through. So other squads though that are notables is Enigma Galaxy down towards Gatka, still rotating in from that edge of the map. And with this going over towards Everest, it might be one of the first North Everest circles
Bro,
we
this
see in
bro,
quite
this
a while
red group
here
is
in the
deadliest. There
PMGC
is no
group
little
stages.
point difference
and I'd like
between
to see
all
that one.
teams.
Might give some
I know,
more of our
right?
teams a chance, as we haven't really seen this
इतना
side of
close.
the circle been picked up too often in our games.
तब almost finals में होता है इतना close.
Vengeance on the road. Trying to maintain stability in the middle of the pack right now. 8th place. And I feel like
If Falcons
survival
was
stage
in
is a
group
really good goal
yellow,
for this
they would
team.
have qualified. I'm just saying.
Definitely had their wobbles, but managing to find, I think they got the chicken dinner yesterday on Miramar. They can maintain the lead on that pack towards
Falcons
the
का
lower end of
किस्मत
the
ही खराब
tables.
है.
They'll be happy. Get another shot. into
Spike
their
Bro survival
sights.
stage है क्या यार? इसके बाद survival stage है.
Given the quality
इसके
of
बाद
teams
survival
we're
stage,
seeing,
उसके बाद last
are going
chance,
to
उसके
be
बाद finals.
so difficult. It's really, really nerve-wracking for teams in that central block from 4th down to 11th. Sure, you get another chance, but it is such.
RSG doesn't have
chance when
global
the other teams in the
experience.
lobby
That may be the reason
are so
could not make
powerful.
it.
I'm really
Yeah,
looking forward to the
that is the
survival
number
stage.
one reason.
Yeah, it's going to be massively competitive as a survival stage. It's scary for
Imagine
a few of our
about finals.
squads to make it
Goosebumps
in.
आ जाएगा
Here
finals
comes
में
Falcons
बताओ.
crossing on that eastern area, actually starting another Abnoya, so going back to basics way back when this team played under Stalwart. Even further back from when they played under Stalwart, actually. They did switch up some of their drop spots later on, but yeah, back to basics essentially for the squad. But a bit of a long rotate for them. I don't think they're too unhappy about it. Tongjibao, one of the few teams that plays on this north side alongside
Bro,
with
if
Furia
TJB and
in North
Tianba are
George.
both
So a
aggressive,
pretty
then
simple
what
rotate
is
for
the
them down
reason
from
that
shooting
TJB
range,
is on top 3
they
and not
can play
Tianba?
on this edge of the map.
Because
They had a bit of a
TJB
scary
convert
start
कर
there in
पाया,
box compound versus
chicken.
TKSO, but yeah, they were right to immediately
Tianba
get away.
नहीं.
They knew that there was a
TJB got 4
spot
chicken
available
dinners.
for them in Severny, which always
And
is
frags
open.
भी अच्छा
They
खासा
could have just
निकाले
moved
वो.
up more freely.
Performance, bro. TJB is performing really well. TNY is not.
ASI8 on the north side of Quarry.
PL Day 3 में TJB ने
Out to the west
TNY का
front of it.
confidence तोड़ दिया लग रहा है मेरे को.
Trying to figure
क्योंकि
out
उस
that
दिन
path
से
into the
TNY का
future.
एकदम down ही
IHC
चल रहा है.
split across the top of Everest.
Until
On
that day,
all of it
TNY
right
was
now,
scary.
With Godless down towards hospital as well. Well, not quite into hospital, but down into the compounds that way. They do have quite a lot of the ground under control. This is a really nasty hard shift up to the
I
north
think
now,
Nerdset
playing.
needed Spike by. No,
Georgia
East is
Paul
doing
all of a
good.
sudden
East is
becomes
doing
a very
fine.
viable position. I'm wondering what Fury are
IC
going
तो
to
कभी
do. Do they
बेटा नहीं
hold
अभी
that
तक.
north side? It's not unlikely that it goes up
IC
north.
action तो
There's
खेलेंगे
a
ही
lot of
खेलेंगे.
water as
Top
well.
तो obviously the main player
Yeah,
of the
massive
team.
amount of water out towards the western side of Georgia, Paul, which isn't ideal for a lot of our squads. I don't. This is one of the. I would have preferred the circle to head a little bit further down towards the south side. I think it gives a lot more agency for some of the
Falak
squads
knock.
on
Falak
that
finish.
southern edge. But
IC knock.
this one does cause problems
IC
where
finish.
you have to just cram yourselves in
IQ
either
low.
over towards North George or crates and apartments. Neither
Cow
situations
7-7
are
के knock.
ideal. Or you could play over towards that eastern side and pray that you can play off the back of some high ground to work with. Na'Vi getting pulled apart here, down to just one final player now for themselves.
Virtus Pro leaving Koa in the dust. ASIA
Rage glitch.
extracting value. Does take a little bit of damage, but should be safe on the high ground for now. Their move along the west side contested, losing a player, but as close as everything is, 2 eliminations.
That's a
could
good
be
trade.
A big difference maker for ASIA.
Palak mara 2 kill मिले.
Yeah, still in that top 3, which is nice for them. Able to get ahead from Enigma Galaxy with those 2 elims as well. Still terribly close though for all these teams. That 3rd place spot seems to be the one that's the most hard fought over at the moment, with IW, NRX and Tongji Bao streaking ahead now, 122 points and 117. I want to see a little bit more from ASIA, but they are in a slightly difficult scenario down towards the west side of the map, still making their crossing on the western roads. It's always difficult when you get a northern circle like this with ASIA, who are very firm on playing down towards the
Action knock from Z-Wolf.
Even when
Falcons versus NRX, close range fight.
Different. It's Falcons though up against IW NRX. This is a big fight. 2 strong teams, and IW NRX.
Action is getting revved. IC को knock नहीं होना चाहिए. IC knock हुआ तो matter हो जाएगा.
IHC leave the top of Everest, and in their vacuum, 2 teams try to fill the void, and over the top the nades will flow. Falcons force IW NRX.
अगर ये फाइट निकाल दी ना Falcons,
along the rocky crags,
मजा आ जाएगा.
Come through from Frozen. It looks like he's got that first aid off, but no knocks sent either way just yet. Falcons Force and IWNRX both on 4 players.
Oh, Z-Wolf low
with the DBS, eats a lot of damage from a nade, has to back off almost fully there. Up and behind, allows his team to take over.
Z-Wolf knock from Action's nade.
In through the smoke. The nade is found as well. The follow-up over towards Z-Wolf is great. Kane not really able to do too much now from the backlines, and Falcons Force in control.
Aggress कर रहा है Falcons. IC heal.
In for the fight. Swain nearly clips him, but he's going to go down just yet. Not without a fight.
Nice. Top knock.
IC dropping down.
East knock.
Hops next to go.
Trade
as well as
2v2.
East. This is going terribly wrong for the Falcons. Get a step up in the front lines for IW.
Top is getting
NRX,
revved.
and
Nice,
now
nice, nice,
it is
nice,
Action and IC to try and close this out, with Swain slightly further behind.
और फिर वापस knock. चल nice one. Last man standing है Kane. Last man standing. और 1v1. 1v1. मजा आ गया भाई. Beautiful action 1v3. Action 1v3. अरे पीछे से टीएन आ गया यार. क्या टाइम पे आया बे. क्या थर्ड पार्टी किया. टीएन ने किल उठा लिया. कितने किल उठा लिया टीएन 3 किल उठा लिया. Falcons के तीनों बंदों को फिनिश कर दिया टीएन
Actually, I mean, at the very least, they could have potentially got the 4. I think that still would have been a likely full reset for
किस्मत ही खराब है भाई
Falcons
का.
that's even worse.
When was the last time we saw a third party like this?
Would have had a great
When was the last time we saw a third party
game
like this?
Tiamba being able to come
बहुत
in
rarely देखने को
from the
मिलता है.
eastern side and get a huge nade like that off, which instantly ends the fight.
गेंडू किस्मत है भाई Falcons का. गेंडू.
That's unfortunate, but Tiamba also really needs this. They need this to stay in the running. If they can get up towards a 90-point game, not
Action 1v3 किया था इस
90
fight में.
points on the leaderboard after this game, they will feel much safer going into the final 2 maps on Miramar.
That's got to feel good for Tiamba as well. You throw a nade, it goes bang, and you just see on your screen those lovely red letters, 3 eliminations. You're like, what? Hang on a minute.
But yeah, Falcons
That's great news. Goodness me.
choke कर रहा है इधर.
TJB,
अरे
they're into the crates.
it was
South
back and
George
forth.
will be
End में तो final blow तो
destination.
Falcons ने ही दिया था ना.
Which is definitely nicer for our squads here. I think heading over further towards that northern side is just going to cause problems for teams where you're unsure where you want to go. But this kind of securing yourself down towards that south side means that a lot more squads can have potential at a good game. Enigma Galaxy currently playing on the south side of the road, which is fairly decent from where they came from, to be able to get themselves into a position like this, still with 4 players as well. This might be time for
Vengeance के 3 बंदे knock है भाई.
step up once more, as they're already finding some good shots
NGX
over
उठा रहा है
towards
kills.
Vengeance, and actually pick up a lot of these eliminations coming through.
It's been a little bit quiet from our tabletoppers over the last few matches, so it's about time we had a stand-up from one of them. Enigma Galaxy looking to
Push
be
kar
the
raha hai
ones to
Enes.
do so here.
Yep.
Should be able to get
Yep.
the res. You'd hope so. A little bit isolated.
Kar
Push
di.
down south from Incilio. They're crashing onto Vengeance. They've got 2 knocks. They know it's a weakened team. They can get out of the crates. This is a great opportunity.
Oh,
to
a nice
build
nade.
rotational ability
Do bande gaye
into
us
the
nade
later
se.
game, but only if they can get past the final hurdle, because that's already 2 knocks. Another one
Maar di.
potentially in the wings
Vengeance
and
bahar.
upstairs. Finally, Incilio wrest it back into control. They're 3
But jaate
players.
jaate
They
ek
can
ko
get the
leke gaya.
rest.
Good stuff for them over on the season side. I mean, you definitely wanted to take advantage
Georgia
of what was
circle,
going on
bhai.
for Vengeance there. It was a good
Chalo,
time
finally,
to get in.
some new circle.
And one of the few
Nice
positions
spray,
that's
Westron.
still left on the southeast side to play in the circle. Nice shot over towards 676
Mera
from
kismat
Westron.
jaisa hai Falcons
I'm
ka.
actually surprised he hit that shot, but well done through the smoke. IHC though, nice spot for them in apartments. Is this going to be an IHC game for the first time in Group Red?
Could it be? I mean, they took a nice fast rotate from the top of Everest, right? They were the team that was where the fight between Falcons Force and IWNRX were. They went so quickly as soon as
NRX
that North Circle popped
पूरा
in
choke
towards
चल
the
रहा है
bridge
बे.
position, the bridge area
Choke
of
choke
South
चल रहा है,
George.
choke.
So this rotation may pay off for them, right? And that's what they're looking to find value for this spot.
TJB,
When did
NGX,
Galaxy get in there? They were
I8.
playing all the way
इन
down
तीनों
to the
में
south.
कौन अच्छा करेगा इस मैच में?
Yeah, they've been making some quick rotates, some quick movements, and taking advantage of a lot of the fights that are going around the map. And this is something that Enigma Galaxy
TJB,
has always been quite
I8
good at, is
and
identifying like
NGX.
when those gaps form in the circle. They don't form for very long, but those opportunities when they come,
Bro,
Enigma
many
Galaxy is quick
players
to
in
take up on
global
the
play
chase on them, and
5-finger
that's
claw.
realistically
Do
down to the call coming through
Indian
from Ralph
player
as well
should
as
switch to
assists
5
from the
fingers.
rest of the team. So again, like I was saying earlier, in
it's
Group
player
Red,
choice,
they've
bro.
had a massive improvement when it comes to
Many players in global play
IGLing
4-finger
as
also.
well as just cohesion within the team, because yes, the IGL can make a call, but it's not all down to the IGL a lot of times. It's Tixi up
5-finger
against Furia.
5-finger has
2 players for Furia still
lot of
remaining, but
advantages.
right now Tixi in a heated 1v1
Definitely.
with Gusta.
but if you're not comfortable,
Cooking the nade, trying
then
to get
you
it
should
nice and
not-
hot, nice and toasty for him, but he doesn't like it. He sends it back to the kitchen. Tixi,
do you think IHC winning the
Those
last
allergic to
PMGC
those
was a
nades,
fluke? No.
not going to be friendly. Not gonna be
Anytime
friendly with him.
anyone lifts a
Last
trophy,
nade in the pocket.
it's not
Keeps
by
just going
fluke,
short
bro.
on the top of this ridgeline, though. A bouncer off the pillar. Oh, that was so close.
It really was. That was actually a very
थोड़ा
nice
luck
throw
ने
coming
favor
from
किया
Tixi.
होगा, but still,
That could
it's
have
not a
been one of the
fluke.
nicest nades we see here in Group Red. I wonder if he's used all of his nades, or Tixi just going out in the water. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what else he's going to really get done here other than just
Tixi ने
kind
क्या
of
किया तुम लोगों ने
chilling
देखा?
in the back lines.
पानी में गया
He managed to
और
pick up
देखा
4
एग्जैक्टली
nades
कहाँ है
from
बंदा.
right.
अब शायद वो ये ग्रेनेड करेगा, एग्जैक्टली उधर ग्रेनेड करेगा.
Go on,
इसने
get
देख
it
लिया
off the pillar.
पानी में
That's what I
जाके
wanna see.
एग्जैक्टली वो
Get that
कहाँ है.
angle. I meant to say angle.
What?
Get the ankle. That would work. Oh dear.
Bro,
One of
persistence.
the sillier fights. that we've
Persistence
had here
दिखाया
on
इसने.
PMGC, just
And it paid off.
not wanting to look at one another to see who can get that nade first, and Tixi's unable to find it in the end. Tongji Bao currently in crates.
Pixie
over
was
on the
like,
season
मैं
side.
पानी में गया,
Their
देख
only
लिया,
competition
अब
at the
ग्रेनेड
moment
उठा
is
लूंगा पेटी
FaZe,
से और
but
मारूंगा
pretty
इसको.
solid
इतने में उसने
location
मार
for
दिया.
Tongji Bao to be, and well played to them as well for the fact
Wow.
that they've been able to maintain a lot of vehicles here by tucking them away inside the crates. One is smoking, but quite a few of them that are
क्या
fairly
moment
healthy. It's one of the difficulties of this location that there's not a huge amount of spots to actually place vehicles in a position where they won't have tires shot out.
Currently FaZe
अभी TJB का
playing
best map
in
अभी
that
आना
little
बाकी
dip
है.
you can see that's
Miramar.
behind those lifting cranes.
इसके बाद
Gonna
next
have
दो
to
matches
leave,
Miramar होंगे.
and move around probably through
I'm just saying.
TJB at this point. Potentially could go for a swim over the
I8 and NGX solid
That would
posi
not
में
be
wait
the
है.
worst idea in the
Circle
world
के
for
हिसाब
FaZe.
से.
I mean, you know you're going to have to fight through. Unless you can get players ahead of TJB, it might not be the worst idea in the world, but it will be met with solo snakes. And if Vintoris can get value here, they can push through on land, but yeah, he's been spotted, and that's what I was talking about. There's just so much danger from across the way. I feel like a swim could be in FaZe's future.
What if Alpha 7 in this lobby? Can they qualify?
I don't think that they're
Alpha
finding
7
the
उनको
success
फर्क
they
नहीं
want
पड़ता
here. I
lobby
mean,
कैसा है.
TJB is just packed in towards those crates with some crazy sightlines all
Nice
over the
one,
place.
TJB.
Noise goes down.
Alpha 7 is a force, bro.
Mella's already made the decision to send out towards
उनसे
that
लोग
western
डरते
side
हैं, वो
and
किसी से
try
नहीं
and play
डरते.
the cliff face. It's the smart decision they could go for here, especially when they're right on the bubble at the moment. FaZe currently 74 points, 1 point ahead of Team Queso on 74. at risk of dropping into the bottom 5. It hurts to see these elim proportions, man. 20 elims, 43% contribution coming through from Mela. Needs to get picked up by a team, dude.
What's the main reason
A big
they
shame
don't
to
put
FaZe.
Weekend
They're
in
not
global?
a team, according to Blank. Goodness me. But you're right. I feel like
I don't
he
exactly
definitely
know.
has been a massive,
But जो भी
massive
है, सही है.
factor in this roster. The numbers bear it out. And he has a bright future ahead of him. I'm hoping to see a lot more from him.
Weekend is not fit for
Yeah, me too.
competitive.
I'm not.
is what I
no
feel
shade
like.
to FaZe, honestly. I just think
उधर
that
के
the current
dynamics बहुत
team he's on,
different है.
he is just outshining a lot of the other players on that squad.
What do you
I
guys
don't know.
think?
Maybe the rest of the squad just needs a little
Do you
bit
think
more time.
Weekend
I know
is-
that the other players
is
are
a
good. I know
map which is
Mormon's a
fit for
strong player.
competitive?
Onzen's been around for quite some time as well. It is just Mela who's doing the lion's share of the work, though.
Yeah, that's kind of undeniable. They did finish 6th back in their respective qualification region back in Southeast Asia. So in general, they didn't have the strongest of results back there either. They did come through their league stages in 2nd place on the overall standings, but that really didn't come back to aid them in those finals. They only got 1 chicken dinner across all of those
TJB को
finals.
carefully
So
ऊपर
definitely
clear करना पड़ेगा
seeming
first.
like a little bit of a middle pack table stuffer
FaZe मार खाने वाली है.
from FaZe as a team right now, but with Mela, if you can unleash him, right, that is where you find that value, and hopefully FaZe can figure out how to do that.
एक गोली का है. Livik, अरे
Let's take a look at the
Livik तो
other side of
छोड़
the
ही
map
दो.
now,
Livik तो है ही नहीं.
because we do have Alter Ego sat down towards
Livik
that
तो बहुत
southwest side.
बेकार
I think
लगता है
most
मुझे.
teams right now are figuring out where they want to play this one going forward. I don't think Enigma Galaxy actually has one of the strongest of positions over on this eastern edge. It is really difficult playing from this spot, but your main focus is
Nusa,
sort
अरे
of
नहीं,
clearing
नहीं.
out the teams coming in through
ये
on that
तीन map ही
northeast
ठीक
side
है.
outside of crates.
मैं तो
So this is
Sanok
where
भी
Enigma
हटा
Galaxy
दूँ.
needs to pop off a little bit.
But एक
Basically
ठीक है, एक
create
match
space
चलेगा.
for themselves on that northeast edge.
वाह. मुझे लगा
That's
मुझे लगा वो INS का बंदा से TJB का
They'd be
दिक्कत
more than
होगा.
happy to pick up that point.
वो
It
खुद
goes
ये
to
kill ले
ING
लिया भाई.
again. Enigma Galaxy also
Everything is
potential to
working in
pick up a
TJB's
lot
favor.
of these cliffside
6,
players.
7, 6, 3 finishes.
Potentially move one of their players out to get some oversight on it. I think
IC का पोजी मेरे को
Celio may
सर्वाइवल
still-
लग रहा है.
No,
और
they're
एक किल
out
मिल
now
गया.
with that drop down. FaZe, yeah, on those rocks. TJB
क्या
are picking up
बात
a
है.
lot of these points. An answer back towards 676, but
गया मेला भी
easy
गया.
pickings here. Easy reses as well, nice and covered off.
Beautiful. One more net. गया.
All right, going fairly low. Mela finally down. Talking to you about nades today have been fairly unreal, honestly. That's intense.
TJB momentum पकड़ लिया guys.
Time on cooking.
अभी
them as
हटने वाला
well.
नहीं है,
Yeah,
hashtag
it's
one
been
से.
pretty awesome to watch. Mela down, I think.
Grand final
Talking
सीधा.
about likely going to try and get a refresh on some of the loot here. It's whether or not the Novin Torres is in the wings. Who again is another strong player.
Tianva
coming
क्या
through
कर
from
रहा है?
FaZe.
Evelyn leader turning the corner. Spots
Oh, रे डब्बा.
First break catches Longs. Flower is still on the beachhead.
उनको
Longs
पता ही
will
नहीं
not
था
get
इधर
back
बंदा है
to
बोल
it.
के.
An isolated player now. Enigma Galaxy, could they read into this? Could they know that it's getting crazy? The nades from the high ground, and
अभी ये
Tongji
तो
Bao
गया.
to find another big nade. Hits the water, goes around the edge. The blue zone's there. Dodges a lot of damage for it though. And across the beach, TJB trying to make their approach to this circle. 676. Ever vigilant, waiting for that rock. Knows that it's likely he's going to leave on the blue zone, but he's already ahead of it. Ventura's out in the water. As soon as that nade goes in,
Tianva
he knows that
slams
he's not going to be there.
on Alter Ego. एक का डब्बा डाल लिए.
Looking for a cross, and they roll straight into the barrels of Alter Ego, but only losing one on the approach means danger for Alter Ego. Fortunately, up on the wall, they've got Boysil to handle Tianva on
खत्म.
their roll-up. No way
Tianva
through.
बाहर.
The way is shut, and Alter Ego hold the south.
Yeah, Tianba had a really limited decision to go
क्या
for.
कर
Enigma
रहे
Galaxy
भाई?
over towards Team Queso right
Team
now.
Queso के दो
Nice
बंदे knock.
nade kind of
NGX
thrown
pushing.
very casually by Redox as he passes by this shack. That
Oi.
was very cool. Does move up
dear.
towards a window and will get
2v2.
shut down, but now Snowix needs to support the rest of his squad.
A nade to suppress, but might bounce back out. Unfortunately, Melosa.
Oi, what a nade
throws
connection,
into it,
bro.
Looking for the one in the
ये भी
shack.
connect
Stop
किया, वो भी
goes
connect
down
किया.
to Team Queso. Dastardly in their defense against Enigma
NGX
Galaxy.
का last
Big
man
nade
standing
from
है.
Melosa to stay alive for Team Queso. 2 players, and remember, they have now just pushed out FaZe into that 12th place.
Damn, that is
हुआ
sad to
knock.
see.
डब्बा
the
हुआ
phase
होगा.
they were banking on having at least one more elimination, keep them a little bit safer for a little bit longer. Na'Vi, though, on the other hand, after being
TJP two
hounded
man.
by some of these other players
I8 का
on the
मैच बन
eastern
सकता है
side,
ये.
actually one of the few to remain healthy
अगर
and
फालाक
living
starting में नहीं
over
मरता
on
ना
this
bro.
north edge. And the circle still holds him in.
कोई बात नहीं, ये तीनों भी
So
काफी
looking for
खतरनाक है.
an even higher placing. And with only 19 players left in the lobby, it is predictable that quite a few teams will be going down soon. You can see Nick Galaxy 1 player, Tongjibao 2, Na'Vi 1, Falcons 1. Team
What a comeback,
Queso,
TJB, I know,
technically
right?
right now, only with one player up.
But hat trick तो मुश्किल लग रहा है
Like,
मुझे.
there's only one team with 4 players alive. It's IHC. One elimination so far, but this is where you have that central circle team.
I'm just looking at IHC,
starts
guys.
to flex their muscles. In urban environments, it generally tends
इससे
to happen
better
a little
circle
bit
बनाए नहीं
later
उनके लिए.
because you don't need to expose yourself to as many angles in these built-up finishes. Which means that going in towards stage 7, that's where you expect to see the numbers start to rack up. But are IHC up to it? Because they have not been so far in Group Red. This is their big opportunity. But they're so far behind blank. Is it even going to be enough if they make it work here?
For IHC, this one's games where it has to be a gigantic
dinner.
win for them. And at this rate, with the limited amount of
देखो
eliminations they've been able to
कुछ
pick
भी हो
up,
सकता है. Close range
they've just
battle
got to
है.
hope that teams do
IC
make their way
survival
on
के लिए
over
W.
to where they're currently playing.
W survival, but अभी
And they
इसको
can pick
cross
up
करना है road.
6 to 7 eliminations on a chicken dinner there. At least that puts them back into a position where 1 or 2 really strong games tomorrow might see them into survival stage. At the moment, if they don't get this chicken dinner, we're still kind of just counting them out from making it in.
ASI8, 4 limbs, 3 players alive on the south side, pushing in towards north edge of this area.
इतना
Next
passive
building
by
they need to
IHC,
strike
इतना
towards,
passive
a little
क्यों?
bit difficult to access right now with Team Queso on the off angle with Alter
तुम
Ego as
bottom में
well,
हो.
down those alleyway sight lines. Boysil a little
यही
bit less
लगा
of an
मुझे,
impact
cross
than
करना
Team
मुश्किल है.
Queso are from that position.
मार
You
दिया
can see how
Alter Ego.
difficult it is to
Falcons
make
बाहर.
moves here now. Just getting cut down. Falcons force will fall. 6 still with the circle on top of him.
8 team survive कर रहा है.
Positioned.
Yeah, 6 can definitely live
Just
this
so you
game
guys
out,
know, और
which is
3
really nice
मिनट
for
में
him.
3 नहीं 3 या
And
4
the
मिनट में
circle
dead
allows
circle
it.
start होने वाला
That's
है.
the only reason he's still into this one. But
Godless
likely
knock.
stage 8 is going to cut him out. He'll be super lucky to get another northern shift on the circle.
इसके बाद
But for
stage 8
Na'Vi,
का circle चालू होगा.
6 knows just
फिर
how
उसके बाद dead
much
circle.
getting a top 5 would mean to them as a team.
तब smokes का
Just
खेले
needs
पूरा.
to survive
Smoke
a little
के
bit
अंदर
longer.
से मारो.
They actually take a knock
वही
in the
है.
center of all the teams that it could have happened to. They have a pretty
मुझे लगा
wide
गाड़ी
split
था
on
IC
the
पे.
hold right now.
नहीं.
And I think coming into stage 8, there is going to be some very quick movements, and IHC are going to have to be on the ball. And during that shift, already they're having to send a player out from one of those outposts just to get that res off. I think it was a very bad time to be peaking.
I think in general, though, Rogue was very likely going to have to regroup here anyway, with the players on the west side likely going to try and take that building from them. So that regroup, potentially just waiting to try and catch someone moving too early or trying to get ahead
Spike
of
bro
that
C
rotate.
troll _
However, that
edits
regroup
story
through the res
I8 got
out,
caught
IHC are
using
back at
second
full.
device for map. See on Instagram.
Tongji
Second
Balasa,
device for
smart
map.
move from them.
मतलब
Heading over towards the buildings on that north side.
I8 disqualify होने वाली है.
NRX
NRX के player ने देख लिया
This is a
उनको
complicated
दूसरे
sentence.
device में
Will now
map
be watching
देखते हुए.
6 for
See
his
story.
move.
देखो जब तक वो disqualify नहीं होंगे तब तक मैं ये सब नहीं देखने वाला हूँ. छोड़ो.
You know he's on that cliff face. They've been prepared for it for a while. The crossfire from TJB as he tries to step up, and it's Triple S to take 6 down.
Team Queso बाहर होने वाले हैं. In
Quattro,
3,
14 Queso.
2,
The last player on their side
One.
to stay alive, out in the blue zone,
Gaya.
and it's going to take him away.
Papi
Will last
Potro.
no longer.
Bye bye.
IHC still is 4 in a 2-2 split.
His two teams go out really relatively quickly against one another. So that's Na'Vi as well as Team Queso out. ASA still running,
Rauf.
still making it happen over on this south side. Again,
He's
a team
hanging
that
on,
had
bro,
a
at
long
NGX.
way to go. They are very good at finding these openings. Similar to Nick Galaxy, though, they really
I8 versus
fell
Alter
apart
Ego.
on their push over towards Team
Rauf को
Queso.
जाना है.
Felt a little bit messy, honestly. And now Ralph is in a tricky scenario.
Waiting to pre-fire that door. The smoke is there to cover him off visually. Ralph actually trying to go for another
Ralph
angle
zone से
of
गया.
shot over
Kill नहीं
towards
दिया
the
उसने.
north side, but It is just
and the death circle
out of the mix.
has begun.
ASI8 now can push on up towards the top 3.
IHC क्या कर रहा है किसी को नहीं पता. कैमरामैन भी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं लग रहा उनको दिखाने में.
The only team to be able to do so off the back of their performance here with the placements that they have yet to earn. I think they will jump up over Enigma Galaxy, even on those Elim points, and they are still alive. Not so true for the teams ahead of them. Is IWNRX even safe from this one? Because they went down.
Aldrigo का आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
IHC though, the big story here against TJB, tournament leaders, 7 elims, but only 2 players to play with. Ziol has to hold face. They're on this 2-2 split flank, so it is essentially a protracted 2-2.
दो ही बंदे हैं, क्यों भाग रही है? अब नहीं तो कब निकालेंगे IHC kills मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है. If not now, when, bro? They only have 1 frag. They are sitting at #16.
Stage 9. Like from
and they're running away from a fight.
Push forward. It's going to be ASI8 who is the
big problem.
Like this could cause disaster for the two
Bola
players making their way in. He catches the one on the back lines, and that is
last man standing for 8
by Alter Ego on the outside. But any placements upwards for Tong Jubao, they're happy with.
Absolutely, in goes the last player from ASI. IHC taking shots
TJB.
out the window, and that name goes on in. It's going to be TJB to take another point here. 8 elims.
IHC का अगर ये मैच चिकन नहीं हुआ ना, I'm not sure कौन सा वाला होगा.
A high nade.
इससे better मौका मिल ही नहीं सकता इनको.
Rooftops across from them, not isolated enough. They're going to have to drop down. Danger abound as Demo steps out the window, gets that peek beautifully, and able to hold off TJB for a moment longer, but there's still one more player to go. It's Triple S.
TJB bahar
on the outside, can't quite get it down.
IHC is about to get their first winner chicken dinner.
IHC only 5
मतलब इतना favor करना पड़ता है जोन इनको chicken लेने में.
The start for them to try and turn things around.
It's going to be 7 finishes, winner chicken dinner.
To give them 17 points and put them in an
IHC
outside chance of jumping up to that survival stage. Furia, they're kind of in the middle now, though. And IHC with Demo and Ziol need to worry.
Oi.
They go across the hallway.
Last man standing here.
Furia goes down first. The second, not so quick.
मार दिए.
DBS.
चलो भाई, defending champions कम से कम एक chicken निकाला.
Yeah, it was lost in the smoke there. Yeah,
body language says, yeah.
Needed a map to
yeah,
figure out
where
he was inside of that room. But at the end, it will be IHC.
थोड़ा हंसो यार,
don't look too elated with that win.
सिर्फ godless एक
that is the first footstep on a long journey.
Not even high fives, nothing.
To get into a survival stage and a firm position to do it in. But first game, it'll do the trick. They have 2 Miramars after this and tomorrow to make it happen. And with a lot of our teams still stumbling around that 11th place barrier.
Warning मिला है next story देखो.
Although
भाई disqualify stage में आके कोई नहीं होता bro. उतना नुबड़ा mistakes कोई नहीं करते.
Result for IHC. Let's head back over to the desk before we get stuck into.
Second device कहाँ से use कर लेंगे बे? पीछे admin खड़ा है. कौन सा second device use करके advantage मिलने वाला है उनको?
PMGC last year has a decent showing, but it obviously did finish this out. George was exactly where they dropped. That's a little of the cap.
अगर इधर से अगर IHC comeback कर दी ना bro,
let you go into that. Obviously turned
मजा आएगा देखने में.
A game
Not going to lie.
I was really scared initially, Jason, because we know how much IHC loves. They just
cancellation winner chicken dinners.
Everest.
Resisting the urge to
resisting
the urge to watch stream and instead study for exam beyond infinity.
The moment I saw the
तुम्हारा हर रोज का है bro ये.
Like IHC, I know how you play. You're gonna hold on to that position.
I miss those days, yaar. I miss those days.
For once, Jason, they left Everest early.
During exams,
they
I used to find every reason in the book to avoid studying.
Building in Southern George Pole, in residential area, which are
थोड़ी देर के बाद पढ़ लूँगा. अभी भी 20 घंटे है. मेरे लिए 10 घंटे काफी है.
Easier to scout and shut down teams that are rotating in your vicinity. Macro-wise, this was so clean from IHC, but my question is, where were they?
IHC comeback कर दी तो 50 रुपीस वापस भेजना स्पाइक भाई. ठीक है bro. कनिष्का ठीक है bro.
It was so good to see IHC and Furia like right
छोड़ो make you भेजो.
Fighting each other in a game where they really
make you भेजो. मैं तो कुछ bet लगाए नहीं, वो नहीं करेंगे वो comeback.
And they still got a lot of work to do.
Ziol 4, Demo 3.
They got the chicken dinner, and you didn't see a pop-off
Rogue
celebration, right? Because they know like, all right, yeah, it's about time, you know.
Zero
That's a terrible feeling to have in their situation. I'm glad they got this win.
By Indian team कोई अलग region से खेल के qualify नहीं हो सकती.
Right? They just needed it. They needed something to go their way. It finally did. But is this just a start, right? Or is it just a one-time thing, right?
you look at Fury right there, the great previous game, they followed it up with a second place here on this game. So they definitely have built a bit of momentum. We're just hoping to see the same thing out of IHC now. That's going to be the big expectation, hopefully.
Yeah,
and actually,
IHC
it's
hashtag
kind of
11 पे आ
easy
गया.
for them to get to the late stage because you look at their damage ratio, how much damage they
17
took.
points मिला ना
I think
उनको.
only one player would have
एक बार
been
देखते
knocked
रहो.
realistically. The three of the players, they up over.
17 points मिले तो 67. No, they'll be at hashtag 14.
But one player would have
Hashtag
been knocked
14 पे
realistically.
रहेंगे
The
वो.
three of the players, they didn't take enough damage to get knocked throughout the entire game. So quite rough. But as we go through the replays, Chiamba
This was
just
sad.
ruined it, man. People like,
yeah.
oh, Falcons, yes, we're going to survive. But Chiamba.
Let's get this reset, and then, oh, where's my team? Gone.
One
I've
nade.
never seen IC drive away so fast before. He went straight down
Hopefully this
Everest,
chicken
like,
gives some
"I'm
momentum
outta
to
here," and
IHC.
then obviously they get picked up later on. There was something else I wanted you to actually kind of talk about, Max, that I don't think you hit on necessarily, is the way they
वो
regroup
दोनों को
those
उतार
buildings
सकता
for
था.
IHC, more importantly.
Yeah, that's so yeah, we talked about the Everest regroup for the early game, but also the late game regroup was pretty solid because we said it, they sent it in the residential area.
अब
They
let
hold
the Miramar
three of those
action
apartment
begin.
complex buildings, which
अब दो
again,
matches होंगे
set it,
Miramar के.
great positions to hold on to. But they see that when the circle keeps closing around them, teams are going to be breaching those buildings. So they're like, okay, we go from holding
I8
three
was
of those
using
buildings
that
now
device
two,
between
and
the
they do
matches.
2-2
They were
split. And then they see
using
TJB
that device for
breaching
map
the eastern
info.
building.
They got
Let's
a
regroup in the
warning for it.
center building,
अच्छा,
and then look
matches
at
के
this.
बीच में
Because
वो
of
device
that, they
use
get
कर
the
रहे थे.
perfect angle to completely eradicate TJB off of that map. And then it's a 4v2 versus the side of Furia, which is an easy wrap-up for IHC. So the regroups, again, from early to late game were on point, Hot Jukes, and deserving
I8 का
of
कोच
a
नहीं है
chicken
क्या? कोई
Yeah,
कोच
you
नहीं है
know
क्या?
what? They got the chicken
जो
dinner
बताने
here, but
वाला-
let's be real, dude. The real winners gotta be.
देख के
TJB.
आके बता
Look
देता
at
ना.
that
I thought you were going to say the
13.
viewers.
Yeah. The view. I mean, they are.
They don't
because
have a
they're
coach and they're
watching
doing
a
everything on their own, then
being put on by TJB.
respect, bro.
By far,
Respect.
the most successful Erangel run we've seen in this tournament. Max, you agree?
Yes.
NRS को भी
How
warning
can I
मिला
deny
क्या?
that? The thing is, it's not even just their being successful, right? Where's Nigma Galaxy? Where's IWNRX? Where's Na'Vi? Like, Na'Vi got himself 6 points this game, is still decent, but the big contenders here are falling behind.
Maisie
So there's a
is
gap
live.
that's being made for TJB.
भाई
that
मैंने
they could
दूसरी
afford to
फोन
just
से कॉल कर लिया. अब
chilling
मैं
tomorrow,
ban
and they will still be in first
हो
place,
गया.
or at least in top 3 to make it to grand
कोई
finals. They
logic
are building
बना भाई
a league
players
that
ने
is a
देख लिया
threat to those top
admin
squads.
तो
And,
जी
who
मारने
was it-
आए
was
हैं.
it you or Jason that said about
समझा नहीं.
you know,
मेजी
10
भाई क्या बोल रहे हो
eliminations a
आप?
game this tournament or this day?
It was Dennis.
Oh, that's who it was. That's who it was. Classic Dennis, back at it again.
I8 का
dude.
coach
This is crazy.
trying
They're on
that
trend
is him
to
brother.
surpass 10
अगर coach है तो coach को
eliminations
करना चाहिए
a
वो
game today. 2 more games
teams
left
का
to go.
rotations
It's
वगैरह
almost-
देख
almost
के
there.
मैप
It's
का
gonna be
पेपर
tough,
लेके आके
but
एक्सप्लेन
they've
करना.
definitely shown that all
ये
you really
device की
need
use कर रहे
sometimes
थे.
is just that one day, or maybe even just that one win for them today, since they were able to get a back-to-back.
That's impossible because there are
But
admins
also, Ego, I want to touch on just really
behind them.
quickly.
Of course,
They
bro,
able to
this
get
is the
themselves,
biggest
I believe it was
tournament
8 points.
in
Now,
the
this is
world.
a team that's been constantly battling
And
for that
इसमें
top
कुछ
11.
falls वाले तो
When we
कुछ
get there,
बिल्कुल
it's
नहीं
curious
होगा.
to see where they're going to
Demo
finish
is the
off,
MVP
but
of this
I
match.
think that might have been able to propel them
It's
back
not
to
real
the top
Maisie. अरे
11.
मुझे पता है it's
But
not real
I
Maisie, but
worry for
still
those
उसका
teams
नाम
so
Maisie है
much
तो मैं
because
क्या
every
बोलूँ
time you
उसको?
have a bad game, you just know you're probably going to be falling out of top 11 or getting so close to. And when you go into the final set of matches tomorrow, I think, honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, I think it's going to come down to the very final match to determine who our top 3 is and who our top 11 are.
I gotta agree. It's gonna be an absolute showdown.
इंडिया
tomorrow.
को
I mean,
स्लॉट
this is
मिलना
very
चाहिए
close,
था.
especially with IHC
पाकिस्तान को
and
मिल
Furia
गया तो
pulling it out
डिस्क्वालीफाई
right here at
करवा
the end,
रही
Max.
है. अरे
I mean, it's
करवा
gonna be an absolute
करवा रहे
bloodbath
कौन
tomorrow.
करवा रहा है
It's
भाई?
gonna get so close.
कौन
The
करवा
only
रहा है
thing is
बताओ
that
मेरे को?
TJB, if they win these next 2 matches,
कुछ भी
first
यार.
place is locked down. That's
NRX
gonna
is
be
not in
for
top 3
sure, 'cause
anymore.
These guys are just absolute wrecking
NRX
ball
का
right now.
चोक दिन है भाई. चोक
Yeah,
दिन है
so
NRX
It's
के
a
लिए.
tiebreaker too between
TJB
Nigma Galaxy and
dominating
IWNRX.
lead लेके बैठा है.
Tiebreakers are gonna be a thing,
135.
Jason, until the end. We know it last year, and it might
135.
happen again
16
here.
points का lead
Yeah,
है.
it might not have been
Hashtag
group
2 से.
yellow this year, but it
अभी
definitely could be group red with the way
अभी
it's
competition
going.
second से लेके 6th के
TJB
बीच में
almost
bro.
20 points in first place. I8
TJB
able to rejoin the top 3 as IWNRX
lead लेके
seemed
बैठा
to
है.
fall out of top 3, which is quite surprising.
And अभी भी 2 matches
And to
बचे
be
हैं.
honest,
उनका
even have
favorite
Falcons
Miramar
kind
है.
of knocking on that
Miramar
door
में
as
वो
well,
लोग
only 13
अच्छे ही
points
खेलते हैं
behind, so
mostly.
we could see even Falcons
आज
jump
अगर
into top 3
TJB
here.
150
Just
plus
one
कर दी
match,
ना,
let alone 2 matches.
So they are
Yeah,
100% qualified for
And
grand
just to
finals.
take it back to IWNRX, is like we were saying, oh, it would be so cool they're in top 3 without a single chicken dinner. But what if tiebreaker? There's like,
Falcons अगर एक chicken मार दी तो hashtag 2 आएगा.
Realistically,
Just
as a
saying.
prospect, we have to keep in mind that they
एक
currently
chicken
have
मार
no
दिया,
chicken
अच्छा
dinners.
वाला.
They could be maybe losing a spot to grand finals because they don't have those super valuable chicken dinners for those
Reaction
tiebreakers.
start.
So kind of scary, but here we go.
BGMI
Bottom of the
best
rankings.
player.
Hot Juice has been the talk of the town for these last 2 matches now.
Man.
Furia,
End में आके
IHC,
TN
they're
बा
still
choke ना
at the
कर दे
bottom, but they
disqualification
can
के
technically
लिए.
reach a way better
Alter
spot
Ego
at the end of
hashtag
the day
11.
if they do well on Miramar, so they're not too far behind now. They can
एक
make
एक
something
point
happen.
से चल
Yes,
रहा है
they
bro.
can,
Yeah,
and I said
76,
it, they needed
78,
to finish out
79,
the rest of the
79.
games today with really solid matches. if they
IHC
wanna
after
get that
chicken
right
still
now.
hashtag
They do not
16.
want a 20-point gap going into tomorrow because there's too many teams
Wow.
that need those points. And after these performances today, Jason, like this is ridiculous. Like, is it confirmed that Group Red
Phase का भी
is
down
in
ही चल रहा है
fact
bro.
the
बहुत
group of
down चल
death?
रहा है.
No,
At one point they were at top 5.
Kind of become.
Told
I
you
mean,
so,
Bottom 5
right?
में आ गए.
he might come in here and be the analyst. He might be the third analyst. Who knows about rate? But I mean, it really is like a bloodbath in this group, staying true to Group Red. And for IHC, what blows my mind is they have 10 placement points in 15 matches. Now,
Feel
I
आ रहा है
guess maybe it
Falcons
shouldn't
कर
blow my
लेगी
mind
कल.
considering how they won PMGC
कल नहीं
last
आज ही
year, and
करना
it's all
चाहिए.
about the
मैं तो बोलता हूँ
eliminations,
आज.
but
अभी
just
अगला
to
2
see,
मैच में
like,
1
10
मैच निकाले
placement
बस.
points out of 15 matches is kind
उनको
of
चाहिए
insane.
20
They
पॉइंट
don't
का
even have the
डिफरेंस है बस
eliminations
20
that
पॉइंट का
make them
डिफरेंस
stand
है.
out
एक
after
चिकन
the
डिनर.
36. They're almost the last team when it comes to fragging power, just barely above Furia. So they said they were going to play aggressive today. Even this win, Hodgix, when you look at it, it wasn't an aggressive game. It was just purely based around macro.
इस
which
लाइन में
that
तो
is
एक
the
बार
complete opposite of what I
Altrio का
expect from
eliminations
an
देखो
IT
60.
squad, right?
Yeah, I don't know what IHC's been doing lately. I
पूरा
mean, every
elimination
single
से ही
game
वो
I see
लोग
them rotating,
बैठे हैं.
like, extra.
I had aggressive खेल के
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Yep.
And they're just getting
I had
denied
is
every single time,
definitely
like, just running
one of
into
the
a
most
stop
aggressive
sign,
team
and
of this
I
group.
want to see it different. I hope they realize that, hey, you know what? Yeah, we got
Miramar
blessed
is
in the
perfect
circle,
map
we
for
made it work
esports,
us.
but Weekendy
We
not
gotta find a
perfect
way
for
to get into those
esports.
center
Agreed.
positions, or at least, you know, even off center a lot earlier rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, a late rotates does not show to me that you are an aggressive team.
क्या कर रहा
I'll
है?
tell you that much. We saw even on Osanok, they could have rotated super early, but they keep delaying it, and it puts them in such a trap.
Birdie prediction
position, to
बता.
be completely brutally honest here. So I'm like the
Next
fact that they were
2
quick in this
matches
game.
के
You
लिए.
have to keep in mind, of course, that this might be a bit biased because the circle was on Southern George, and that's where they drop. They love that kind of area. They know it like the back of their hand. What happens next if they get a circle completely away from their drop spot? That's the big question for me. Are we
IHC
gonna
से
see them
अच्छा
speed
इंडिया
up the
को दे
rotates, or
देते at
are
least
they going
top
to go back
10
to
तो
what they were doing
होते.
before this chicken dinner? And if they do that,
ऐसा
then
नहीं होता
I'm
ना
losing
bro. They are
hope right now. I
defending
hope this is
PMGC
going to be
champions,
the
इसलिए उनको
big
दिया है
change
invite.
that we needed to see from IHC.
अगर
going
senseless
forward.
ऐसा किसी को भी invite देना है तो RC को देते हो.
Go ahead.
No, I'm about to say, secret of
समझ रहे
change,
हो?
dude. One
Reject
person we
Tokyo.
need to see a change from, or at least one team.
They have way
is
more
Alter
achievements.
Ego, dude. What are these guys gonna do to change things up?
To a quick report with the 7WG, as Alter Ego has made a big change in their roster for the rest of the day. Rosemary is going to be sitting out. He told me that he's just currently not performing, so we'll see if he's maybe going to make a comeback tomorrow. We have to wait and see what happens. Now, another team that has been performing really well today has been Fury. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and their coach told me that the biggest change so far for that team has been just a mentality change.
I8 का
A big
वीडियो
confidence
आया था
booster,
जिसमें
and it's
उन्होंने
definitely
बताया
starting
था
to show today in their
they
performance.
don't have a coach. Also, they are struggling for equipment. No
Rosemary
funding.
out. Max, man.
No.
I almost wish we could cut
I'm
to your
sure
camera because I'm pretty sure there's a
इस
tear rolling down
PMGC
your
के बाद
face.
बहुत पैसा
It is.
मिलेंगे इस टीम को. So that they can equip
I
themselves.
just looked at the stats. I was like,
can
please,
get all that.
I want to stay on copium for the rest of this tournament. But Alva has been realistically the
एंट्री
top
अच्छी
fragger.
है
एक
लेकिन
Falcon
बैठने का
और
तरीका
एक
अभी बड़ा
NRX.
कैजुअल है.
And it's not
ठीक
been
है,
good for
body done.
Rosemary. He's even behind Ox at the start of today looking at the stats. So he's been having a really bad time. Even Hans that we know, Jason, looking at the spring season, Hans was just an
Defending
incredible
champion,
fragger for Alter Ego.
कोई
Sure, they didn't
नहीं
qualify to PMWC,
बुलाएगा
but
और उस
Rosemary,
टीम
Hans,
को
they were just completely shredding it. And seeing
tournament
those two players as the
छोड़ा
bottom performers of their squad is very, very surprising.
Miramar में
to
top
me. So
top
I
performer
get why they would want to do
Zevulf
change. They
है.
want to try and see
ये
if
mini
a
बहुत
little
गलत
iteration
मारता है
of the
भाई ये.
squad might be successful, but the fact
बहुत
it's
गलत मारता है ये
Rosemary
mini.
Jason, one of the people call him the one of the
Top
best players
damage
in
इसी का है,
SCA is a
top
really
assist भी
big
इसी का है.
shocker.
But I feel like Hot Jukes,
One
you
side.
gotta respect a player when they're the ones, even when they're like normally seen as a star of the team, when they're just like, yeah, I'm just not playing well. And he's
GG
being
without
selfless by
coach,
saying,
respect
"Take
for
me
them.
out,
अरे
put
without
someone
coach,
else
without
in,
equipment, if
'cause
they
I
are
want my
doing
team
like
to
this,
succeed." I have to respect that.
Huge respect,
especially when
bro.
you're a big player who can potentially have a giant ego.
That's a big step down, you know, and it's very risky too.
stolen
because if your
eliminations
sub
में
comes
top
in
पे
and
NRX
they
बैठी है.
start
No wonder.
performing
Second
like
to
nuts,
Falcons.
you could sit permanently. I mean, I've seen it happen.
कितने दिन
plenty of
left है
times
इस
in my
group
day.
का?
So like,
कल आखिरी दिन है
it's a
इनका.
very bold thing to make, but you know what? It's a sacrifice that only the best of the best are able to make that decision, because you know what? Everybody has an off day, you know, every now and then. You know, I don't know if you guys have had those days where like you just start dropping everything and just everything just feels off. If he's having that day today, then yeah, it's his responsibility to tell his team, guys, I don't know.
थोड़ा भी
I'm just not
गड़बड़ है तो
feeling
भाई
it, right?
सीधा
Let's
समझ
go ahead
लो.
and bring in the sub and see if
तुम
we
chill
can
करो
change
जो
things
भी
up,
chat
because
में
we don't
बोल
have
रही
very
है
much
वो.
time left to kind of make things happen here, and these guys gotta qualify.
I thought he was going a completely different way with this. When he talked about the sub coming in, I thought it was going to be like, oh yeah,
Alpha 7
Michael Jordan
not gave
said to
their
our team,
best,
just,
then
I'm just
also
not
they are
playing
in
well today, sub
finals.
me out. And to be the sub to go in for Michael Jordan
मेरे को भी ऐसे ही
is
लगा.
like,
कोई बात नहीं, finals में देख लेंगे. Finals में असली रूप दिखेगा.
legendary stature of a player like
Double
that, which is
prepare को
exactly
आएगा
what I feel like
Alpha 7.
Rosemary is. Maybe not
India
MJ level,
Pakistan
but
को
he's definitely
support
a massive
कर
player.
रहा
We can
है.
go to football though, right?
क्यों
Tom
पड़ोसी
Brady
हो
stepped
आप?
in, and that man
और they are
never left the
dominating
field. You
international
know what I'm
lobby और
saying?
इंडिया
So,
के
anything
पास
can
लॉर्ड्स
happen.
में
Speaking of like Tom
पाकिस्तान को
Brady
सपोर्ट कर
football,
रहे हैं.
I think he's talking about the wrong game here. That sounds
जाने.
like
भाई पाकिस्तान इंडिया क्या होता है भाई?
John
गेम
Blank,
गेम की
help
तरह
us,
देखो ना.
please.
एक टीम है जो अच्छा कर रहा है तो सपोर्ट करो बस.
John Allen is like,
इधर वॉर वर्ल्ड वॉर थोड़ी चल रहा
Let's
है, इधर
get
वॉर
King
थोड़ी चल
Clark
रहा है.
stepping onto the court for some big three-pointers and hitting Miramar with a big game.
स्पाइक भाई
We've got
जूस
the
पिला दो.
tables, AHC.
मैन पाटिल भाई मैं पानी पिला दूंगा, तुम आ जाओ. ग्लास रेडी बैठी है इधर.
what?
The match 5 has
King
begun.
Clark's rookie season, the WNBA. Goodness me.
I'm a esports kind of guy. I'm not a traditional sports kind of guy, unfortunately.
Ah, so sad, so
I
sad.
think a lot of people would be very sad about that, I imagine. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm into my esports.
That is true. How about, yeah, you're right. In the chat that they've just put out, like Faker. There we go.
Yeah.
You know, very good player at video games. How about that?
Yeah. Absolute demon in the
The
lobby.
thing about Miramar is
but
बहुत
we
slow
are
start
heading
होता है
over
भाई
towards
fights.
our
बहुत
fifth match
slow.
of the day here on Miramar.
Like,
and it's a weird one.
slowly
because I think that the
circle,
variance
second
between
circle
some of our
end,
teams
ऐसा
on
start होता है
different
fight.
maps is wild, by the way. It's I think Tongji Bao's the only one.
मौसम्बी का जूस पिला दो
a
स्पाइक
great
भाई.
games both on Sandhog, Miramar, and
ठीक है भाई, आ जाओ हैदराबाद आ जाओ, पिला
sort of
दूंगा.
depends when they want to step up, really. But today has been seriously unreal.
मौसम्बी तो मैं
They're
पीता नहीं
getting
हूँ.
quite difficult to catch now in first place, actually. And that PMSL EMEA
ये क्या कर रहा है?
1-2-3
Flip.
sweep doesn't look like likely anymore.
No, it's been a little bit bedraggled.
Impala
but as WNRX,
का
you know, they
ऊपर है
are
circle.
massive on Miramar, seemingly.
ठीक है.
Wolf especially.
कल कौन निकाला था इस
Got
सर्कल
on
में
their
चिकन
team
गाइस?
Yet again.
कल इम्पाला सर्कल में
Circle
चिकन कौन
throws
निकाला
out
था?
the east
मुझे
side
याद नहीं आ रहा
to
अच्छे से.
Salaharin. That is their home territory. IHC is... Oh, goodness
It
me.
was-
IHC as well will be in with fairly central spot in
It
this.
was TNBA, right? TNBA निकाला ना?
Again, not a bad
Impala
position for
circle.
IHC, and we said that this is a team that, you know, it's the first step of many for them. Down in 16th place at 56 points now, so at least now with a somewhat of a running, if they can get themselves another chicken dinner.
NRX,
I think
नहीं,
a lot
NRX
of teams have been
choke किया था ना
limping through
last में.
quite a few of our previous games over like the last half of yesterday
TNBA निकाला था, I
and
think.
the first half of today, especially some
TNBA
of our
two
top
kill
teams in
domination,
the
हाँ,
lobby.
वही.
IWNRX,
Impala circle था ना.
Galaxy, Na'Vi, 112, 117, 117, with ASI 8 now taking 119 in second place, and Tongji Bao far ahead at 135 in first place. Here's the performance right now for Enigma Galaxy between day 1, where they're averaging 5 eliminations per
2, 3,
match.
4,
That has
5.
dropped down to
ये
just
चार
3
टीम के बीच में
eliminations now
सिर्फ
in day 3. So you
7
can
point
see
का
like the
difference
drop
है.
off a little bit here for Enigma Galaxy, who were on top of the world over those first 2 days.
They are still in that top 3, though, but you're right. That an EMEA 1-2-3 looking less and less likely as TJB continue to keep pace with, well,
End 1v3 किया याद है?
everybody
कौन
else's
सा वाला?
pace, keeping pace only with themselves at this point.
वो
135,
Vengeance.
the current ceiling
Yes, I
was
do.
Team Spirit
Noise,
last week.
noise.
They broke records getting 225
उसका नाम
points
Noise था
in
ना,
their
जो 1v3
group
किया.
stage week.
एंट्री अच्छी है
Like
लेकिन बैठने का
Bangalore
तरीका अभी बड़ा
7
कैजुअल
जो
JB to
अच्छा
make a push
खेले
that far,
उसको
but
support
still definitely
without any hate.
capable of being within
It is a
reach of
game
that
for
200
peace.
point boundary.
Mehdi
How it
bhai,
depends, man,
beautiful
because,
message. I also follow
from
that only.
their glow
मेरे को
up
फर्क नहीं पड़ता
day
कौन कहाँ से है.
to now, I think the point
इंसान है, अच्छा
scoring
खेल रहा है
average
भाई.
is somewhat
बस तारीफ
ridiculous.
करो.
If they're able to keep that
Hate
up,
तो मत दो. Hate, love
I
all,
wouldn't be
hate none.
surprised over 8 matches
Love all, hate
that
none.
they can maybe catch that.
Thank you, bro.
But
for the
it
super
is
chat.
a tall ask. I'm just saying with how they're currently playing, you know, back to back to back, just
Godless,
game after game after
Spike
game in those top
कैसा
threes.
player है यार.
Yeah, it's
अच्छा player है,
wild
बहुत अच्छा
that
player है.
we've even reached
But
this
it's a
stage.
team
And
game, right,
with
in the
that,
end.
for the top 5 elims, Zed Wolf really
It's a
was
team
on
game in
top
the
for
end.
quite a while, and now Flower has firmly taken that lead at 34 elims total.
Which is kind of a nutty result. And then, I mean, you even go down to third, right? And you look at IQ, the drop off of 4 elim difference down to the next place there. Big stuff from ASIA. And I mean, we talked a lot more about them in day 2, I feel like. And rightly so, that was really a massive day for ASIA. Coming into day 3, it hasn't been as loud for them, but they're still up in that second place. They're still getting into these late game circles. I mean, we saw them in that
IHC early fight लेने आ गया.
right? They were
TN
still up
से
in
Shan
game
knock
late,
finish.
getting, I think it was a 3rd place. Does Tiamba lose a player to IHC, actually? Continue to add points to their tally. First blood is drawn here as teams start to move
TN is
into
getting
the
bullied
east,
now.
yeah, I mean, ASIA,
TN is getting
I
bullied
feel
now.
like they had massive pop-offs, but they are still maintaining consistency where teams like IWNRX, like maybe Nick the Galaxy,
क्या
also
क्या देखना
haven't
पड़
quite
रहा
found
है.
that.
Yeah, I honestly though, for Miramar, we home
भाई
back on this
I8
game.
ने
I
अपने
think it has been
legs के
unfortunate for
बीच
both
में
Nick
phone
McGalaxy
रख
as
के
well as
map
Navi
stream
both
रखे
in
हैं. Map
5th
stream
and
चल रहा है
3rd
क्या? I
place
just want to see.
respectively. Purely because the coach is right. They haven't been getting great circles
Just want
on
to
this
see map
map. They've
stream
been
चल रहा है क्या?
consistently heading far over towards the eastern side. I think we saw this exact circle recently
चल रहा है
as
map
well.
stream?
And these are the two teams that really do have to travel the longest distance here on Miramar, from La Cobreria as well as El Pozo, which are both strong spots
कहाँ
to
चल रहा है
start
map stream?
in. But we really just haven't had many like northwest shifts on the circle, or
Map
even
stream
just
तो चलता
western
नहीं है,
shifts
bro.
in general.
Sightlines over the
Map
wood
stream
phase
कहाँ है?
for
I don't see any
IHC.
map stream. मैंने खुद कल
Be able to
रात
take
को
too
स्ट्रीम
many
एंड
shots
होने के
though,
बाद
just
मैं मैप
make sure they
एक
keep
मैच का
control
मैप
here
रोटेशन देखना चाहता
over
था.
on the
मैंने
north side.
देखा, मेरे को मिला नहीं. अगर तुम लोग को पता है तो मेरे को बताओ.
Further up the coast,
कहाँ होता है map
playground
stream?
compound. Vengeance moving in past El Azahar right now.
Stream would have delayed. Of course, bro. बहुत डिले रहता
Not
है.
really too many teams close by. I mean, you've
अरे
got
कुछ
Genso
भी
Roy,
fake
about
वाला
400
मत spread
meters
करो
away
यार.
right now down to their southwest.
फेक वाले
a little
बहुत ज्यादा
further,
वायरल
in
होते हैं.
fact,
फेक
actually,
मत करो,
closer to
मत
500,
करो.
600 meters, so
Unless you have
about that range
solid.
distance.
अगर तुम
Team
एडमिन
Queso,
हो, एडमिन ने कुछ
they're
स्टेटमेंट
very,
दिया
very central,
तो तब
close to
बोलो.
IHC.
फालतू का फेक मत स्प्रेड करना प्लीज. मैप स्ट्रीम तो है ही नहीं,
on
वही
that
तो बता
south
रहा हूँ.
side. They're a little bit out of the way. I mean, Miramar's quite a big map, so down towards that southeast side, they do have a little bit of room between them and IHC. I think at the moment it's more FaZe who are heading over towards that
भाई इस
northeast
लेवल में
side
आके
right
ऐसा
now,
कोई
trying
नहीं
to
करता
careen
bro.
through
लॉजिक
ASIA as we do get this clump
लॉजिकली
up
सोचो,
of
कोई नहीं
teams.
करता
So
ऐसा.
likely Falcons,
level पे
Tongji
आके.
Bao, now Nick the Galaxy and Navi all having to play that edge
वो ये
play
किए
style,
होंगे कि मैच
towards the
खत्म
end
होने
game,
के बाद
likely
previous
wanting
मैच
to
में
hope for a
teams
hard
कैसे
shift
खेले वो
over
देखे होंगे.
towards that southwest side or even northwest.
मतलब लेग्स के बीच में मैप स्ट्रीम रख के हाँ अरे वो यहाँ जा रहा है मैं यहाँ जाऊंगा, वैसा
around
कोई नहीं करता ब्रो. इतना
Lavendita
डिले
right
में कुछ
now,
नहीं हो
not
सकता
in the
ऐसा.
crater, so they have got a bit of mobility, a bit of
Makes
cover
no
off
sense.
sight line there. You're right, it's very, very central here, and teams on the outskirts may have to fight through a lot of it in order to get value out of this game. Navi, less concerned with that. They're over towards just
Well,
over the
top
north
pe
side
bete,
of
give
Water
them-
Treatment right now, heading
them appreciation
seemingly
they
over towards
deserve.
Torre Hamada, and going to be moving in across the East Coast Road.
Spike bro
potentially.
initiation for
I'd be
no lag
surprised if
for
they decided
Android.
to go
Bro
south
मेरा
of El
iPhone
Zahar,
में lag हो रहा है भाई,
given
मेरा
they're
iPhone में lag हो
taking
रहा
this
है.
angle of approach,
तुम
right?
Android
You're
में no
looking
lag
to
की
go
पूछ
in,
रहे हो.
on that south edge of El
Game ही
Zahar,
ऐसा है bro,
you would
कुछ नहीं कर
probably
सकते.
likely be going past Hacienda del Patron right now, so expect to sweep through Tierra
NSR
Bronca to
team
the
है क्या
east
बस
side of El
नहीं
Zahar,
है, NSR नहीं.
potentially coming up the coastal road and into contact with IWNRX.
Yeah, for IWNRX, it's not a bad spot to be in for them at the start of the game. It's nice and tucked away, but I think the
जो भी
biggest
ये
thing,
fake-
the biggest
fake वाले
change we'll see
चीजें
from
spread कर रहे हैं ना
IWNRX
bro.
here is that they're already making a breakout
Please
towards that
stop.
western side. I think in a fair few of our Miramars here in Group Red, IWNRX has been fairly passive over on the eastern edge and
मतलब for
kind
the
of waiting
first
the
time
game out.
in such
but
a long
this
time,
I
I8
think
is
they're
doing so
realizing,
good.
as it's the first
Instead
time
of
in a while that they've
appreciating,
been knocked out
ऐसा
from
fake
that
वाले
top
चीजें
three,
अगर
that
गया ना,
they need to start
players का
making
moral
some
down हो
moves. They
जाएगा.
need to start making some plays
Most
and gaining
important
ground
day
quickly,
है कल
which is
उनके
what
लिए.
gave them quite a few of
समझ
those
रहे हो?
points early on in the group.
It's not good.
They'll need to try and regain some of that momentum, regain some of that strength. Enigma Galaxy similarly out in the blue on that western edge. We'll see where they opt to go in. Next circle coming through. A hard north shift. This is big
circle shift
news
mara,
for
bhai.
everybody who sent central.
Vengeance dead center.
Fantastic for Na'Vi. Look at that approach they can make now. It's so free and clear. You can play on that east ridgeline of
Which PMGC format do you think is best? 24
nice
teams?
Strong. Enigma Galaxy, they need to move
in
fast
3
now,
groups
the
for
teams
league
in the middle will
stage,
start to sort
or this
themselves out,
48
make
teams.
that
48
approach.
bro,
They have a
definitely.
big opening, but
More
it's
teams
going to
equal to more
close in
competition.
the next minute.
Yeah, for both those teams, it is going to be
24 वाला समझ रहे हो?
speed up, like
ठीक है, but
pedal
समझ
to
रहे
the
हो?
metal
More
here for
teams
both
मतलब
squads to get into position.
और
Because
और
this is a
फटेगी
golden
ना teams
opportunity
को.
for them. Falcons as well were quite happy with this
24 में
because
से
they were just
16
closing
qualify
in
होंगे
on
तो
the
समझ रहे हो?
circle to
सिर्फ
try and break
bottom
in
8
on
में
that
नहीं रहने
western
का, वो
edge.
mindset से
And
खेलेंगे.
now are
इसमें
rotating
तो भाई
alongside with Getso Roy.
bottom 5
who
में नहीं
again,
रहने
they
का,
play on that north
at the
side,
same time top 3 के लिए
they
aim
have
करने
quickly
का.
identified a strong
Competition
position
अपना
for
best देना
themselves.
ही
So
पड़ेगा.
I think for Enigma Galaxy, they are slightly
40 में
late to the
खेलेंगे सारे
party.
teams.
Na'Vi, on the other hand,
Best
this
है,
is
best format
a
है.
golden opportunity for them.
Really, really big stuff. Still, that east side of Al-Zahar, that high ground
Cheater
ridge that sits up
अरे
there, the
भाई.
compound that's just beyond it, potentially
मैं
both
खुद after stream
very,
देखूंगा
very
इसका क्या scene है,
valuable
उसके बाद
areas to
कल
see
बात
if
करूंगा
Na'Vi
मैं.
are able
अभी
to take control.
I cannot
Falcons Force
defend
and
without
Vengeance,
complete
both
details.
sorts of the
So yeah, I'll
blockades
just
right
wait
now
for
for teams moving up towards the north.
stream खत्म होने दो,
IWNRX,
उसके
I
बाद मैं
think,
देखता हूँ क्या
also
scene है उसका.
in a really
मुझे नहीं पता.
pivotal position out towards the East Coast Road. Everybody from Impala going to be looking to move through the ground on this road. So if IWNRX can extract one from each team that passes, the toll will be high, but the points total for IWNRX will be so grateful for it.
Yeah, so for Falcons coming in on that western side, they lose a player in Icy. Not great news for them, especially when they were looking to take a dominant position over towards that northwest side for El Azahar. This time for them, I think it is just a case that this is the right decision
जो
is
भी
to head into
cheater
the
आए,
buildings and try
ये
and
सब
play it
दिख
out
रहे हैं
that way.
chat में.
Stay as
Please.
safe as possible.
I hope
FaZe
तुम अच्छा
locked
खासा
in.
रिसर्च करके ही
3
ये
players
डिसीजन
with
में आया है.
Vengeance up on high.
एकदम random
who
ऐसा
love these kind of situations. I
hate
think it's the
मत देना
4th
chat में,
time I've
please.
seen
सही नहीं है.
Vengeance be able to pen a team into a horrible situation and kind of take shots like fish in a barrel.
They do find the fish in the barrel and turn them into sashimi. That's a real rough time for FaZe. They find the wrong end of that deal. They will
कोई बात
have to
नहीं,
play on
Falcons
with
अभी भी
two,
3 man
Noise
है.
and Mela. I mean, to be
Chill,
fair,
chill.
these are probably... I mean, you definitely pick Mela, and I feel like you just take one of the other ones with them. If you're
भाई
if
bro
you're choosing
format
2
थोड़ा
players
समझा
from
दो
FaZe.
please.
But
I
either way,
told 48 invited
not
teams है
ideal. However, they do have a
from
position
all
to
around the
sell,
world.
which is more than could be
ये
said for a
48
lot
teams
of
को 3 ग्रुप में डिवाइड किया गया है. ग्रुप येलो, ग्रुप रेड एंड
This has
ग्रुप
been
ग्रीन.
cruel heading up towards that north side.
And हर ग्रुप में 16
a
teams
lot of
है.
squads still scrambling.
16
on that
compete
southern
करेंगे
edge.
4 दिन के लिए.
But it's good.
each
It
group.
is a good thing that IWNRX
And वो
made that
16 में
breakout
से
over
4
towards
दिन
the
खत्म होने के
western
बाद जो भी
side because
top
now
3
they
पे
have
रहेंगे
a lot more control
वो
to
जाएंगे
work
सीधा
with.
ग्रैंड
If they were
फाइनल्स में.
penned in over to
Bottom
where
5 teams
Fury is
घर
currently
जाएंगे.
playing, you
बाकी
wouldn't be
teams
too happy
सर्वाइवल
with
स्टेज
that. But the
खेलेंगे.
circle does move north once
सर्वाइवल
more,
स्टेज उसके बाद
and it's
लास्ट
Tong
चांस
Jiabao
उसके
that-
बाद उन सब में से
How have they
5
even
टीम
made this
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए
rotate, man?
क्वालिफाई
Yeah.
होगा. सो ये है फॉर्मेट
Just
ऊपर
looking
ऊपर
at
से.
where they've
तुम
come
लिंक
from, it
वीडियो पे
looks
देख
like
सकते हो अगर इन डिटेल
early
चाहिए
on.
तो.
Okay, so as soon as this shift came through, I'm going back through the map feed. So the circle popped. They were just on the north side of Los Leones, coming up to La Bendita. They just
Frozen
went
knock.
all the way out west, past Graveyard, up towards Hacienda, and looped over the
Ramp हो
top.
जाना चाहिए
Na'Vi
उधर.
obviously leaving gaps there, and TJB have managed to sneak their way in on the north side. They read this shift like incredibly well. This is brilliant stuff. from
ये 4
TJB.
फिंगर प्लेयर है Porsche.
Yeah, it's a gamble play, right? I mean, they're going to try and take control over towards El Azahar and then play the late
Oh, he
game
head
in
मार दिया
towards the
इसने.
center. But to be honest with you, the big case factor is that gamble pays off even
Caster
more
की आवाज
because the
कम
circle
करो.
shifts over
Okay.
towards that north side. So it's just a good understanding of like, what could we do
But
here?
TNY is
on the
getting
potential
bullied,
next
beh.
shifts? As this goes down towards the south, yeah, we can get a strong position over towards Al Azhar and play out from there. But if it moves
क्या
north,
खेल रहा है
then
TNY?
we're going to be one of the few teams on that northern side of the map. So for Tong Jiabao, yeah, again, they have all the chips on the table right now with first place at 135 points. So they can afford to take risks like this, which now are going to pay dividends.
Really great news for the team. It's been careening up the tables time and time again. IHC now up to
भाई
2
ये मैच
eliminations.
नंबर क्या
They
है
are on that
दिन का?
western side,
ये
near
मैच
that
नंबर
truck stop.
5
They've
है.
got the high ground
इसके
on
बाद
the
और एक
east,
लास्ट मैच
the
है.
low ground on the west as well under control. So really nice southwest position for them. But Enigma Galaxy just across the way. Getso Roy continuing to joust right now with IWNRX. Not really going to be able to do too much. That road that sits between them may as well be a river. It's just impossible to cross with the teams crunching
Brazil
this
top
close.
3 team according to you.
You gotta be patient.
Alpha
you
7
bide your time inside the circle. Wait for the shifts to come through.
Team
try and
Liquid, I
annihilate
think.
some squads down there. Rotate
And
as
uske
they come
baad
in.
Loops, I
That's
think.
your only option.
Pata
Really,
nahi.
you need to
Aur
start
performing teams kaun se hai
creating
Brazil
gaps
ke?
in this circle because it is a very nuanced
Alpha 7
area
Team
of the
Liquid and
map with
Loops, I think.
multiple things going on with the plateau
Yeah.
down towards that south side. You move over towards
मैं
some of the
Americas नहीं
rolling
देखा.
hills
Americas देखा
on
होता
the
तो बोल
north
देता
where
इसका
you've got
आंसर.
Na'Vi playing.
I have not seen
The one
Americas.
thing that does worry me is
Loops
that
तो बाहर हो
for
गया ना?
Na'Vi is how suspecting are they of a
Yeah,
team
बाहर हो
coming
गया, I
through
think.
on that
नहीं,
north
Loops
side. I think
qualify हुआ,
they
bro.
would
Loops qualify
assume
हुआ.
they're one of the
But
few
not
teams
for the grand
that
finals,
did break
for,
through onto the north,
survival
considering they
stage.
came from La Copa del Dia. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get backstabbed by Tongjiabao. So I think that they just need to be aware. In a lobby like this, it's entirely possible for a team to make a bit of a quirky rotate over
क्या
towards the side of the
IHC
map.
comeback कर रहा है?
It's all about being prepared for it, handling every eventuality.
Nice one,
IHC with
Godless.
the spray downs over the ridge line against Sincilio. They have lost one on their off angle, and the blue zone's not going to be kind to them. They're still not quite.
क्या बात है,
able to
nice
find
one,
the
Godless.
openings. Finally, over the top, they get that first knock. Turning around, a 180 comes through to try and make sure that they have their back secure. And another shot over the top. But the ridgeline is so exposed. You've got Nick Galaxy on the north. You've got Alter Ego on the south.
INS का
And
आखिरी
it's just
बंदा है
so
ना?
difficult to
आखिरी
make any
बंदा है
moves
Westron.
here without everybody having their say. In Cilio, they're down to just their one player. Westron remains.
Push कर रहा है
He's
बे,
gonna go
मार
into the
दिया.
fight.
किसने
He wants
मारा?
to
I8
roll
ने
up
मारा.
forwards, but that may have been a misstep because ASI
IHC
already
2-man strong, 4 finishes.
Yeah, that was
NGX
a
भी आ गया
bold
इस
move from
side से.
Westron.
IHC मार खाने वाले
He
अभी.
had left remaining in the tank though. It was that or concede really. So tries to go for something a little bit crazy. Team Queso, they're picking up Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro is fighting back, but they just don't have that same kind of presence anymore.
Godless
I
strong
don't
player
think.
है.
I mean, they're
अरे
able
इस
to
टीम
take
में
out
सारे
full
अच्छे
go,
player है भाई.
but I'm
बस
not
team
sure how much
coordination
further
सही नहीं
Virtus
चल
Pro
रहा
can
अभी.
go here. Only one player left remaining.
What's your take on TX applying
and
for
that's a fight
PL?
that they know very
Will
well
they get a
on
slot?
that southeast side. So it's just
Great initiative.
it's not fun to watch Virtus Pro kind
They
of
might get a slot, they might
lose
not get a slot, but
lot
it's a
of
great
that edge
initiative.
that we have seen them develop
इसका भी
over
आइडिया
the
था
year.
एकदम W आइडिया था वो.
I thought that nade was going to do it.
Crafton कुछ नहीं कर रहा तो हम ही कुछ करेंगे भाई.
As IHC tried to leave their ditch.
बहुत अच्छा
underneath the
initiative है
Nick
वो.
Galaxy. A nade in from IC and Team Queso.
किसका आइडिया था? स्काउट ने कुछ बताया क्या उसके बारे में?
Looking to
किसका
try
आइडिया
and
था?
find that res, but they're at the blue zone. They're taking shots. That's from
किसका भी
Alter
आइडिया था
Ego,
भाई?
who have flexed back out this
मेरे को तो
way.
बहुत अच्छा लगा
Say
जब
Alter
पहली
Ego,
बार
I
मैंने
mean
देखा.
Alva, because they're only one player left standing, is there. And I think that's going to leave Team Queso on one player going down here. Icy can try and challenge, but needs to get this first aid off in Zone 4, soon to be Stage 5, which means that blue zone will really start to hurt.
NGX 4 finishes.
Okay, so do get Papi Potra out of the blue zone, and they need to find this res now.
Yeah, Puppy Potro getting back up, head forwards towards that north side. IWRX have already started to make their rotate down towards that northern edge, towards Getso Roy, so there is a little bit of an opening. Zedwolf is keeping hold over towards that south side just in case there are teams coming off from that low ground.
Alpha 7
He's gonna
Team
be
Liquid
he has to be the one
influence
that
rage
passes that
है top 3
information
according
back
to
the
me.
rest of the squad who do
मैं
have that
अमेरिकास नहीं
compound
देखा
set.
bro, तो
You
मुझे
see
नहीं
there
पता
on the
exactly
map,
कौन
the
कैसा खेलता
minimap
है.
at least where
बस
Virtus Pro as
invited
well as Team
teams
Queso are rotating
देख के
in
बता रहा हूँ
from.
मैं.
This is a really nasty area.
NGX versus
the east side of
I8
El
ये
Zahar
मजा आएगा
is
देखने
just
में.
mountain tops set across massive
Hashtag 2
valleys.
team versus
You
hashtag
can
3.
see, well, we can see right now that ASI8, they're at the back of this queue of teams on the southwest side.
If
You've
they
got,
have the info, I
Vengeance
think ये
and
fight हो
FaZe ahead
जाएगा.
of them.
Vengeance भी
Nick
बैठा है
Galaxy
एकदम
also with their
silently चुप
outposts
चुप के
down
बाजू
here.
में.
But other than that, it's
एंट्री
Navi's
अच्छी
high
है
ground
लेकिन
and
Twisted
बैठने
Man
का
Brazil
तरीका अभी बड़ा
second
कैजुअल
T,
है.
they
This
don't
little
get
ditch
invite
that
because
comes down
one
into
org
the
can
valley
have one
between these
lineup.
two roads. So Navi,
PUBG
TJB,
Mobile
that fight
said
is
अरे हाँ
isolated
उधर
on the
डिस्क्वालीफाई
north
हो गए थे ना Twisted Minds. Yep, देखा मैंने वो न्यूज़.
For Navi,
Sad.
winning that fight would be really good for
हाँ
them.
Twisted Minds
as
वही
well as the
Brazil
rest
team
of
में
the
मैं
PMSL
एकदम
EMEA teams because
देख रहा था
then you
इसमें
cut
लॉर्ड वगैरह खेल रहा है.
Tongjibai
लॉर्ड
out, and then there's
उसका
a
नाम क्या है?
chance for some
Hoops
of
ये
our
सब खेल रहे थे.
teams like Nick Galaxy,
ये
like
अलग
Navi,
team
like
थी, दूसरा अलग team
IWNRX,
थी.
even Falcons to an extent to climb
And
further
दूसरा
up.
team
I think
strong
it's
है
gonna be
Brazil
hard
team,
to
but वो
block
qualify
ASI8
disqualify
out,
हो गया.
especially when Phalanx making plays like that. Does try and get away from it, but
किसने
will be
Alter
taken
Ego ने
out
knock
by
किया?
Alva, in fact, from Alter Ego.
And the zone
found cooked but not
TJB,
launched yet. Not quite on the
TJB.
money there. A shift up to the north side with the
TJB का ये
circle
भी
flank.
अच्छा मैच
This is
बनेगा.
huge for Navi's opportunities to
बस
stay
नावी को
in the
मारना है
top
उनको.
three
अरे कोई
and
बात
for
नहीं, बिना
TJB
मार के भी वो
to
लोग
stay
आराम
in
से
the
बैठ
top
जाएंगे.
spot as well.
They're very
I
good at
think
it.
My attention right now is on
I8 in trouble.
IWNRX, though, our top Miramar performers by a long shot.
हो गया
And they're
Falak
in a tricky
finish.
position. They have to make it work for them. Falak does finally go down. ASI8 may be the target
Gaya.
that IWNRX will set their sights on because UZM goes down second.
Vengeance looking over down the hill. ASI8 not
I8 के लिए
having the greatest
backlash है
time
भाई
of
ये
it
fight.
as Vengeance continue to find some of that high ground approach towards them. Good smoke
Falak
setup
entry
as well,
fragger है क्या
denying
इस
a lot
team
of the
का?
sight lines coming out from that
हमेशा वो
warehouse.
initiate
Just
initiate
putting
करता है fight.
ASI8 into an uncomfortable situation, but it is Nick Galaxy over towards that western side
Fearless
looking to take
initiation
advantage of this
होता है
fight
उसका.
here and potentially carve out a little bit of a path for them forward because it's not an easy rotate towards that northern
बहुत
side where
गलत
FaZe
फंस
is
गया
currently
ये.
playing as their two
उनको निकलना
players
चाहिए इधर
left
से.
remaining inside the lobby.
Zone.
I mean, we saw FaZe losing players early on, right, to Vengeance with those down shots.
Is NGX planning to backstab I8?
Outposted 2 players, so the fact that FaZe are able to
अबे
stay
रे-
alive, potentially being a better
अबे
scenario.
रिफ
than
देने
that.
आया वो.
It's really rough for Vengeance, but looks like ASI8 just can't quite find their way up this hilltop, and it's kind of
How do you
it's
say
kind of
L लग गई?
expected, right in this position, as I said.
In
the
Hindi.
hills, the cliffs, the mountainside.
अरे हिंदी तो बोला
on the
मैंने.
east end of Al Azhar are so dangerous
लग गई
to try
भाई.
and play around.
निकल गया Vengeance. अच्छी बात है.
It's been quite a slow game, honestly. It's basically just been these teams down towards that south side, cutting each other out because
Falak
there just isn't
IGL है.
enough room
मेरे को
for
लगता है
everyone,
उसका
especially
playstyle देख के
moving off
IGL
from
plus
that
entry
plateau
fragger है
that
वो.
looks down towards the eastern side of El Azhar. Alter Ego, final player left alive. They made some changes today. Even Rosemary getting subbed out, who is not performing up to snuff. Alva drops up, looks
Nice
for
try.
a second flush
अरे हो
there.
जाएगा ना.
Not able
गाड़ी
to
में
find
बिठा
Noki,
दो.
and that's Alter
ऊपर
Ego
से
out
Vengeance आ
again.
गया.
Now, it has been multiple times where they've just
कड़प
been
पड़ा.
clinging to this 11th place spot. They've been in and out, and it must be so
ओए लो हो
stressful.
गया.
Sends a nade up to try and push
First aid,
Vengeance
first
back.
aid. नहीं नहीं
Actually,
दूर से पड़ रहा है.
doesn't cook the nade at all, so maybe a little bit
बहुत
of a
खराब ही
surprise there for
situation था
Team
I8
K,
के
so
लिए.
they push
Nice
up,
try.
they third party
123.
this. IWNRX further out to the east of this. They're a little bit on the low ground.
NGX
Will have
121.
to fight through Get So Roy
Rauf
over
knock.
on that east edge, but Vengeance can now start to move further north.
Knock
With
नहीं,
FaZe
finish
making
हुआ
a
वो.
cross on the road, trying to get to the other side, and seemingly doing so successfully. They
No,
have got to the
UZM
other
is
end
IGL for
of
I8.
that cable car there.
Okay.
And now
Falak तो entry fragger लग रहा है तो
so
then.
Roy have their fight against IWNRX to worry about.
It's a really question of where IWNRX goes next, and I think that they would
NGX का और एक बंदा गया.
love to open up a knock
Finish.
over towards Get So
Two man
and they
NGX.
can start to work the problem on that eastern side. But even with Team Kato behind them, yeah, life's kind of tough for them right now. Nick Galaxy, they take a knock and a flush and go down to 2 players.
Bro, what's your view on
Not an ideal
AS8
scenario for
in this
them as they
PMGC?
wrap around
भाई ये
towards that
सवाल
western
मैंने
edge. I think
10
it was
बार
one of
आंसर
their
कर
few
चुका हूँ भाई.
options. That fight towards the east edge just wasn't confirming quick enough.
TJB.
And the circle drops right on top of Na'Vi. Good
कितना
rotate from them.
कितना
Definitely
मस्त पोजी में बैठा है TJB.
the
कोई
circle
दिक्कत ही नहीं है. आराम से
look
बैठो
is
उधर.
there for them.
Yeah.
But
Why
they
NRX
have
इतना
settled themselves
स्लो
into a
खेल रही
nice
है? वही
spot.
तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं. आज इतना
The
चोक हो
question
गया
is
ना
now for me
तो
is,
समझ रहे हो उनका
come
फ्लो
stage 6, stage 7,
उनका
how do
flow
they
अभी
play
है
this
नहीं.
out? Can they maintain all
Starting
4
problem है
players?
NRX को.
Realistically,
जब
off the
start
back
कर
of this
देती है
one,
उसके
you
बाद
would
बूम
want
बम
a
करता
chicken
है.
dinner because you've been given a chance here now.
The position that FaZe hold is where IWNRX and Getso Roy
When
both
things
want to
don't
move
work out,
towards. You can see the ridge line beyond where
teams
FaZe sit right
become
now
passive.
in the scopes of Porsche. That is
वो हो रहा है अभी
oversight
NRX
on
के साथ.
towards Navi's compound, right? You've got Puncher who's trying to take control over the south side, but in general, they don't want to be overexposed to that angle. They've also
भाई
got
TJB को
on the
देखो
north to
bottom
worry
of the
about. So
table से top
if
of the
one
table.
of these teams can get out clean and
Yep.
into FaZe's
Hashtag 16
position,
to hashtag
they
1.
are in with a really good chance of overwhelming this lobby.
PL champions, bro.
IWNRX
reason.
moving up that roadside. This is a smart maneuver from them. Haven't been able to open too much over towards Getso Roy, but now both teams know they need to move. Slightly dangerous for IWNRX moving out into this open zone towards the western side, so they are taking it slow alongside with the blue as it pushes them in. Best thing they can hope for. Falcons now know that Vengeance is close by. Vengeance consistently having this high ground. Very difficult to deal with. FaZe did move up alongside with Noise and Mela and have been taking shots, in fact.
एक फ्रैग मिला NRX का
Galaxy do go down to a shot.
NGX का सॉरी NGX का आखिरी बंदा बचा
over
है
the top finds Porsche with damage and there's the knock. Another one over
ले
the back
NRX
line
अपना
as well.
boom
As
bomb
Park
चालू
goes
कर
down,
दिए
Swain tries to tuck away.
Frozen knock
Frozen's
डब्बा
lit
Frozen
up
का
from the off angle. That's Mela who
touch
goes for the
touch
flush as
नहीं
well.
हो गया
Frozen should be
finish
going down here.
Frozen.
Can't be rezzed. Two players from Getso Roy trying to get across as well.
NGX बाहर
They get over the road, but how much further can they find it? Because Furia is that blockade that sits on the roadside
Action
to the
knock.
northeast edge, and they're going to have a really tough time to make it through.
Action का नेट से भी और एक गया
IWNRX, they haven't managed to get
Vengeance
across the
बाहर
line, but can they
Falcons
still
को
make
3
it
kill मिल गया
up to the position that Fate holds
Nice.
from them?
Unreal nade coming through from East, by the way. Takes down the entirety of
देखो अभी
Vengeance
NRX
there,
नावी
and
के लिए मौका
Falcons
बन
stay
गया
alive with their
Same goes
3
for Falcons
players.
as well
Wow, very
TJB
nice
TJB
play.
तो भाई
Can it group up?
अलग
It's
league में
especially
खेल
on
रहा है
the
आज।
Silas as well. One play,
Fight हो
well
गया
placed
नावी
nade
से
could be the end of it. There is a big pick
Long
though from
knock.
Lemon over towards Tong Jiabao. They find
NRX
the
is
first
pushing on
knock
phase.
through onto them. One other player goes very low as well, down towards half HP. This is a super important fight for Na'Vi. They know
Longs
they need
finish.
to win this one out. Another good nade will flush out Longs. Na'Vi continues the fight.
Both of these fights, one on the northwest, one on the
अरे भाई
southeast
साहब
flank.
पीछे
They're
से
both
अलग टीम आ
pivotal
गया
for the
NRX in
progress of
trouble
this lobby, but Team Queso may
Team
have just
Queso and
ruined
FaZe के बीच
IWNRX's
में
chances into this engagement
Z
on the
will
south
finish.
side as Na'Vi try to regroup against TJB. It's not looking super healthy, not
Mela
looking
knock.
super easy. There's the flush coming on through, and IWNRX playing on with 2 now, but it's just noise up the top. Team Queso across the way.
अच्छा उतारा बे बहुत प्यारा
Trying
बहुत
to have an
प्यारा
impact, but Getso Roy trying to poke their noses in, but it does not belong there. The book snaps shut. Noise able to keep a hold of the position for just a moment longer.
Falcons even finding a shot over towards
Nice one,
Tiamba.
Sven.
East has been
Nice
a
one.
true hero during this game. IWNRX will get rid of that player who has been so annoying for so long.
TJB
for them,
versus Na'Vi.
playing on that south side. Na'Vi moves up
2v4
with Lemon,
fight है.
Flower in the front
Last
line,
man
but a
standing,
fantastic
TJB का.
shot with the pump action.
6-7-6.
Take down Flower, and Na'Vi
And
might have
6-7-6
just cleared
SSS.
out the most dangerous threat to them on this
Yeah,
northwest.
TJB
Can
बाहर.
they regroup though in time? Can they get rid of Triple S and get back
Now
on
it's
the
time
road, back
for
into their
Na'Vi,
compound? The
NRX
Falcons
and
are moving
Falcons
into the
to
vacuum,
shine.
and they might have just gotten ahead of this. Na'Vi send
NRX
out,
तो
but
2 man
they've
है.
been cut off. Their resources now run dry. The
Na'Vi लग रहा है
pushback
comeback
in
इस
towards
match
the
में.
circle will be difficult, but they got 4 players to do it. In the meantime, IWNRX, they've handled Team
उछल दिया
Queso,
एक
and
को.
now it's up to FaZe. Mela
Nice
runs
one,
down with a
NRX.
buggy on Swain, and the spray down from Kane. A 2-piece
4 पॉइंट मिले
playing
इनको.
off one another. Symbiotic there. And a venomous approach from
121.
IWNRX.
Falcons आ गया
Good start. I mean, Falcons
Na'Vi का
again
एक kill
taking
मिला
down
उनको.
players from Na'Vi. I think realistically for Na'Vi, what they should have done is just head further north. Again, it's whether or not you understand that Falcons have been making their way so fast up towards this location.
किसका chicken
Remember,
लग रहा है,
Falcons
boys?
have just been
Falcons,
winning
Na'Vi,
fights back
NRX.
to back to back here.
Furia भी है.
So they've been
ओए,
just
अच्छा spray था.
crushing the lobby on
These
this
4
south
solo
side.
finishes.
But
Nice.
Na'Vi do finally get themselves back into position.
Furia भी
6
एकदम
items for
छुप
them.
के कहाँ
They get a
बैठी है
reset
Furia?
on this too. It's still well played, but again, they are looking for a chicken dinner on this match. That's what Na'Vi want.
Too
And with
close
Fury
points
in the
table, I
wings
know,
with
right?
4 players alive.
It's very close.
Falcons looking damn good in this game. Yeah, it's scary, scary. They do have the compounds to work with, though.
Blank, our 4th, 5th, and 6th place teams all looking for a 3rd place spot right now.
Falcons
all
chicken.
still in this
Okay.
one. IWNRX with the
Raid
worst
लग
of it
गया
right
उसको.
now on the southeast side, but they are ahead in terms of the points. If they can ladder up a couple of placements, that would be big news for them. If they can extract some value from maybe Furia's position
मेरे को
out
Na'Vi
to
का
their
dinner
east
लग रहा
side,
है.
that would be great. But you're right, it's Na'Vi and Falcons, both of these two teams with opportunity to push in, to muscle their way through and join the top 3 going into our last game of the day.
It's difficult for Na'Vi as well, because I think that they would have liked to maintain over towards that high ground. It was just a very good pickup from Falcons, understanding where Na'Vi moved across from, because they have essentially
Na'Vi is
taken
very
one
good
of the
at
stronger
defense.
positions in
So,
the lobby.
अगर उन पे zone बन
Although
गया,
these compounds are nice,
तो I think
it
वो निकाल
would
लेंगे
require
ये
the
match.
circle to head a bit towards that northwest side for them to
NRX,
continue
as
to have
always, they'll go for
presence,
frags.
because Falcons can typically
फर्क
now
नहीं
just play
पड़ता,
that
वो
high
2
ground,
man है,
right? They can
solo
play off the
man
back
है.
of that, take shots towards teams as they make their way in. Na'Vi still
Last
have to
match है
deal,
क्या? No, इसके बाद और एक
with
match है.
the player from Tiamba who is waiting in the sidelines here in back C.
Swain trying to get info, but he's out with his back to the blue. And moving forwards is difficult. Furia have control over their north. Falcons force over their west. And you can see action. I mean, he knows there's players over here. He's going to launch the last nade in his pocket there, potentially. XC for Tiamba in the meantime on the northwest side, spotted by Na'Vi, pushed out the back of the building. Top may be able to pick this one off. Certainly we'll see Puncher go for the cross and jump back on in as well. XC looking for some healing before he makes a move, and rightly so. Everybody knows where this guy is right now, and there is no way that he stays healthy. Opens the door to allow him to use the corner of that wall a little bit more effectively, but I wonder how long it's going to last. Furia, keep IWNRX at bay.
Yeah, he knows he's sort of doomed here. Does throw a quick nade out, punches fast on the trigger, will pick up the Elim as well.
Na'Vi
nice,
7 finishes,
the rest of the team. Now that player has been removed, Na'Vi can focus a little bit more towards their end game goals now, as they control the majority of the northern side. Fury is the last man standing for NRX, who are likely going to be taking a 4th place home here as Kain tries to get in the vehicle for some fancy movement, but it's Na'Vi actually finding top and some shots coming over the top sides from Falcon towards Fury. Breaks loose on the top side, and Na'Vi might have just found the opening that they were desperate for.
They were looking the cleanest of all, but there's a response. East finds Lemon on the approach. Puncher and Six now trying to break out wide. A 1-2 punch to maybe come on through against the Falcons team. 2 players alive for each of these 2 rosters, but Furia get back up to 3 blank. East goes low, but the nade doesn't fully connect. Puncher with the spray through the smoke doesn't connect either, but spots him. Loses Lemon in the meantime, though, and now it's just 2 for Na'Vi. Furia stand in their way with 3 players out on the west side, and there is a lone 3v2v1 action in the middle of it all.
Furia has the upper hand.
Oh, that's frustrating, man. I mean, if they were able to keep Lemon up, and Lemon did a great job.
Is Furia about to get their first winner chicken dinner?
Opportunity. Smoke went down, though, which was so painful for Puncher to try and find that shot. So it is now 6 and Puncher left up and remaining, which is
nice one. Dabba.
I would say on the weaker end to both Lemon and Flip, but with Puncher, with 6 going down, Puncher forced back and trying to get this res. Zone 9 is pushing in. I don't even think it's possible at this point. Still 9 elims and a 2nd place is not horrible.
They do not have long on this.
Falcon's still alive though.
Yeah, Falcon's still.
Furia slam करने वाला है क्या?
Is really important.
नहीं, action को clear करेंगे सबसे पहले वो.
I feel like action may not be.
कर दी. Action एक knock कर दिया.
Opens the door for Na'Vi. First shot goes in. Action's still alive. He's still giving them the slip, but takes one down. A little bit of damage. Na'Vi need to come in now. They need
आ
to
गया.
come in
Na'Vi close आ गया. बहुत सही.
What have you got?
Very
6
fast.
is cooking. Silence low.
चलो.
Can't go for this res.
चलो. Like I said, it's Na'Vi's dinner.
Goes down next. Na'Vi looking to put the 11th, the 12th, and or maybe the 13th nade.
Like I said,
in and the elimination.
It's Na'Vi's dinner.
That's what they're looking for.
Well played, Na'Vi. Well played.
And it's Na'Vi to take the
क्या एकदम तूफान की तरफ आए बे जब
जब
एक्शन से लड़ना चालू कर दिया तूफान की तरफ आ गए एक सेकंड
I mean, you've got to thank Top for that one at the end of this
prediction
one.
On point,
or at least Falcons in general. The fact they were able to control that side for so long and then getting a knock as well. It is really quick reactions from Na'Vi and some very well placed nades on the top of it. But 11 elims at the end of the game, really good stuff for them, and they'll be super happy with that one.
Action got a kill point. Yes, uska knock confirm ho
gaya. Up into a top 3.
इतना बड़ा मैप इसके सामने.
Well, Na'Vi getting bailed out a little bit, I'll say there. 6 gets knocked inside the compound, inside a little bit of a building. Go back for the res.
Your prediction for last match, Spike Boy.
Chased down in Mad Max style.
देखते अभी नहीं बताऊंगा मैं. थोड़ा मैच स्टार्ट होने दो.
Furia, which inevitably causes Furia.
Na'Vi कितना जल्दी रिवाइव किया यार. अरे हाँ ना. रिवाइव करके तुरंत आ गए. इधर फाइट चालू हो गया बोल के.
Maxman, I know
बहुत सही
Oh, this is a good game. I mean, I'm happy with how Na'Vi played it. I can already see the comments coming through. Like people said, oh, they were gifted the circle. Man, sure they were gifted some circles here, but they were using it to its full damn potential. I'll tell you that much. Like, sure, Falcon helps out Na'Vi. Taking care of a few of the players of Furia, and then they just get the 2 angles behind the ridge after they got the res. Na'Vi played it great, but especially the reason why they got here in the first place, Jukes, and this is the big highlight of this game, in my opinion, it had to be
Na'Vi ka country name. Na'Vi is a Serbian organization.
That push against
They're from
TGB
Serbia.
was ridiculous. And I'm telling you what, Na'Vi, you said it best. I mean, Na'Vi played this circle to perfection. Puncher 5 eliminations, Lemon with 4.
One of the oldest organization.
But at the same time, you can't shy away from the fact that Furia.
How many teams are going to qualify? Top 3 are going to qualify for the grand finals. Bottom 5 girl.
In that fight, and that's
4th से
exactly
लेकर 11th तक. They're going to qualify for survival stage.
Right? It feels like quite a bit. But definitely being consistent.
बाहर की
into
team
those top
react
places,
बहुत
but
fast
honestly,
करती है
Furia,
spike by.
to
Yes,
get
bro.
to that position in the game, they had to rotate in towards that east side of the compound that Na'Vi were at. And Max, we were discussing that at the time before Fury actually made that move, saying that like Na'Vi, they're
Ukrainian वही सर्बिया उसी के साइड गए
someone
हैं.
did push on. I think
मैं लिक्विडिया में देखा था मैंने
Yeah,
उधर
I believe
सर्बिया
it
ऐसा
was
कुछ लिखा था.
6 over to the east side. And that's the thing about Na'Vi, they were aggressive at the right time versus Dong Jabao. And they were also passive in fights that really didn't make too much sense and wasn't going to really add too much to their current position, which, yeah, we just don't want to fight that wide rotation of Furia. We can just coexist like a symbiote in that compound and just survive into the late game. Have an easy access to a podium finish and then we'll have to fight later.
कुछ भी बोलो,
So
TJB का
it was,
comeback
again,
देख के
the
मजा आ
mix
गया.
of being aggressive, being respectful at the right time.
मजा
And the
आ
timing
गया.
was on point for Na'Vi. But Furia, I'm telling you, man, they
Layout
have
1
stepped
or
up
3?
big time here. They are gunning for top
3.
11 placing. Sure,
But I
they
play
can
on
maybe get
1.
a few more eliminations, but they are taking fights that make
3
sense
is-
right now.
3 is OP,
Furia,
bro.
they know what they have to do. Hot
If
Juice
you
to make
master
up
3,
there,
then
and currently the game
it's
plan
good.
is successful.
Yeah, man. I mean, they had to play this one from the
Game
east
was
side,
banned
near the
because of
gate,
China.
right next to Get
They are
Destroyed,
applying for
IWMRX,
tournament in
but
China.
They just pushed their way in,
LOL,
little by
what a
little,
dumb.
after that big circle shift onto Na'Vi, and they played it so,
Point तो है
so
तुम्हारे
well.
पास.
I'm really excited to see, how they finish off today. And man,
Game
dude,
ban
the
हुआ
other
not
day
because of
too,
China. It was
TJP
game ban हुआ
still,
because of
I
data
mean,
breach ना.
It's
कुछ
the
data
performance they've had today, you
data का
gotta
कुछ
give
हो
them
रहा है.
just so much hype, right? So
It's
the fact
because
that
of
they're able
that.
to put anything on the board,
But-
is still
but we
impressive.
all know
I mean,
it's because of China.
One more game left to go.
But
And
the
I have a
reason
feeling it's gonna be a big
जो
one,
बोला
dude.
गया है वो है
Well,
data.
think back to what Seven said in his
Steal, data
post-interview
breach.
he had with Furia, and he was saying like they realized they have to like kind of change their mindset and change
Na'Vi
the way
has a
they're
ton of
approaching the
potential.
game,
Yes,
and it
they
seems
do.
like all that has been paying off.
Solid
here.
solid team
They
है
get 4
Na'Vi.
eliminations, but they get themselves the 10 points, and the 10 might be enough to push them.
Bro, do you watch
ever so
UFC?
close to that
Sometimes.
top 11. But also Falcons. We
Sometimes
didn't
I
really
do.
touch on them too
That's
much,
true.
guys. I feel like the timing.
John Jones के time पे मैं देखता था.
Were pretty damn
ज़्यादा.
spot on.
And that Falcons position was tough. They were having those silos right there on the south
East
side.
6
They had,
kills. वही भाई
they
East
kept,
बहुत प्यारा खेला
like,
इस
the
league में.
Vengeance, and
Individually,
once
he
they
has done
got
fantastic.
That silo position, they had that hill, they had that sight lines to try and third party the likes of Na'Vi, Tianba, and put some good points on the board. So I mean, yeah, when it comes to Falcons,
Why
you gotta
third
be
parties
happy
are
with
rare
their
in
points.
these lobbies?
Oh, very happy. But they
Spike
didn't
bro.
just get rid of Vengeance. They dropped a nuke on Vengeance. That was
ये
a grenade
question का
from
answer
East.
मेरे
It
पास
was
भी उतना अच्छा नहीं है.
insane how good that nade actually ended up being there. It was so clutch,
Because
clearing the entire Vengeance, allowing
मैं कभी-कभी ये expect करता हूँ कि भाई third party पक्का आ जाएगा. फिर third के बाद fourth, fourth के बाद
timing
fifth.
was very important, was of the essence.
But
for a lot
बहुत
of teams
rarely
like
देखने को
Falcons,
मिलता है
like
third
Na'Vi,
party.
like Furia, because they hear the fight of
For some
Tonga versus
reason.
Na'Vi Northeast, near the warehouse, near the compound, sorry.
क्या हो सकता है? तुम
And
लोग
they use
बताओ
that as
what's
an
the reason
opportunity to
behind
cross
not
the
getting
road,
third
which at
party?
that point is so deadly. If you make that cross without
आज
any
एक
smoke,
proper
without
third
any
party
pass, teams are gonna
देखने
see
को
you
मिला,
and they're gonna spray
जो
you
Tianba ने
down
किया against
almost
Falcons.
instantly. But that timing is perfect. They make
Rest
it to
third
the
parties
ridge, they
बहुत
clear a
कम
few
ही
solos
होता है
after
भाई, बहुत
strapping
कम ही
about,
होता है.
and then they can truly get involved in that conversation for
Everyone play their own
chicken
game.
dinner contender. So Falcons
They
sure
don't
was a bit more
focus on
silent in
spoiling
the early
someone else's
stages,
game.
but the timing was exactly what it needed to be at that point.
MVP of this
And obviously
match,
with the way the
puncher
zones
again.
played out too, is definitely rough for any of those teams coming from the south who just got heavily
Punch
condensed in
eliminations.
towards each other, especially in zone
800
2 when
damage.
it shifted more northeast. We can see here Puncher could be the MVP of this match. It's nice to see that anyone on Na'Vi could be the MVP at the end of the day. That's what we always say when it comes to PUBG Mobile these days.
PUBG
You have to
में
have a
सबसे
team
ज़्यादा
of
share Tencent
4
के
fraggers
पास
if
है.
you want to be one of the
Navkarai
best
Grafton is
teams in the
nothing,
world,
but
and
India
we're at the
में
best event in
Tencent
the world, so
operate
it's time for
नहीं
you to step up.
कर सकती. That's why
Everyone
Tencent
must
is
shoot good.
here.
Yes, I agree. I
Hello,
mean, it's
I'll put it
crazy.
down.
I mean, Puncher, 5 eliminations. This was one of my teams to watch. I had Na'Vi on.
Love
there,
or
but
hate,
they just
Tencent
got
is
dropped out
one of the
top 3.
best
A win here
in
is
gaming.
definitely going to put them in that running. Yes, sir. All the way up to second place with a little bit of
One of the
room
best,
to
yeah.
breathe, Max.
Some say they are the best.
TGB are like, oh man, I'm so happy I got 4 chicken dinners. Na'Vi are like, wait, you guys got 4? We only had 3. IWNRX are saying, you guys getting chicken dinners?
What? Chicken dinners?
Wait, you guys, what even is that?
Because they are not
I don't know
interested
what it
on
is.
kill points because more
It's a
third
mythical
party
creature
come.
of ancient times.
He
No,
knows.
it's still not
Yeah,
getting any of
third
it.
party से जितना
But,
benefit
I
है
hate slipping
उतना
down a little
नुकसान
bit,
भी
same
है.
for Enigma Galaxy, because I mean, to be completely fair, TJB.
Okay,
Na'Vi
here's
are just the
here's a
point
theory that I
sponges of
have.
today. It feels like,
Here's a
especially
theory that I
TJB,
have.
these guys have been an
दो
absolute
teams का
menace.
लड़ाई हो रहा है.
The teams that were
वो
normally
info
getting
देख के
consistent
third
points
party
by
करने एक
Enigma
team
are
आया.
just not really getting that
जिस तरीके से
same
third
type of
party
result.
करने के
It's
लिए
already
सोच के एक
close, and
team
when
आया.
you're looking at the
वैसा ही
point gap
बाकी
between
teams भी
those
सोच के आ
teams
सकता है ना.
4th, 5th, 6th position,
So
they
दैट चेन रिएक्शन का पार्ट नहीं होना है बोल के थर्ड पार्टी करने के लिए टीम्स नहीं आते. आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ इट मेक्स सेंस और नॉट. अगर उस चेन रिएक्शन में तुम फंस गया तो तुम्हारा गेम गया. ये है मेरा मानना. बाकी I don't know.
Virtus Pro for the first time
ये
here
एक professional
with a nice
player ही बता
points as
सकता है.
well.
I'll
They
write this down.
still
I'll ask this
have
question
a
to
little
someone.
gap here that they got to cross, so they're not out of the woods yet. And you know, speaking of in the woods, Max, I mean, we're definitely
अरे मैं points
getting
table
towards
देखा
the
नहीं, एक second.
last
TJB.
TJB 137, Navi 133, NRX 125, I8 123. I8 बाहर हो गया टॉप 3 से. क्या कंपटीशन है भैया, कितना क्लोज चल रहा है. फैल्कन्स भी आ गए अच्छा खासा. Wow. Now TJB is also with the rest of them. 137, 133, 125, 123, 121, 117. Wow. बहुत क्लोज कंपटीशन भाई, बहुत क्लोज कंपटीशन है.
give them that opportunity. So if Falcons want to be in top 3, they need
कल
to
का
gain here
आखिरी
to
मैच तक
maintain.
कैसे जाएगा,
They have that
बता रहा
potential,
हूँ मैं.
but when I'm looking at Falcons and
कल का
we've
आखिरी
been
मैच तक
covering
कैसे
the team
जाएगा.
for years and years now, they still don't feel like that Falcons of old. They still don't feel like that old stalwart esport just completely dominating every single lobby. If it was global, if it was local, I have not yet seen that Falcons for a big portion of this year. Of course, PMSL was going pretty decent for them. They still had some up and down performances, but it's still not looking like the big matches that we would expect to see from Falcons. The timing, the rotates are good, but the fragging potential doesn't seem as good as it once used to be. So they're in reach, Dukes, as you said, they can make it up there, but we still need to be getting a few more results because
They
right
don't
now,
push
that
if they
Spunt at
see
the top
two
is
teams
not
are
giving
fighting.
any
They
points
make
to those
angle to
middling
steal
teams.
kills.
what?
Yes, this
I'm
they do.
actually gonna
I'm talking
disagree
about
with you, bro.
perfect third party.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason why
They just
I
steal
am
and
is
they
I
just
think that we
leave.
are seeing the Falcons of old. I really do. I think we're seeing what they did before. The problem is everybody else has just gotten that much better. You know what I'm saying? Because they're being decently consistent. They're not far off from the top 3. But what are you going to do when you have TJB win 2 chicken dinners in a row and average almost 10 eliminations
What
a
happened to
game this
Tianba?
entire day? I mean, that is so difficult to deal with no matter who you are. So it's like, yeah, you're doing solid.
TJB ने
in
उनको
order to become the champions these days,
उनको
I mean,
off track
solid
कर
isn't
दिया.
enough. You have to do something special.
PL
right,
फाइनल्स
Nathan?
दिन में ऑफ ट्रैक कर दिया उसको.
Yeah,
अब इसने जो
Blame
हाथ
on
पे
TJB
पहना है
for
ना, वो
being
क्या
too
है?
good, it feels like.
I mean, that's
Well,
okay.
इसके हाथ पे जो इधर ऐसा पहना है ना
you
ये,
can't. You shouldn't
that
really
is for
be
the
able
grip.
to win.
फोन ग्रिप के लिए
You
क्या?
should, okay, let me try to like work out my thoughts here. You shouldn't be able to get top 3 in a group at this
पता
level of
नहीं.
play without doing something special. Like I feel like
पहली
just
बार
solid
देखा
play
मैंने
it
ऐसा
should
कुछ.
not be enough to get you into the grand finals directly.
बोला था ना
or to get
Falcons
you
and
the
NRX
title of the best
अच्छा
team in the world
करेगी.
at PMGC.
उतना भी अच्छा नहीं करा, बर्डी चिल
Have
कर.
shown us
उतना भी
during
अच्छा नहीं करे.
CSA
Falcons
that
तो
they-
आज थोड़ा consistent
they
है.
do have that potential.
5-10
but it
पॉइंट
seems like
उठाने में.
it's very difficult for them to tap
But
into
yeah.
that potential, and I feel like those big explosive
NRX
matches we
अच्छा
saw
कहाँ
when they
किया?
were under the name of Stalwart
NRX ठीक
just
किया,
don't really
ठीक
happen anymore,
normal.
which I think we're
Below
Max
average ही
were
किया.
kind of referring to. They haven't been able to dominate the lobby like we've seen.
NRX टीम
in
को
the
अच्छा
past,
करना है,
partly
मतलब
due
फिर
to
बूम
the
बाम
fact
करके,
the lobby
समझ
is
रहे
just
हो?
a lot stronger
लास्ट
in
में चिकन
general.
हगना वाला.
And it's gonna be very difficult for them to kind of separate themselves from the rest when it comes to the
बाइक
pack.
बाइक
but
कार्निवल गेमिंग
obviously
का
they have every
लाइनअप
opportunity.
शट
They're
डाउन
still in
हो
reach.
गया.
In the
उनको
meantime,
नोवा
we're
में
gonna
ले
head
लो
down to
बेस्ट
7 yet
लाइनअप
again
है. अभी के लिए तो
here.
भाई
Quick little chat.
नो.
Report with the 7WG.
Nova
This
का
time is
कोई
going to be in regards
plan
to
नहीं है अभी.
TJB. This team has played insanely today, being able to get 63 points so far, and we still have one more match to go. I
चीजें
got a
सही
chance to
नहीं है
talk
अभी
to the
इधर.
coach there. Coach told me that they have been getting lucky with the circles, and they also been making the right decisions.
During
whether
a
it's
fight,
going
all
to high ground
team
or whatever the case might be,
close
they've been lucky
by
with the
keep
circles
watch
and getting
and
those
mid
right
range.
decisions. Will they stay at
Everyone
the
is
top
good,
of
so
first
pick
place?
off
Stay tuned
होना
and find out.
possible है. Teammate alive. Greater than two
That is
kills.
the question.
Yeah.
Can
इनका
they
understanding
maintain
वही
their
है.
number one position going into tomorrow with one final match left to go?
भाई
Every
चाइना के
team is still
प्लेयर
trying to get
ब्रेक
the top
में
three and
सुट्टा
more
मारते
importantly,
हैं,
solidify their space.
इसलिए
We do
अच्छा
have
खेलते
a little
हैं.
bit of
पागल है क्या?
a lead growing in our leaderboards.
कुछ
You know, I
भी.
talked about the start of the day. We had like a 20-point lead between.
Guys, you
what
guys,
was it, like
तुम लोग को
6
पता
or
है कि
15
नहीं पता है, मुझे नहीं
14,
पता.
And then at the top, it wasn't that big of a lead.
हमारे
It was
यहाँ
like 11 points
esports,
between, like 3rd and 8th.
इंडिया
Well,
इंडिया
now
के
we do have a
esports
little bit of a
players
gap. Looking more
almost
towards like 6 to 7
almost
places,
सारे
like
मारते
17
सुट्टा.
to 94.
सारे, almost
We're
सारे.
definitely starting to see, I think, from the end of this match, which teams realistically
Almost.
will have a chance to break through into top 3. Because right now, like Vengeance, 85 points.
मैं
They're like
कुछ
40
नाम वाम
points
नहीं
out.
दूंगा,
I don't
but
think
बस
realistically
बता
we're
रहा
to
हूँ.
see them. Get Roy either currently sitting at 94 points. I don't think they have a chance.
It's-
I
which
think
is
for me,
totally
the
fine.
cutoff is going to be Falcons and above of who can legitimately contest this top
I
three
think
places.
top
We
top
definitely
also
have a
does.
pack that's starting to lead the charge into the top 3 position. TJB, Navi are looking super good, but really IW and RX, we've seen them jump in and out. Even Navi, realistically, have been jumping in and out of this top 3, so I have to agree, Jason. I think it's between those top 6 teams to make into top 3, and it's going to be down to the wire. I'm telling you, that last game, Hot
Markel off made
is going to be absolute madness on Miramar heading into tomorrow. So he's going to make, I'm not sure. We got some that we expect to remain in top 3, but realistically,
it's definitely the greatest FPS game there is.
Tomorrow, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not too shocked.
Yeah,
Spy Bro, what are your top 3 for this group?
Here, we could see
Any
them
opinion?
easily in that running. You know, Vengeance, like you mentioned, Jason, I don't
TJB.
see it happening because, like, in order to be the top 3 these days, yeah, you have to be
TJB.
consistent, you know, on pretty much
I would
every
say
single
I8.
map, but you also have to have that crazy pop-off potential to get those, like, 15
And I'm
plus
going to go with-
elimination chicken dinners. And I just,
I'm
with
going
this
to go
stage,
with
with how intense it is, I just don't see that
NRX.
yet from Vengeance. You know, I do see the possibility
NRX.
from Ghetto Roy. I think
NRX.
that they could do it, but it's just
TJB and
unlikely with
I8.
how everybody else is playing right now.
My prediction.
Well, I
Yeah.
had to like go triple,
Kal ka top
quadruple
3 ke
check
liye.
before I made this statement because I really didn't want to look dumb because I do that more than enough on my own.
True.
Can
But
Tianba
look,
come
as we
back?
go earlier on the
No.
camera, Rosemary
वो
is back
ग्रैंड
in the
फाइनल्स में तो नहीं जा रहे
Oh,
आई
I'm looking on our
होप
map
कि वो
right now,
सर्वाइवल
but he
स्टेज
for sure is in the game.
पे
So
जाए।
Rosemary, who said he's going to sit out because he doesn't feel like he's playing too good or too well today, has come back in for the final match.
मैं
of
अभी
this
आया
third
फटफट
day.
आया अभी 1 सेकंड कहीं मत जाना मैच
You know
स्टार्ट
what I'm
होने
saying?
वाला है
Quick break,
break's over.
you know, just say, let me shake it all off, and let me get it done, baby, because we got one more game left to go. Let's get it going, Jason.
Well, let's see if he did T-Swift it and shook it off. We're going to head back to our casters here for the final match of day 3 of Group Red with John Allen and Blake.
I mean, they said that they were never, ever getting back together at the end of the day, but goodness me, Rosemary, he's straight back in there, ready to set a fiery brand underneath the alter ego Rosto and Seer. See if they can get their last slice of the pie here in the last map today.
Like, it's not working with Rosemary. Let's take Rosemary out. It's working a lot worse without Rosemary. It's time to get Rosemary back in.
Rosemary's such a good player. I love that guy.
Yeah, I think it does require you to remove a key component from the team before you realize that maybe it was a component that was required to keep the engine running. I do think Rosemary's a great player. I think it's absolutely fair that he has some bad games. I understand his decision, willingness to drop himself back out again to give like a mental refresh, but yeah, the rest of the team needs to step up alongside him because I think there is a lot of pressure on Rosemary right now to perform at
I
a super
challenge
high
you,
level.
brother.
He's
Last
a
match,
very,
TN
very
watch
good
you can
player.
winner.
And
We'll
it's
see.
somewhat similar to the FaZe situation with Mello right now.
It is a little bit unfortunate, you know, to see
The final match of day 3 is here.
really find that identity
मेरे को दग-दग हो रहा है।
in their previous
NGX,
regions,
NRX को
previous
देख के।
tournaments as well. And again, it comes back to the
ऑलमोस्ट
power
पूरा
of
लीग
overall strength
डोमिनेट
of
किए
this
वो
lobby.
एंड में आके
It's really,
हगेंगे लग रहा है मुझे
and the pressure
पता नहीं
seems to be
क्यों
getting to some of our players. Southwest shift though, and maybe
P
Alter
Cardo
Ego
circle
can do
क्या?
something with
P
this.
Cardo.
Tong Diabao as well in Chumasera, potential for them to get up into the hills or maybe play to the northeast side.
Yeah, I like Tongjiba though. Like, what was the team last group stage doing? Oh, playing Chumasera. I see. Let's do that. We could probably take first place as well from that same position. So Tongjiba, play in Chumasera, not a bad spot. I always think it's a little bit stifling at times when you get a circle like this though, because with a lot of teams going through this area, a lot of times you are forced to play down towards that south side and take control of the foothills in Chumasera quite early on. But you got plenty of time to loot up here. I think a lot of our teams over towards that north side will allow that to happen. Navi
TJB
back
का
up
zone.
into
अरे
second. Very
मीरामार
well
में
done
ऐसा
to them,
इतना early
with the
नहीं
Falcons
बोल सकते
attempting
किसका
to
zone
make
है.
their catch up now with 117 points. And I do
मीरामार में 6 सर्कल के बाद अगर बना zone
third place
तब
spot, but
तब
again,
फेवर करेगा
SIA
zone.
really
तब
not far
तक
behind. And this is a really
कर
nice
लेंगे
spread
एंट्री कर लेंगे
of
zone बहुत
eliminations
easily
coming
कर
through for
लेंगे
Navi.
बड़ी बात नहीं है
With
zone में
6
एंट्री करना.
actually pulling out ahead from the rest of the squad.
Spy by IRC
23,
को
but
motivation
it's
दे
a
दो थोड़ी.
5 elim
कैसे
differential
दूं मैं बताओ.
between the best player in the squad down towards Poncha, who is the one with the least amount of eliminations. So
అన్న
again,
ఇంట్లో
I
తెలుగు
think that this is what you
మాట్లాడతావా
need, and
హిందీయా
right now I think Navi's
తెలుగు
got
మాట్లాడతాను బ్రో
one of
ఇంట్లో
the best rosters that they could have hoped for on their team.
Absolutely, they have really.
स्पाइक बाय इस बार
stormed
कंपटीशन
into
हाई
this
है
group.
कौन चैंपियन बनेगा
Now again,
जो
back to
शुरू
the
से
contest
डोमिनेट
for
कर
that
रहे
first
हैं
place spot with
या
TJB
कोई
not
न्यू
getting
फेस
many
चैंपियन.
points, as they could have done in that last match.
I don't know.
Obviously, taking that
मैं
chance
इसका
there
जवाब
to
दूंगा
really
फाइनल से
keep
पहले.
up pace.
अभी मैं
Navi,
बहुत
though,
क्लोजली
up
ऑब्जर्व
in
कर रहा हूँ सारे
Korea,
टीम्स को
they came
and
in
I'm
late
madly
previous
impressed
time
with few
around
new
on
teams.
Miramar. Let's see if they can repeat
बस उनका
their success
कंसिस्टेंसी
with
वैसे ही रहेगा
towards the
कि
end of
नहीं
this
वो सब
round.
देख के सब बताऊंगा मैं फाइनल से पहले बताऊंगा मैं तुम लोग को अभी इट्स टू अर्ली It's too early.
So for Vengeance, I'm actually quite interested in Vengeance because
Do you think
they have
PL zone
stayed
meta
pretty
can
consistent
help
now
Indian
towards an
teams
8th
to
place. I
be
think after
more
that win, they were able
proactive,
to pick up. It
improve
really
decision
lifted their
making and
spirits in a
gunpower
big
and
way.
avoid heal battle?
Again, that team
Absolutely.
fight. I am still
Absolutely.
willing to say that I
Any
don't think
change,
it's there with the best of
any
the
change
lobby
in
right now. But I think
in
Vengeance
lobbies
has definitely done a bit of a
and
180
settings, zone
since
settings,
their
map
first
settings
day of play.
will give
Where it really didn't feel like
new
They
experience,
felt like they
new
were going to be one of the
perspective,
teams in 15th and 16th.
and of course opponents
but they've
PL
turned
में
it
तो
around.
भाई
They've turned it around.
पेलने
I'm
वाले
really happy
रहते
to see
हैं.
it for Vengeance.
एंगल जिस तरीके से
I
वो बना
would
के
like to see a
मारते
couple
हैं.
more points coming out
They're
from
the
them.
best
एंट्री
in the
अच्छी है
world.
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
So
कैजुअल
yeah,
है.
A huge potential for them to take out the entirety of
मार
Falcons.
मार खा खा
And
के
it would be
सीखेंगे.
a very, very different game
भाई
from
भाई
there
अल्टीमेट
onwards.
रॉयल खेलोगे?
But
PUBG
just
में
going down to one unfortunate
अल्टीमेट
grenade,
रॉयल. अरे मैं गेम
it's
खेले
a rough
काफी टाइम हो
feeling.
गया बे बर्ड.
That car is
काफी
dropped.
टाइम हो गया गेम खेल के मैं.
Yeah.
अभी मैं जैसे ही स्ट्रीम बंद होगा मेरे को
needs
एक
a little
पार्टी
bit of a lie
पार्टी
down.
में जाना है मेरे को
A coffee.
Yeah.
दोस्तों
Get
के
back
साथ.
into it, you know. Make sure
तो
that you
जैसे ही स्ट्रीम बंद होगा मैं जा रहा हूँ.
Ventura's
I'm going to
albeit
get in my car,
He's gonna maybe gonna be a bit
drive.
dizzy in a second, but
1 घंटा ड्राइव
managed to
करना है.
survive the initial
तो यार
roll
आज
up
मैं फ्री
against
नहीं
two
हूँ.
Team Queso players. The rest of FaZe could
कल भी
maybe
एक
come on in. Has
रिसेप्शन
got
है
the
तो
odd
उसमें
shotty
जाना
around
है.
the corner.
So yeah,
But Team Queso now have more
आज
players
कल
to
तो मैं
worry
नहीं खेलने
about.
वाला
The
हूँ
rest
गेम.
of
ओए
FaZe are
मेला क्या
descending on this.
खाया.
A nade, a beautiful nade actually, over towards Mela. That's going to slow them down, but FaZe come in with 2 more onto the outside, and the reload needs to come through. That allows the rest of FaZe to come through. And there's the sideswipe, the re-emergence of the player who made that initial dash. Ventores swells in to protect Mela, and it's all up to them. A 4 versus 3 now as FaZe go up to the top floor, but there's
लग गई
ground floor
FaZe की.
threats as well. Noise to
2v4
another nade
situation है
as
FaZe के
Colego
लिए.
finds so much more than he was
मार
looking
दिए.
for there with
Last
that one.
man standing.
And a drop down, the spin is huge coming through, and Team Queso see FaZe in their sights. The roll up not
अबे
going
दो
to be
बंदों को
happy
knock कर दिया
for them,
उसने.
maybe losing one. Protecting the rest of the team was the name of the game for FaZe, but they may have just thrown them all away.
I mean, Mormon last remaining, 2 players on the outside. Difficult fight for them going forward. S12K in the hands.
क्या बात है, 1v3.
Something happened alongside with this good
Last.
first knock. Now just has to close it
अरे
out.
1v4 मार दिया बे
One
इसने.
more chance, and there's
Mormon.
the shot on the
No,
crossfire.
1v4 नहीं.
and Mormon
पहला
finds
बंदा को
1, 2,
Ventress ने
and a
मारा, इसने
third
1v3
as well,
मारा.
but all his teammates
Mormon.
fall. FaZe finding 4
Damn, bro.
eliminations.
मजा आ गया.
3 going over to Team Queso, but both of them fall. And at a crucial point, blank,
Situation
look
भी बहुत
at those
खराब थी
point
इसके लिए.
tables. Vengeance,
बहुत
Jamba,
प्यारा मारा
Alter
इसने,
Ego,
बहुत
and
प्यारा
Cilia,
मारा.
all of them poised to jump up.
Shit.
And that will keep Team Queso down.
S12 के.
I'd keep FaZe
सबसे
slightly
पहले
ahead.
पापी
I
वो
really don't
कोल
know how much
कोल
further
गोट
they
जो
can
है
take
ना
this
उसने
game, but
1v3
Mormon having a
इस
fairly
टीम को
central
किया
position
एंड
anyway.
इसने 1v3 उस टीम को किया.
Man, that shot through the doorway though was
Crazy मारा
such
bro.
a nice fade
Crazy.
away. Again, a lot of pressure on Mormon's shoulders
Crazy
there,
मारा.
but he steps up to the plate, up to
Nice.
the door, and he will take them all down. Very, very well done to Mormon.
I mean, we talk about Mela, right? But that was definitely a show of strength from Mormon.
Shorty meta not going anywhere.
Another
अरे यूज करने वाले यूज
On
करते
the
हैं.
FaZe star, but they need to rise
But
higher
बट सारे यूज नहीं
to
करते.
fully commit to getting into those survival stages at this point. A good start, sure, but they're only one player and it's not too
Phase in
likely
every
that they
game. अरे
can
उनका
get
डाउन चल रहा है
a
अभी
huge
क्या
amount
करें.
more value out of this game.
कोई बात
However,
नहीं,
they are
उतना भी
very
difference
central
नहीं
in
है.
the circle. Other teams are going to move into this ground though.
एक गैप बन गया.
It's gonna get
7th से लेके
4 points
13
may
तक
be
एक
enough
गैप बन
to
गया.
just about keep them in
फिर
this top
टॉप
eight.
6 का एक गैप बन गया. इस ग्रुप तो बहुत इंटेंस जा रहा है. लास्ट डे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा. मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट होगा लास्ट डे.
including
If you
FaZe as
choke
well.
last day, you're out.
This is a bit of a last hurrah for them on the day.
इतना क्लोज कंपटीशन भाई.
Definitely doable from the south side. Okay.
पूरा पंप कर दिया. अरे हाँ ना, मैं खुद पंप हो गया.
Okay.
He's in.
How did he do that?
He's just a magic man. Demo's got those magic driving gloves, you know.
Bro, TNY doesn't play well in league
What, in the sense
stages.
you teleport your vehicle around?
Yeah,
बात तो सही है.
absolutely.
It's cute.
That's how
curious.
it
बस
works.
डिस्क्वालीफाई ना हो जाए एंड में आके.
Vengeance now making their
Bottom
way
5
down
teams
towards the south side. Nice bit of
घर
high ground
जाएंगे
to play
सीधा.
around with. Always
11th
do
पे
like the
बैठी है अभी.
position. It has some slight lips around the side of this compound though, which means you do have to get pretty far out to get any kind of good scouting done. But at this
Waiting for
early stage
DRS
of
and
the game,
4MB.
just heading into
Group
stage
green
2,
में आएंगे ये
I
दोनों.
think
Even
team
D+
like
किया.
Vengeance is not going to be bothered too much by having to take a little peek here and there.
No, they've
सोचो IHC बैक टू बैक चिकन
pulled their
डिनर.
spot.
ये सिर्फ सपनों में होगा ये.
Right, their time. Circle coming on in soon, nearly about to reveal our second shift here on Miramar, and our last Miramar shift of the day, for day 3 here of Group red. 10 seconds until we see where we're going to go. Na'Vi very slow on their approach here. Same for Virtus Pro. All the way up on the north side for Na'Vi, the east side over by Impala for Virtus Pro.
Chinese teams overrated. Balaji bro, just so you know, the जो hashtag 1 पे बैठा है वो Chinese team
So
है.
Roy in the middle of it. IWNRX as well.
Yeah, we do shift that. I actually think most teams will be pretty pleased about this as well, John, considering moves away from those foothills in Chumacera.
Oh, no.
Which are always pretty awkward to play around with. Yeah, that's...
आज का MVP कौन बनेगा guys? Mostly हुआ ना?
Yeah, come on. You got to
Mostly
give him
वही
the
बनेगा.
total treatment, come on.
Day 1, 2 तो यही था,
And
Z-Wolf.
the bump up. That was excellently timed. That's like, that's brilliant. Can we get a clip of that? I'd love a replay on that one. That was fantastic. IWNRX, they lose probably about 10 seconds on their rotate there, which in this sort of a stage could be pretty pivotal, but fortunately for them, no one really rotating into the same spot that they were, so they're in front of the queue. Am I getting a replay of this, really? Oh, no, okay. It's the actually good play coming through from Mormon. Oh, it's a 1v4.
ये था भाई, ये क्या मारा?
I mean, he took
ये
down
jump
the
करके बहुत
majority
प्यारा
of the
मारा.
team, right? But
Last
it
वाला.
was with the two last elims, those were all him. Those were all him. But he did have the assist from the rest of the squad, though,
उतार
on the first couple.
उतारना था बे. ओए yes.
There goes
अरे
our
किसने
hero.
उतारा? किसी और ने उतारा?
Out the lobby.
It was Getso Roy.
Sad way to end that game for FaZe. Both them and Team Queso go down with 4 and 3 points. FaZe are 1 point ahead, and remember how important 1 point can be.
Nice knock, top.
Especially how close these tables are. It might be the difference maker. Top threading the needle over towards Car, but Getso Roy should be able to get that res fairly swiftly and in a central position. You'd imagine that they definitely want to maintain that strength. They currently sit in the compound that's on the northwest, on the north point of the junction between Picardo, Los Leones, and Chumacera. So able to keep a lot of ground under their control. Further north, the Falcons sit, and they'll be pretty happy with their spot too.
Tiamba actually make a break for a fairly decent position in the circle towards the central side of things, with Getso Roy once again making a nice little pivot over towards this ridge side. And you can't really fault Getso Roy's rotations, honestly. 94 points in there. Seeing themselves, I would say, on top of this pack beneath them, who are all vying to stay outside of the bottom 5, because it is really close, to be honest. Yeah, Getso Roy, not quite as good as our top
Imagine
6.
Falcons getting
Not
a dinner
quite
in this
as bad
match.
as our bottom 8. So yeah, it's kind of a funny position to
अबे
be in.
क्या choke spray हो रहा है बे? Rogue.
It's a nice, safe position, and I mean, they're rotating into the late game of the tournament, right? And just sort of being
I think this match will go for I8.
Kind of exactly what
ठीक है, देखते हैं.
repeatedly.
देखते हैं, मैं अभी नहीं बताऊंगा मैं. Last में बताऊंगा.
Hopefully, it will see them safe through the survival stage, if not a little bit further. I mean, this is a game that maybe they could do something with.
अभी बनने वाला है.
TJB on the high ground just to their south. It's going to be difficult to
This is
move
third circle only,
unimpeded.
तो समझ रहे हो?
The
It's
shift goes up
too.
to Tianba a little
It's
bit
too early.
on that east side, closer to Los Leones.
अभी कुछ नहीं होगा
It's
उतना
quite
major.
amusing that in our interview earlier, we had a little laugh and joke about Na'Vi.
Vengeance chicken again,
in
last
terms
match
of
like yesterday.
7
I
asking
don't
about
know.
how Miramar was going
We'll
to
see.
go.
कल
So
वैसे
it's like,
situation
well,
बन
we had
गया
some
था.
bad circles. They weren't great. Once again today, the circles have been pretty far away from Na'Vi. They're like, yeah, we want 20 points, 10 points per game, 7S. No, we want 2 chicken dinners. Well, John,
Action knock
they've succeeded in
Flip.
the first category, which is to win the first Miramar.
Falak Z-Wolf
Now
को
they're
knock किया.
looking for the second. And honestly, they are one of 2 teams on the northern side of the circle. They already find themselves a knockover towards the Falcons. Do they just come out swinging on Miramar?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, best performance on Erangel.
Bro, what?
And what about Desert
Spike bro,
now?
what would
It's
happen
Desert
of
time,
tournament? CSA
for
top
Na'Vi,
8,
potentially
PL
on the
top
north
8.
side.
ये
They
हुआ है
haven't
ना
fully committed to that
PMRC.
crash. It was just an opener knock towards Falcons, and they haven't fully sent for that.
Vengeance
They're gonna go a little
versus
bit further
IHC.
east. In the meantime, Vengeance on their position.
Le,
have
noise
IHC
knock.
to deal with, leaving from
Headshot
Chumacera,
mara.
moving up to
Godless.
this angle, and Noise goes down first. TP, nade over. Ooh, just a little bit short of the ridge line there. Could have been nasty for Godless, but a response comes in from Ziol, takes half his HP bar away. Godless has one cooking too. The Vengeance fall back.
Yeah, after already receiving a knock, it's a bit awkward. Yamak on the sidelines, typically
Godless
a
knock.
really good off-angler. Nice first nade, actually hits
बाकी
over
बंदे
towards
का है
Godless.
IHC का.
And Ziol is up front in the distance. This is IHC, who right now seem to be only playing with the 2, with Ziol and Godless. Both Demog as well
Ziol is going for the
as
ramp.
Rogue haven't quite moved into position just yet.
So you're looking for the res onto Godless.
हो गया रे.
Ridge line
Nice.
there after the nade came through. They might have burnt through a lot of their nade supplies here and unwilling to go for more. You can see still
किसी का फायदा नहीं होने वाला इस फाइट से. सबका हेलमेट वेस्ट जाएगा सिर्फ.
To launch over the top, but the off angles are starting to come through. You said they left them back, and maybe they did that on purpose to create these off angles through those windows, force Vengeance to take peeks through these windows that they have sightline control of, and that seems to be the game plan for IHC. But right now, Vengeance are having a pretty good time rebuffing them. They found that knock onto Godless. They haven't really given too many sightlines away, and likely they're going to have to leave. I think they're just going to go for it now.
Yeah, you can sort of see the difference in between
Chalo,
our top
proper
teams
for
as
you
well
for
as
fight.
Vengeance here, especially in nade usage, because the first nade goes out, does a fair bit of damage, but then you can't just throw the nade in the same spot. You have to have a predict the left or the right there, depending on the audio cues. So they don't really find too much off the back of it. And again, they've done a lot of damage. There's a potential another knock on side. Now, with Vengeance losing a player without being able to rotate too far away from this position, IHC can gain more ground on this. And this will just be full-on war between Vengeance and IHC.
Vengeance का और एक बंदा नॉक है.
Side of the road,
डब्बा यामाक.
Things which gives teams like Na'Vi, Furia.
Things are not looking good for Vengeance.
As IHC continue to try to move past Vengeance, seemingly successfully. Two players now stand in their way. It is unfortunate. Alterico clashing with ASIA on the south side in the meantime.
Hands for you, knock finish.
And then Cilio got a third party as well from the off angle down on the south side engagement. ASIA on the far side of it means that Alterico bearing the brunt of this fight.
Good shots on the sidelines, you can see there.
TJB versus I8. Virtus Pro versus NRX. भाई हर जगह fights चालू हो गया. इसका next circle के बाद होंगे. हर जगह fights.
On the edge of this compound, moving over towards D-Move though. They can find him. That is the off angle taken down, but he's immediate on the retreat. No point sticking around for too much longer there.
Demo needs to hold this angle behind the ridge line, but the wraparound comes through, has the backup now, and Noise really can't do too much here. You can't peek into two. They know they've isolated this fight.
दो बंदे नॉक है 2v2.
One is good. Noise looks for a second as well. Popping up, popping down. Two players.
अबे तीन बंदे गए. Godless last man standing here.
The Noise is doing so much work against IHC here, all on his lonesome.
Well played, Vengeance.
Sure, but he's already gone. He's already sent away. Trying to crunch on
एक जेट के में तीन बंदे गिर गए IHC के.
Moving on in, it's Noise to try and make it work for them. They're both into the same position. It's a 2v1. It's turned topsy-turvy here, Blank. And IHC might have had the last game of their day ruined.
This could be a great nade from Godless, depending on how he throws it. I mean, the time is limited, though, as this Molotov does stop. Now they can't isolate that angle on the nade towards the sidelines. I think he's just running away to get away from the off angle. So sad Godless. I think that could have been a really big nade, but what a way to lose that fight for IHC. In the meantime, ASIA
NGX अपना competition को बाहर करना चाहता है.
Big Galaxy, a
They
high
are pushing.
Molotov comes through from Snowix, who is leading the charge for the team.
Pushes them back off that ridge line. They know there's no close contact now in that smoke. Nuki already crawling back. UZM low. Narvalo going to make him even more vulnerable with the nade approach. There goes IHC in the meantime.
Godless भी गया. Vengeance 2v4 मार दी भाई. I8 का आखिरी बंदा बचा है Falak.
Does fall, and now ASIA faltering in the face of
Things are not looking good for I8.
Spot looks really tasty. The Galaxy want to put another EMEA team up in there.
Yeah, 3 points already. Very nice stuff. Clearing out the south side fairly handedly as well. That's a lot of our southeast teams just gone. Leaving Nick the Galaxy, ASIA's final player in Falak, who is certainly not a player to be trifled with, even as a solo, but it's Tongju out off towards that northwest side that I think Nick the Galaxy has to be very aware of going forward.
On that western edge, although with the road as it sits, it's likely that it's going to be moving up to the north side of the road for the final circles, which means that TJB, whilst they have that high ground right now, they have a really strong oversight under the compounds that Getso Roy, that Tiamba hold right now. They are going to have to leave it most likely.
बस थोड़ा calculations कर रहा हूँ.
What information can they gather? What
बस 7 points चाहिए भाई, बस 7 points चाहिए NRX NGX को. Top 3 में आने के लिए.
Where's it go? Nice and central, supports Getso Roy or over towards Tiamba. She moves far over towards that eastern
Falcons
side. So Furia,
decent circle
Falcons actually pick up a really nice compound, which has beautiful sightlines all around it. It is a little small in terms of a compound, but it's difficult to crack upon.
Interesting match
teams have sightlines over towards that area, which means that Na'Vi is likely going to have to play on this northwest edge for a little while longer and wait for some of these teams on that south side who do have that oversight to be forced to move out. But they're already picking up eliminations. They've got one. I think they found one of the players from IHC, one of the players that was knocked beforehand.
Top mini 14 बहुत खतरनाक मारता है वो.
Uh-oh. Tilts the buggy up, gives them the underbelly.
खत्म I8 बाहर. And hashtag 12.
Malloy nails the headshot through the ribs of the buggy, and it will take down the last player from ASI8. So third place is locked in at 125 points blank. IWNRX, because of the
lag BGMI गेम की लगी पड़ी है इस समय lag glitch issue है और लोगों का इंटरेस्ट खत्म हो रहा है org भी शटडाउन हो रही है देखना कहीं BGMI शटडाउन ना हो जाए शटडाउन तो BGMI शटडाउन तो नहीं हो रहा है बाकी सब तो
I hate this.
I agree.
Tongjibao and Enigma Galaxy.
Navi पे अच्छा position है.
To be in.
Yes, I agree.
If you are Tongjibao, you're more considering making
Navi
this
के ऊपर अच्छा
northwest
position है,
wrap,
but समझ रहे हो
to try and
उतना भी
potentially get
खतरनाक
some shots
position नहीं है
down and
कि
make
कुछ
a
advantage
quick
हो उनका.
crash over towards
TJB का longs knock.
Enigma Galaxy though they find
ये longs
the
कुछ भी
back
मरता है
line
बे
as
ये.
Tongjibao gets stuck into a fight
कुछ
with
भी मर जाता है
vengeance
ये.
on the west side, so they really can't help their other player here, and Tongjibao should lose at least one on this eastern edge.
इसका next circle देखते हैं अगर नावी भी बनेगा कि नहीं बनेगा.
on his 3. Tongjibao trying to get
Rauf
through, but
knock.
it's not working out. IWNRX spot Enigma
Knock
Galaxy.
नहीं finish हुआ.
That's Ralph.
TJP versus NRX. Sorry,
flush.
NGX.
Point going over to IWNRX does tip them over the top, and you can see immediately ASA8 down in 5th from third place, and under a minute. TJB look at a push on past towards Enigma Galaxy. The blue zone's putting pressure on it.
अरे गलत रिज पे ले लिया फाइट. Nice connection 676.
Snowex with the DBS, but there's a response in 676 with the pump action. Now spots both of the Enigma Galaxy players on the backline as Stunner goes on through the smoke to try and slow things down, allow a little bit of a response from TJB, but down on the backlines, Redox tries to rain a hail of bullets in.
दे दिया और एक को 676.
But 676 is ready for it. The pump action shotgun burst out wide. Redox with another one with the DBS. A 1v1 now. A 676 on the pump action. Low ammo count for the DBS.
Zone सबसे पहले 676 को hit करेगा.
Those spray downs.
He's trying to heal. Info देगा. का teammate info देगा. मार दिया first hit.
676, but he's looking to heal, getting out around it as well with the
चिपका दिया बे. चिपका दिया उसने shotgun.
And 676
1v3 NGX 676.
676 just calls.
अच्छा गलत शॉट ही चलाता है ये.
Brutal to go up against them, and Enigma Galaxy
गलत शॉट ही चलाता है भाई ये.
Frostbite and is it chopped off.
क्या मूवमेंट था उसका. मजा आ गया भाई.
Man. 676 quickly becoming my favorite player
Crazy.
here on Tongjibao, which is surprising considering they're fielding Flower.
उसका first aid लगी नहीं है.
Honestly, the
उसका first aid लगी नहीं है.
Also, the fact that
push कर दिया. उसके मारा भाई उसने.
is the pump shotgun.
Close range 676. Too good, boy. Too good.
It's clean. I like it. No messing. I mean, you only just peek out, go for the one shot, you tuck back in. It has a really high damage count. Its range is pretty decent as well. It's a lot more adaptable in very specific, in pretty specific situations.
126.
I'm liking it.
140.
I'm liking it.
142 चल रहा है.
We saw it a little bit back in the MEA as well, a couple of times, but
I mean, they'd rather have a DBS.
Fullest potential. Yeah, I think a lot of the time, yeah, you could just put more volume down.
But it seems like 676, like he will forgo a DBS for a pump shotgun.
It's time for prediction. कौन निकालेगा? Winner chicken dinner.
I'd be curious because I think I need to read up on the PL patch notes because I wonder if it's a case that weapon is just stronger in PL.
For now, though, as a solo,
ये कब से जोन से मर गया 676 किल नहीं दिया किसी को.
goes down to the play zone.
ये कब से वेट है बे. NRX इधर ही बैठी थी, TNY इधर ही बैठी है तब से. मैच की शुरुआत से.
If I'm not mistaken, TJB will be up to.
But this passive approach does not suit NRX, यार. They are playing too passive.
143 rather at the end of day 3. Navi with a pretty decent opportunity to rack up the points for it.
जो भी चैट में नावी बोल रहे हैं.
Against the shots
इधर पिटाई चल रहा है नावी का.
party in their engagement with Virtus Pro.
उतार दिए, 2 बंदे गए.
Horrid to work with. 6
Vertex.
down the back lines. I
Vertex
really
will
wanted
push.
to see the Na'Vi back to back here on Miramar just for storyline's sake. But
आखिरी
that
बंदा
nade,
भी-
it should be the
Last
end
man
of it
standing है,
for him.
Puncher.
Flips forced to here. Now it's just Puncher left remaining. Tixie on the side.
लग गए
He's
नावी
doing a
बाहर.
decent job to
भाई
keep
chat
himself
में जो भी
alive
लिखे
there,
ना,
but yep, Na'Vi
Na'Vi,
is
तुम
now
सब पनौती
finished.
हो.
Could have
तुम सब
definitely been
पनौती
better.
हो.
I don't think Na'Vi's too unhappy with
Zivulf
how they
not
finished
finish.
today.
Big crash on the south side, and IW
What?
directly
NRS
gone
ने
down
push
as
कर दी
well.
क्या Tianba
They
पे?
tried to
मार
get
दी
across the road
Tianba ने.
towards Tianba and just couldn't find an opening blank. They all went down, melted.
Wow. Falcons,
Tianba,
Getsoroi,
Furia
Tianba
find
are the
same
only
angle that
teams
versus Pro
surviving
found
in top
on
10.
Towards Na'Vi as
Beautiful
well.
opportunity
With 4
for
players alive,
Falcons.
It's just similarly almost impossible
Utilize
to
करो.
return from this.
अच्छा
But
खेलो
they
इस
should be
match
going
में.
down here.
Let's go.
Furia. Made over towards the top. Yeah, Virtus Pro in a difficult situation. They essentially find themselves in the exact same spot that Na'Vi did, as Furia makes their way over the top side and will take down Virtus Pro
Virtus,
instead.
आखिरी
I
बंदा
think
बचा
that's
है.
one
एक rev हो
of
गया.
your- It's not a mistake that you want to make too often, but when you see those death threats, you want
मैं
to
तो
take
बोला
them, but
Na'Vi
it's
मारेगी.
easy
Bird,
for a
पनौती
team
हो
to
तुम.
rock up behind
पनौती
you
हो. बहुत
and take the
गंदे
exact same
पनौती हो
positioning
तुम.
that you just dominated another team with. So yeah, good play from Furia to
अब
get over
कैसे लगा?
towards
अब
this
कैसे
spot
लगा
nice
तुम
and
लोग?
early. And now we're looking over towards Falcons. 117 points. Not a huge amount of eliminations, but they could see themselves into a nice position for tomorrow.
Tianba का
Even
5
if they
finishes इस
get
match
1
में.
30 points on this game, that still sits them ahead of IWRX in 3rd place.
Zone ऊपर जाओ. ऊपर, ऊपर, ऊपर. नहीं.
Teams
Tianba
in
का
the
circle है.
circle, Falcons really in a pivot, the most pivotal point on these tables. Right?
कल भी आखिरी मैच निकाला था ना Tianba?
The jump on
No,
up.
कल
Tianba
आखिरी मैच
wanted
Vengeance
to
ने निकाला
secure
था.
a spot, so
कल last
so
but one
Roy
match
just
निकाला था
maintained
Tianba.
Consistency. They've already had a pretty decent game. The question is, how far up those tables can you get?
I like Tianba's position
Tianba
more than any other
holding
team's
off a crash,
position in
have
this
5
circle.
eliminations.
So let's see. Oh, he gets so right slam कर रहा है Tianba पे एक knock कर
Roy
दिया.
go for the roll up. One goes down immediately. Duque can't quite get up to the
एक
wall.
HP, एक HP.
Falls short onto the tree, stuck on the branches there, and taken
हो गया वो
down.
भी knock.
That's actually
Gets so right के 2
Falcons
बंदे गए.
with a third party angle.
3 बंदे गए.
Isolated
Last man
fight from the
standing.
South side of this compound, but 2 players from Tianba go down. A really nice off angle.
और
foul.
Tianba का भी आखिरी बंदा है.
To force this
1v1.
fight. Third goes out, and it's all up to Zonji.
Jump shot.
1 versus 1 now against Shan, who breaks out.
Free fire में
Pops
गया.
over the wall. The first aid cancels.
भाई अभी कोई
and
third
will
party
be
करेगा.
timing to
मजा
do
आएगा
so.
bro.
Tianba may be
Third
able to
party,
get a full
anyone?
reset.
Yeah, serious grimace on that
कोई
fight
नहीं.
for Tianba. I think that they
कोई नहीं.
really
It's
thought
alright.
they might have been going down.
सही दिया भाई, सही दिया.
On his lonesome. Ridiculous.
Disadvantage
set
में
of
रह
sprays
के भी
coming
last
through
1v1
from the
तक आया वो
UMP,
fight.
silencing Tianba's push out from the building.
4v,
Yeah, very well
4v,
played.
4v1.
Look, terribly scary. And for Tianba, it is really important for them to get a good game off the back of this one, especially right at the end of the day. Those are the type of things you like to see. And they can move up a little bit further
I think
on that north
Killfield का
side,
कुछ तो
even
scene
use
है
those
भाई.
loot crates
अगर
to their
Killfield में
advantage in
देखते हैं
terms
ना
of
push
cover.
कर देते
Koa
teams.
out in the open will have to break out
भाई
on
ये
a
zone
quick
के बाहर से
run
देने वाला है क्या
as
बेटे?
Falcons make their
Falcons को?
exit, but he could potentially
Zone
cut
से
one
गया.
of them down to size, but East knows already.
4v, 4v4.
Play zone took it down there. There's just
I think
two
Falcons और
tough
Furia
hits.
का fight होगा.
7
Tianba निकाल लेगा
stages
match.
in, and the blue zone just bites you so hard trying to make those moves. Falcons flexing out now. Furia have got so much oversight, but they're having to be pushed back as Tianba make a bid for the center of this circle. Furia's approach made a little bit harder.
Top knock.
As Tianba's starting to stretch out. Falcons do get spotted though, and top goes down with 3 teams remaining.
हो गया top का
Keeping 4
finish.
players alive would be
Bond ने
massively
ले लिया
valuable,
kill.
but
9
it's just not
finishes for
gonna happen
Tianba.
there. Little cache of goodies on the corner for Tianba to pilfer through, but you're gonna have to head into the battlegrounds very, very soon. Out to the open. They've put Bond as a forward outpost.
Yeah, it was a good pick-off as well, and some good sprays coming through from the rest of the team, because essentially the reason they want to back both these teams off is just to get Bond up, to create that anchor point for the rest of the team to drag
पूरा
themselves
complete
over
control
towards.
है बे Tianba के
Now,
पास.
Falcons and
इस zone
Furia
का
both
nice
in
knock
a
east.
tight spot of top
Instant
side.
upper.
East with a follow-up onto a great nade, which will at least knock one. But Tianba starting to break out from their position. They know they need to create conflict here, as they do not have the high ground and are forced to play these weird little divots.
There is
down
no way
towards the
Tianba is
south
going to
side of
choke
the
this
map.
one.
Tianba, 9 eliminations. looking to follow TJB towards the top
12
of the
nades,
tables.
by the way.
Looking for 12 nade? Goodness me, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of ordnance then. These roll-ups for anybody who tries to get close to them is going to be
Tianba
so
will
tough.
be
A
in
lot of
top
those nades
5 if they get it
because
in this
IWNRX
match.
just crashed straight on top of them, right? They gave them 4 full crates. They also picked through all of Getso Roy's, so they've had so much opportunity to get everything that they need. A perfect inventory layout, an optimal approach to this circle.
I don't know if it's optimal because QZ has 12 nades and 80 bullets. But, you know, whatever works for him. And I mean, especially this is no compounds. It's fully open terrain warfare. Maybe this is optimal for them right now to have those 12 nades that he can just toss time and time again over towards them, because it is just going to be an onslaught of nades now coming through QC. And here he goes.
Looking to unleash, but Furia and Falcons have some of their own as well. Just because you're coming up against 12, you only need 1 to hit. There's 3 launched, 1, 2, 3, but not going to go quite the distance.
Reaction को knock नहीं होना चाहिए.
The middle of the circle. Tiamba with their ridgeline, they've been defending it for a while, but Icy has
इसने
the
Furia को एक बंदा को knock finish कर दिया.
Artisan as well goes through.
Action knock.
Picks up a point for the Falcons. A big nade over the top.
Like I said, how can Tianba choke this match? Icy last man standing for Falcons.
Icy is the last Falcon to stay alive.
Furia का 2 ही बंदे
Trying
बचे.
to push towards the top 3 on these tables, but it's made all the harder by this constant bombardment, this barrage coming through from Tianba, and they just keep layering them down. This is why
इसका kill
you
भी
only
मिल गया,
need
10
80 rounds in the
frags.
back pocket, because all you need is just
Tianba का.
huge numbers of nades, and they can't move. It's the last stage.
Icy on the backside. Again, that little door there that's on the outside.
कितने nades है देखो अभी भी? QZ के पास 7 nades है इसके
But
पास.
they know they can get rid of Icy later on. I think they'd be best off throwing those nades over towards the right-hand side. Now they know he's desperately not in the shack. Nice bounce off the top though. If they can get 2 of those flowing through.
Falcons भी like बंद करो.
He's only got 1.
देखो और एक ने कनेक्ट कर लिया. चलो.
Fully stimmed up here.
चलो भाई कर लो, push कर लो.
Takes a
अरे finish है तो.
And a second nade.
Finish.
Should about finish it unless Kowski can get
1v1v4.
No, it's not meant to be.
A very explosive
Dominating
way to
performance
close
from
down this
Tianba.
game for Tianba, our last game of the day. They've only got 2 solos
खेलेगा,
left to
15
handle.
finishes
Kurowski
dinner
again
incoming.
gets more shrapnel, and it's just explosion
वाह,
after
पूरा
explosion,
zone से ले लिया
blast
damage.
after blast. And it's only Icy left to stand. He's on the inside of the shack now, but an aid in through the window. Of course it is.
Beautiful comeback from Tianba.
Finally pulls out
Beautiful comeback from Tianba.
Through the sideline.
किसी का chat मैंने पढ़ा था Tianba comeback करने वाला है.
Way to finish it out. A lot of
W bro, W.
Tianba, have they just made the top 3?
They will have climbed a lot, and they have been slowly.
I also started
reaching
questioning
towards top
Tianba
side
क्या
lobby
कर रहा है.
over the day. So very, very well done to
Gujuju
Tianba. But
is
again,
happy.
it's a very good understanding of that terrain.
चल भाई,
going
Tianba
forward
is
for
back in
Tianba
business.
too, in terms of
कल
just
के
being
6
like,
मैच में कुछ भी हो सकता है.
we really need bullets in
Tianba
this
top
last
5 में आ गया
zone.
लगता है, I think,
What
with
we
this
need
match.
is nades. I think they had a total of like 20 to 30
Wow,
between
zone
them.
एकदम.
But yeah, fantastic.
NRX वाले लड्डू की तरह
once
4
again,
किल दे दिए.
it
फिर
is
गेट्सो
really
राय वाले
good
4 किल दे
towards the
दिए.
top
फिर
six
जोन ने
shot.
फेवर कर दिया.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Overall,
Closes down
बहुत
nade after
favorable
nade pouring on in, and Tianba
match था ये
reaped
Tianba
all
के
the
लिए.
rewards they were looking for. The
PUBG
final
gods
chicken
have
dinner of
blessed
the day.
Tianba in this match.
This is definitely proving to be the closest group yet in PMGC.
कुछ
Obviously,
overextend
still
करने की
looks like
जरूरत ही
to
नहीं
go
पड़ी
with
उनको.
green, but my
जहाँ
God,
थे
what
उधर से ही
could
नेड
happen
वेड करके
here?
मार दी भाई सबको.
Any team could still
सही
go
है,
for top.
एक
Well, not any
नंबर.
team. Most teams could still go for top.
What happened to
3.
I8? I8 अभी टॉप 8 में नहीं है.
एंट्री
चेना
अच्छी
का
है लेकिन
domination.
बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा
हाँ,
कैजुअल.
आज total. Yes, आज चेना का domination था.
Survive another time. We've seen Furia.
चेना and also Navi also.
top
Navi
three
भी
situation.
ठीक
I
खेला
think
आज.
that's almost 3-4 games in a row for them.
This is getting ridiculous. I feel like I need to go buy a lotto ticket or
Mostly
something.
TJB
Like,
का domination था bro
I
आज.
need to see something from Furia right now. I need to see something.
TJB and Tianba कर लिया. ये लोग करते बे. Starting choke करे तो भी फिर end में कर देते comeback.
We're back. Because Falcons clutching it out. Before this game, they were in 6th place, 117 points, right? With
बस
this
overall
performance
standings
here, that
देखना है
should
भाई मुझे.
definitely put them in that
गुजुजू
running
6 solo
top
finishes.
3.
QZ
And then
5.
Tianba, I mean, they were what on the second page.
XC
9th place with
1
85.
शान 2.
This game is definitely going to put them in a good
14.
solid spot. Tomorrow, they're going to have to go crazy if they want to make it to top 3.
24
what?
points
It's
मिल
a
गया इनको.
conversation now, right?
तो कितने हो
I
गए
mean,
इनका?
before this game, Jason was saying, "Oh yeah, top
Combinations.
24 points. 24 plus chicken. भाई ये आ जाएंगे टॉप 5 में. I8 के ऊपर आ जाएगा ये तो. बाप रे बाप.
game And the
Falcons
most important fight this game,
और नीचे जाएंगे.
looking back, was clearly Getso Roy
Wow.
versus Chamba. That fight resulted in whoever won that engagement to be able to play
ये
that
लोग
bridge
109 पर है.
gave so many opportunities
80
for Chamba to third party Falcon.
कहाँ?
versus
85
the
पे
side
थे
of
ना
Furia
ये?
and just get all
85
the
plus
information you would
24
ever
कितना हो
need
गया?
to wrap up that game in style. So
अरे
that
हाँ, हाँ,
fight,
हाँ,
I respect
sorry,
Getso
sorry,
Roy
my
for
bad.
trying to go for the send it because it could have been valuable if they won
अरे
it,
हाँ, ये
but
कमबैक तो हो
Chamba
गया
won it,
टीएन
and
बा
that
का.
red
चल
was
कल के
just
6
too
मैचेस
OP
में
at
कुछ
the
भी
end.
हो सकता है.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta talk about this fight.
6 मैचेस बहुत
Roy
होता है भाई.
Corbin
कमबैक
with
करने के लिए.
1v3 against Team
अगर
Castle.
टीएन बा की
That's
तरह
gonna
2
be
मैच चिकन
brutal
निकाल दी
for
तो
them,
भाई कोई भी आ
too.
जाएगा नीचे से
Hopefully
ऊपर.
they can kind of shake that off
कंपटीशन
going
एट इट्स
into
पीक.
tomorrow.
या इस
Man,
ग्रुप
yeah,
में
that
बहुत
was a
तगड़ा
great play
कंपटीशन
there
है.
from Base.
पहले ही
Trying to
बोला
hang
मैंने.
on.
सब ने
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to
मेरे को
kind of
बोलने
make
लग गया कि भाई
it
येलो
far
ग्रुप
into
ऑफ
the
देते हैं,
game,
येलो
but
ग्रुप
it's
ऑफ
still
देते
good to
हैं.
see a little bit of
ये लो
side
वन साइड था भाई
by
थोड़ा सा.
What a way
सिर्फ
to
5
finish
टीम
off
के
the
बीच में
day, though,
कंपटीशन
man.
था.
Tomorrow is gonna
इधर
be
कितनी टीम्स के बीच में कंपटीशन है?
I think Max set up perfectly, right? If you want to contest top 3, you need to have shown up here, and that's exactly what Tianba did to put themselves within reach tomorrow. But there's still 7 teams fighting for 3 slots.
ब्रो
You
हिल
just
बैटल
can't
नहीं है
have all
क्या?
stuff and go
नहीं है
through.
ब्रो,
You
इधर
need
हिल
to get
बैटल
through
पॉसिबल
from
नहीं
here.
है.
You have to go through in the survival stage and then hope you can make it to last chance. But then you have to get top 6 with the best teams.
2x
Well,
नहीं
I
तो
can't
चल
say the
रहा
best
है.
teams in PMGC because the best teams already qualified to Grand Finals. But with the best teams that are left here in PMGC, it really does get easier from here on, especially with the mixing of groups and the styles they played. Taking back Group Yellow with very center play, Group Red been more edge play. Who knows?
$100 फाइन लगेगी ASI को.
Exactly. But it's getting tough times here for all these
कहाँ
teams.
से कहाँ लिखा हुआ है ये?
Going to be on our overall leaderboard because they
इंडिया में मिनी क्यू यूज नहीं करते हैं कोई स्पाइक बाय, क्योंकि इधर क्लोज रेंज फाइट ज्यादा होते हैं. 1 नॉक पुश, 2 नॉक पुश.
to even make
समझ
any
रहे हो?
movement in our leaderboards.
इंस्टेंट
Looking at the games here,
वो frags
especially,
चाहिए
Jason,
इधर.
when we're looking at how they're playing, it's not just
तो
we're
वही है
gonna play
इधर का
passive and
मेटा.
try and get
उधर
to the late
मोस्टली
game. They'll take
क्लोज इन
it
नहीं करते.
really
Mid
important
range
fights.
ज़्यादा
In this
होता
game
है.
in particular, Jukes, if we look
तो
back,
इसलिए
that
वो
third party,
मिड
we
रेंज
saw
गन्स पे
happen
रिलाई
from
करते
them
ज्यादा.
onto the side of, I forgot which team it was. It was Virtus Pro and Na'Vi.
Falcons को
That was
9
the
points
fight
मिला
that
इस
allowed them
मैच
to
में.
make it into top 3 in the
God.
first
भाई
place.
Falcons को एक ऐसा मैच मिल जाए यार
matches
20
in.
पॉइंटर का.
Max, 24
अब कुछ हो
points.
सकता है.
Explosives is
और एल्स
9.
मुश्किल है.
That is a gap and a half.
Goodness
What?
gracious, dude. They
ब्रो
needed
रिकॉल
it
नहीं है
so
क्या इसमें? हाँ
bad.
है ना ब्रो,
They needed
रिकॉल है,
so
रिकॉल है.
bad
3
if
बार
they
रिकॉल हो
wanted
गया,
a
अभी ये
shot
जीत गए.
at top 3, and they did exactly what they needed to do here. 24 points. I mean, clutch badge earned, right? I guess I'll give it to them for now.
Yeah, I feel like you got 2 for now. We'll see if it's true clutch when we get into tomorrow. Taking a look down the list, though, I mean, Virtus Pro, that was one team Furia was able to leapfrog, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain that leapfrog here. But even with Furia's, like, results with their late places,
Falcons
I feel like
5
they're not
kills
necessarily
team.
getting a ton of eliminations behind it, which means they don't make that big of movements.
It's part of the game
in our
bro, it's part of the
leaderboards.
game. होते रहता
If
है.
you look on the list, though, you can see, I mean, FaZe, we saw the 4 eliminations they got before. Ultra
दिखा दो
Ego, with
overall
Rosemary
standings.
coming back in, only netting themselves 1 elimination here. I'd hate to say it, Max, but with the way Ultra Ego are playing, it looks like they're not going to
Please
be
recall
top 11
me.
at this point. And then even
अरे कुछ भी
IWNRX,
यार,
who
इसमें
had,
recall
decent
recall
start
पूछ
to
रहा है
the day,
बंदा, मैं
started to
क्या
fall
बोलूं?
off as the day went on.
मतलब
It was a
बंदा का इनोसेंस
PL
देखो कि भाई
like
क्या देखूं मैं
looking at
क्वेश्चन
who
में.
won and who keep making it towards the end. Yeah, IWNRX were completely overshadowed.
MVP
by
of this
the
match,
Chinese
QZ.
players. And QZ,
But
I said
Gujuju
it
का
before
ज़्यादा
going into this
finishes थे
tournament,
ना?
I tell you,
6
man,
थे ना उसका?
QZ is an MVP potential for not only maybe this group, also for the entire tournament. Even though, of course, we're looking Z Wolf, we're looking at Flower. They've really been standing out. But yeah, it's a
TJB
rough
ने
time for those bottom
TX
squads
की
like
तरह
Ultra Ego
comeback
that
कर दिया.
I don't think they really know what to do right now,
16
Jason,
से
by putting
#1.
Rosemary out and he's playing again, as you
Yeah.
mentioned earlier. I think they're just trying to find something that works, but unfortunately, in the pressure, that's really hard to find that kind of momentum. And they, as of right now,
Spike bro,
have not found it.
क्या कोई
Can they
टीम
find it in the
नोआ
last
के
day?
जैसे
As of right now,
लेगेसी
I
बन
don't
पाएगी?
really think so, Jason. It's going to be tough.
And the overall
Oh,
standings
zero
are here.
overalls and
TJB
zero
hashtag
overalls,
1 142,
24
Navi
points,
hashtag 2
at
135,
109,
NRX
so
hashtag
still
3
a little bit off,
127.
but
Falcons
top
सिर्फ
three,
1
but
पॉइंट
very
से
possible
hashtag
now.
2 में बैठा है.
Even Falcons
126 पे है
put
Falcons.
themselves 1 point away
भाई एक
from
बार देखो
getting through into
127,
top 3, but I
126,
mean, the spread
125,
between
125
third and
क्या है ये?
sixth is 2 points.
It's crazy.
इतना तगड़ा कंपटीशन. टीएनबा भी आ गया टॉप 8 में, 7th पे बैठा है.
Tomorrow, IWNRX
And
is
Getso
on
Roy
the
hashtag
bubble,
8 पे.
and they have zero chicken dinner, so they
Bro,
end
कल
losing out on top 3.
कल एकदम
Very possible. Every
chills
team
आने वाला है, बता रहा हूँ
on this
मैं.
top 8 except
कल
Getso
chills आने
Roy
वाला है.
has at least 1 chicken dinner except them.
It's unreal. It's unreal. When are they going to get that elusive chicken
सबसे
dinner?
ज्यादा
I have
frags
no
I8 के
idea.
पास है,
It's so
92
crazy
frags.
because, I mean,
Second highest
even
frags
if
है.
it warrants,
TJP के पास है 89.
They need like 2. Right?
Third
They got
highest,
4, 3, 2, 2
NRX,
around them. Like,
86.
Sure, like one chicken is great, but
Next,
you're gonna need
Navi,
more than
82.
one if you wanted to win the tiebreaker. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Placement
This
सबसे
scoreboard,
ज़्यादा
I mean, I
NGX
could
के
stay here
पास
all day
है.
long and talk about it because I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. Just a few points away from 3rd to 6th.
Wow.
Anybody can.
TNY ने
make
भी
it to the
comeback
top
कर
3.
लिया.
But I have to say it before we go for sure. TJB, dude. I mean, what a performance today. These guys, before the day started, where they have like 7
Interesting.
points, that means they doubled.
Very
their
interesting.
entire score
कल सब popcorn
in
लेके आओ,
one
बता रहा
day
हूँ.
after playing
बहुत
2
मजा आएगा.
days worth of matches. That's
Vengeance
insane.
#9, Phase #10.
Well, what's also
भाई इधर भी
insane-
देखो 12-13 पोजीशन में जो
80,
टीम्स है
87,
वो भी कम बैक कर
86,
सकते हैं.
85,
बहुत क्लोज
83.
चल रहा है.
Like,
Dude,
अरे इवन फ्यूरिया भी कम बैक कर सकता है. वर्टिस पर भी कम बैक कर सकता है. IHC को छोड़ के कोई भी कम बैक कर
Okay,
सकता
man, you
है.
don't have to do them like that. It's true.
IHC
that's
नहीं
how
होने वाला.
wild it is.
But it's going to be tough tomorrow because
They are very
have to not
consistent.
turn and blank because they're going to have to keep tabs
And
on.
not performing
who's going to be
well.
racing for top 3. Well, wait, he's also super close.
खराब
to the
लग रहा है
teams
भाई.
trying
एक
to
टाइम पे
make it
दबा
top
के
11
सपोर्ट
to
करता
make
था
it
मैं इस टीम को.
survival. It's going to be all over the place tomorrow. You're going to have so many storylines.
वाह. आज का MVP 100% हुआ.
It's going to be rough going into tomorrow's
100%
match.
हुआ.
You know what? There's still some room for these bottom squads to make it up there. It is not an impossible gap to close. It's definitely super close, as you said, 88.
And the
87,
MVP
86,
of the day.
even closer below. So
MVP of the day
tomorrow it's
East.
gonna be,
Oh,
Hail
इसने
Mary
भी बहुत
for
अच्छा
all
खेला.
the
मैं तो
teams.
देखा है. मैं तो भूल ही गया मैं तो.
Ooh,
What?
it was that
MVP
grenade.
of the day
It was
is
that grenade
Falcons
on Miramar.
East.
How is that? How is this
that
not
right?
a TJB player?
Yeah,
Well
how is it
deserved,
not
bro. Well
right?
deserved. जो भी बोल रहे हैं नर्जेट को लेके आओ.
No way. These guys averaged
This is
10
for you.
eliminations.
East
a
is doing
game.
really well.
That's crazy. I don't know.
Maybe he was
Hello.
picking up
Hey,
all the
shout out to
limbs.
East, though. Yeah, shout out to East though. Yeah.
And with that, Group Red Day 3 has come to an end. बहुत मजा आया मुझे तुम लोग से देखते हुए. कल का दिन और मजा आएगा. सबके सब पॉपकॉर्न लेके आओ. मैं भी लेके आने वाला हूँ. आई एम नॉट श्योर क्या होगा कल. जितना मुझे लग रहा है TJB तो क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा 100%. बाकी कोई भी टीम हो सकता है. #2 #3. आई विल नॉट बी सरप्राइज अगर TNBA भी कम बैक कर लिया तो. बाकी मिलते हैं कल सेम टाइम विद सेम एनर्जी. अंटिल देन बाय बाय, टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल. मुझे जाना है अभी, थोड़ा जल्दी में हूँ मैं. मिलते हैं कल सेम टाइम. बाय बाय. एंड अभी तक स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो तो भाई थोड़ा पानी पी लेना. स्टे हाइड्रेटेड.